Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Galatic Horror. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Zashi looked terrible. It was their third day imprisoned aboard the Overhaul, and his Zashi had already started to lose the vibrancy of his pigment. His face, which usually boasted a bright yellow hue, had begun to pale and turn slightly green. Shoda's worry intensified with every cycle they brought inedible food for his husband, and with every cycle they were unable to escape. Shoda had initially been calm in the face of the capture, but that was before the realization set in that the E-Precept race was carnivorous, and they would not carry rations for herbivore prisoners. It had been nearly 4 cycles since Zashi had had any type of food, and he knew that his species could last 10 cycles at most without food. So, to put it mildly, Shoda was worried. Worried that he would watch the most important thing in his life starve slowly in front of him. But Shoda wasn't an amateur, he had a plan. He refused to watch Zashi die inside a E-Precept cell in the middle of sector. They had made a pact when they were kids, that the only way they would die is of old age holding hands and together until the end of their time. So, he watched the guards, noticed their movement patterns. He noted that the guardsmen with the hard outer shells, and armor-like skin, frequented the night shift every other cycle. He noted that the avian-like species, thin and he assumed brittle, guarded in the day near the end of the light cycle. The avian species no doubt had heightened senses, so they would be easy to take down but could quickly alert others to their escape. He had to also factor in that he couldn't rely on Zashi for combat support. By the time they had an opportunity to escape, his husband may very well be on his deathbed. A thought which Shoda didn't want to linger on for long. Shoda took a moment to breathe, tightening his arm around Zashi and pulling his husband closer to his chest. A misaligned feather on the nape of his neck dug into Shoda's fur, but he didn't mind as long as he could better feel the expansion of Zashi's chest as he took weak breaths. "We will escape this, my love," he whispered in his native tongue. Zashi chirped lowly in response. Before Zashi could respond further, heavy footsteps sounded from down the corridor. Shoda tensed. Large groups of guards usually meant collection or movement. They could take Zashi from his arms, they could move him to another location, and that would be the last he saw of him. If they were here to separate them, Zashi could die, starving and alone on a ship of intergalactic criminals. Shoda's slit pupils flickered back and forth down the hall, watching the silhouette shadows moving closer to them, and straining to hear the common speech the guards spoke lowly in. As they came into view, Shoda struggled to see the bipedal species they dragged behind them through the electrified bars. The fact that they were bringing another prisoner meant that they most likely weren't going to move the other prisoners, so Zashi was safe for the time being. At that, Shoda relaxed his iron hold on his husband, but did not dare to remove his gaze from the guards. The new prisoner, the guards with the armor-like skin dragged behind, was pale pink with minimal fur, but it was covered in green armor-like cloth. Its hands were bound in metal circlet cuffs, and there was a metal guard covering the bottom half of its face, most likely a muzzle to prevent the prisoner from harming the guards with its mandibles. The guards stopped in front of their cell. "Rappa, open the door." Another guard spoke in common, and the guard, presumably Rappa, dismantled the electrification on the side panel and swung the door open. "No movements," the guard ordered them. Shoda tensed but averted his eyes from their captors. Resisting now would be foolish, and even though the door was open and not electrified, there were too many guards to get past. The guards entered the cell with the new prisoner, and Shoda's arms which held Zashi tightened once more, but the guards did not approach them, but deposited the new prisoner in the opposite corner of the cell. One guard kept their blaster pointed at the two of them, but the 4 others not in the cell pointed their blasters at the unconscious prisoner. Curious. The guards quickly left the cell, almost skittish, as if they were scared of the new prisoner. Shoda couldn't determine whether or not that boded well for them. Shoda studied the creature more in depth, but he couldn't recognize the species right away. The cloth armor and the muzzle hid many of the creature's traits. When Shota finally did recognize the species, he finally understood why the guards had been rightfully terrified. A Terran. A twice-dead Terran. They were going to die here. Shota felt like crying. From what he'd heard about Terrans, they were horrifically aggressive. Their entire race had special traits unique to each individual which defied all laws of physics, bordering on metaphysical powers. Each interaction the Intergalactic Federation fielded had ended with a loss of communication and being unable to recover the scientists' and ambassadors' bodies. Every mission to retrieve them afterwards had ended in immense bloodshed and news of experimentation and torture. With the understanding of the Terran civilization having well-developed weaponry, an immunity to most of the common forms of intergalactic weaponry, and being extremely territorial, all missions to Terra ceased and all access to it was blacklisted. And now, there was a Terran in front of him, when he knew that they hadn't yet developed the technology to warp or leave their planet at great distances. Sector 43 wasn't anywhere near Terra. It should have been impossible. But there the Terran laid, who could probably tear them limb from limb without the aid of their metaphysical adaptations. This confirmed Shota's hypothesis that their lives would end here. Zashi's weak voice broke through Shota's terror with, "Who is our new friend?" Somehow the humor hadn't left his voice, and Shota both loved and envied him for that. "It's a Terran." He eventually bit out, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Zashi's breath caught and the other man leaned his head back against Shota's chest. The extremely territorial race of Terrans that possess seemingly metaphysical abilities? Got it in one. Shota replied dryly. "Oh." Zashi breathed despondently. "Oh." They sat there quietly for a few more moments, Zashi struggling to breathe normally under the crushing pressure of the Terran presence in their cell. Shota was not far behind him in the ceaseless panic which rumbled under his skin. Shota took a deep breath and tried to think. The Terran has a muzzle on, and they are restrained. I doubt they will be able to harm us. If we do not approach it or make much noise, they may not see us as prey or an aggressor. Shota reasoned. "I think there's a reason they placed it in here, Sho." Zashi whispered back. "We have nothing to offer them by keeping us, and the only reason they haven't thrown us out of the airlock is because we're live meat. We're the meal, aren't we?" "We don't know that." Shota's voice could cut steel. From what they saw, the Terrans didn't eat the remains of the captured prisoners. They had developed living spaces and were a Terra for society. They may not condone the consumption of higher life forms. When you're as hungry as I am, my love, everything becomes a lower life form. Shota swallowed. "Get some rest and conserve your strength, Zashi." Zashi sighed and closed his eyes. Shota was struck by the notion that he may not open them. The Terran stirred around halfway through the same light cycle. Zashi was still asleep in his arms. Shota would be weighed down and unable to properly defend them if the Terran decided to attack right away. Then again, if the Terran decided it wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to fight back anyway. Shota kept as still biologically possible, barely breathing. The Terran sat up, slowly. It seemed disoriented. Shota couldn't blame it. Them? Shota didn't know how Terrans classified gender. They turned their head in rapid circles back and forth across the small cell. Then their eyes locked onto him and Zashi, and Shota stopped breathing completely. Then the Terran's eyes slid off them and towards the electrified bars, seemingly dismissive. Shota's pulse sounded like a drum in his throat, and he slumped. It seemed like the Terran wasn't going to be immediately aggressive. The Terrans stood shakily on their hind legs, unable to reliably use their front limbs for support due to the bindings. Their body made low cracking noises from the movement, and they let out a low grunt sound muffled by the muzzle. Then they seemed to notice the muzzle and shook their head, growling low. The metal face plate did not shake off. Shota's eyes did not once leave their form, eyes tracking, assessing. Would they be aggressive because of the muzzle? Would their bindings harm them? He didn't know, and he couldn't decide whether or not it would be in their best interests to help them free. On one end, the Terran could restrain from attacking them due to the aid given, maybe even help them escape. However, once free from the restraints, the Terran could also more easily kill them. Would the Terran even need their forelimbs to kill them? Shota didn't want to find out. He watched as the Terran approached the electrified bars and grew concerned. Did they know that they were electrified? The Terran leaned forward to poke their head through the bars, and Shoda demed himself by yelling, "No! They hurt!" He didn't know if the Terran knew any common, but with the noise the other did stop and stare back at Shoda. His eyes bore into Shoda's skull, intense green eyes, large round pupils. Shoda was distinctly reminded that more predator species have front-facing eyes, and then they were gone and facing towards the cell bars once more. But the Terran was staring at the bars now, and assessed the faint buzz that flowed through them, the current which permeated through the air like the change in pressure before a storm. And then once more, the Terran leaned forward through the bars. Shoda nearly shouted again, but before he could the Terran's face touched the bars. The Terran looked left, then right, then pulled their head back through the slot, completely unharmed. Intergalactic Horrors number 18. Terrans. This species is the dominant species of Terra, a planet with a harsh, unforgiving climate. Perfect for these harsh, unforgiving creatures. The most important fact to glean from this article is that many electricity-based attacks, a choice of weapon for most, is completely ineffectual on Terrans. If you see one, don't try to tase it, just run through. Great, not only was Shoda's interference completely unneeded, but he had needlessly drawn attention to himself. The Terran turned back around, content in its assessment of their surroundings, and stared directly at Shoda once more, head tilted to the side. At that moment Shoda thought three things. 1. If they failed to act as food for the Terran, probably the only purpose they were alive, then they would no doubt be killed soon. 2. If Zashi didn't escape soon, he would die. Shoda did not wish to exist in a world without Zashi beside him, so he would no doubt die soon after anyway. 3. The Terran may be able to communicate if they remove the muzzle, and they could possibly form a partnership to escape together if communication was an option. Shoda steeled his spine and slid Zashi away from his chest. Zashi twisted in his sleep but did not wake. The Terran's eyes never left him the whole while. He slowly, but firmly strided towards the human on all four limbs and sat as non-threateningly as he could in front of them. The Terran, slowly, also sat in front of him. They were in reach of each other where they sat. The Terran, if they had the use of their front limbs, could lean forward and touch him. "Do you speak common?" Shoda asked, as clear as he could pronounce. The Terran's head tilted to the side. Was that a threat display? A signal of understanding? Shoda gritted his teeth. "Close your eyes if you understand me," Shoda said. The green eyes, large pupils, front-facing predator's eyes. They remained open. Shoda internally sighed. Then Shoda raised one paw, slowly, towards his face, gesturing towards his maw. The Terran tilted their head to the other side. Shoda then pointed toward the muzzle and moved his hand, paw upwards, toward them. The Terran eyed the hand, then his eyes slid up to his, then back to the hand. Then the Terran leaned forward, head within reach, and well, that gesture was easy enough to understand. Shoda took care to keep his movements slow and measured, bringing his paw upwards towards where the muzzle was latched in the back. He undid the latch efficiently, taking care not to scratch the Terran with his claws. Any stray hostile movement could mean his imminent death. The latch clicked open and, rather anticlimactically, the muzzle slid off the Terrans. The Terrans straightened from their bent position, working the muscles surrounding their mouth. There was a large red mark surrounding the bottom half of the face, where the ill-fitting muzzle had bit into the fleshy skin. Shoda wondered how long the muzzle had been on, and he wondered what terrible act the Terran committed to warrant it. Though, mostly, Shoda wondered how big of a mistake he had just made. The Terran made eye contact once more, so much eye contact was that a Terran threat sign? And then, the Terran bared their teeth at Shoda. Izuku had been in space for 2 months. At least, he thought it was 2 months. He could tell the movements of light and dim light on the ship he was captured on was different from Earth's orbit. He estimated that there was around a 6-hour difference, but he couldn't be sure. He tried to instead estimate the days by when he was tired and when he woke up. He knew that the body would maintain a natural 24 to 25-hour circadian rhythm. However, he wasn't sure how different light cycle intervals would interfere with the natural sleep pattern, so his count of the time which had passed could be off by several days. Not to mention, There were many times in that span of 2 months where he had been drugged to unconsciousness. So, 2 months. He missed his mom's birthday. The real kicker was that he'd been kidnapped by Shigaraki a week before. He'd been held by the League for a week, bound in quirk restraining cuffs and tortured. He'd finally escaped. Dabi had fallen asleep while on watch and he'd been able to get out of the ropes, but unfortunately didn't have the equipment to get out of the cuffs. He had escaped, on the run trying to find the closest location to get a cell phone and call for extraction. He was marooned in the middle of a forest, beaten bloody and exhausted, but he had run nonetheless. Until he was abducted, again. There were no beams of light up to a flying saucer. There were no little green men with large heads. There were no vocoded voices saying, "We come in peace." There were cockroach-like creatures with guns. They shot him with a dart of Kami knows what, and then he woke up again on their departure, feeling the immense force of gravity pressing on him like his skin had become molten lead. For 2 months he had been in the small cubby cell. It was a padded white room, like a mental facility. Everywhere he looked there was white, the ceiling, the walls, the floor, all white. He wasn't even certain which side of the cell was the entrance. The cell was barely big enough to lay down curled up, something Izuku silently thanked, because sure he'd been abducted twice, but at least he didn't have to stand up for 2 months. Food had come in through the slot in the ceiling, or was it a door? Izuku wasn't sure, because the gravity was artificial, so technically any direction and no direction was up. Whatever food they did give him definitely wasn't enough. At the peak of his training he would consume upwards of 5,000 calories in a day. Izuku could feel his muscles atrophy, especially his biceps and his forearms from where they remained bound behind his back. If he ever was released from the cuffs, Izuku wasn't sure he'd be able to move his arms from how long they had remained in that position. It was all Izuku could do to roll his shoulders and tense his different muscle groups, trying to relive the ache. Izuku wasn't certain that he'd be able to use the strength enhancement facet of One for All if he was ever released, with how long he'd gone without doing even a squat. But he knew that it was more important to conserve fluids and energy. With how little they were feeding him, he would only hurt himself if he continued to expel energy. Kami, he could see his ribs now. One of the worst parts of this whole ordeal was that they didn't allow him any modicum of personal hygiene. He hadn't taken a shower in 2 months. When he had to use the bathroom, he had to undo the lower half of his hero suit, which took a large amount of flexibility with bound hands, and go into a food bowl or cup which was left behind. However, they only collected the equipment left in the cell when he was drugged with a dart, so the filth accumulated in the corner of the cell. He wasn't sure what smelled worse, his feces or him. However, by far the worst of it was the isolation. 2 months, 2 months. Sure, little Deku didn't have friends in childhood. He had no one to talk to but his busy single mother. But the jeers of his bullies, he knew then and now, was better than complete and utter silence. There was nothing, no sounds but the groaning of the ship, no color but his own filthy self and the pile of sheet in the corner. Izuku took to humming the All Might theme song just to stave off complete insanity from boredom alone. And then Izuku realized that he actually might be going insane. He started to hallucinate sometimes, and Izuku knew he was going downhill. "You look so pitiful." Shigaraki laughed in front of him. Izuku didn't look up from where he had his knees curled in front of him. Shigaraki wasn't really there, Izuku knew that. He was an audio-visual hallucination caused by malnourishment, dehydration, head injury, and lack of STMLTN to these areas in the brain. But that didn't mean it didn't feel real. Izuku was great at observing things. He knew exactly what Shigaraki looked like, the scratch of his crazed voice, the blue stringy hair, the reddened itchy dry skin near the base of his neck where he never stopped scratching. His eyes, which reminded Izuku too much that he had left his friends behind to fend for themselves against his unhinged plans. Izuku wondered whether they were still alive. "It won't matter." Shigaraki cackled. "You'll be dead soon. I'll finally win the game, you've left the match. Poor little Deku, you were never going to win anyway." Izuku really wanted to cry, but he'd already cried so much, and he'd quickly learned that it wasn't worth the water. Izuku would probably die up here. At least with Shigaraki, people had the possibility of finding him. No one was going to come rescue him from space. He was completely and utterly alone. Then the hatch opened on the ceiling. Turns out it was a door. And everything went dark. The first thing that he had noticed was the sheer noise. The cacophony of sounds jolted him from his drugged sleep and assaulted his senses. After months locked in a room where he could hear his heartbeat, his ears rang with the intensity. Before he even dared to open his eyes, he did a mental catalog of himself. His arms still ached, but that at least meant that he still had arms, and they were still painfully bound behind his back. His face was pressed to cool metal, a sensation which was so different from the padded cloth that he was accustomed to. The hard surface made his jaw ache, but he savored the cool sensation on his hot cheek. His legs were still free, but when he adjusted his foot, it hit a wall. Finally, after opening his eyes, he wished that he had never opened them. He was in a metal cage. Small, so small he wouldn't even be able to stand up. Surrounding him were what had to be hundreds of other cages, and hundreds of other species trapped in those cages. So, trafficking wasn't a uniquely human activity, then. His eyes darted side to side as he struggled to sit up, back braced against the slotted metal bars. The bars were far apart enough that he would just be able to fit his hand through, but looking around he couldn't see the presence of a latch or a human-like lock. He was high up too. There must have been other cages stacked above and below him, packed like sardines in what he assumed to be an alien warehouse. Beside him, in a cage like his own, sat a blue blob-like creature, one that was raging against the bars, throwing themselves against the metal again and again as if they could break through. Izuku didn't bother following suit. He knew the metal wouldn't budge. To his left was a brown-colored creature that looked like a cross between an elephant and a beaver. They were unmoving in the center of their cage. If Izuku wasn't certain that their overloads wouldn't allow it, he would have thought them dead. He sagged against the bars. The chattering of different species surrounding him, banging, wailing, chirps, pops. All of it surrounded him, and suddenly it became very difficult to breathe. Izuku knew what a panic attack felt like. He had had several in the past 2 months, and many more before that. But the panic he felt now was only compounded by the fact that what surrounded him was not only his own thoughts, but the screams of the other creatures which he could not save. It was too much. Yue never prepared them for a scenario in which they were kidnapped by aliens. Yue didn't even prepare them to do their taxes. But despite his panic, his agony of being so close to a dream and having it ripped away in the cruelest of ways, Izuku did not scream, did not cry. Instead, he sat slumped in his cage and closed his eyes, hoping that despite the noise he would just go back to sleep. These were people surrounding him. People should have to be subject to the horrors they were experiencing. He was going to be a hero whether or not he was in space or otherwise. Did the blue creature next to him have higher thought? Did they feel every blow as they smashed into the bars? The sheer cruelty of the situation felt like an actual blow inside of him. If Izuku had his quirk right now, he would have reaped destruction across this place. If he had his quirk, he would have ripped his captors to shreds and freed all of the fellow prisoners. If he had his quirk. But he didn't. Izuku felt the same as he did when he was 14, completely and utterly powerless. Izuku hadn't been fed in several days. They hadn't been given water either. Thankfully, the sky opened up on the second day he was there, and he strained to drink the water which flowed down from the bars of the cage. He tried not to think about how dirty the water was, flowing down the stacks from several cages until it flowed down to him. The water, and he hoped it was water, but as it was another planet he couldn't be completely sure, was an unforgiving red color as he liked it from the bars of the pipe. He felt like an animal. Put in a cage, unable to clean himself, unable to go to the bathroom without getting on himself and the others around him. If he ever made it back to Earth, he vowed to never put another living creature in a cage. What were they even trying to accomplish here? Were they going to be sold to the highest bidder? Were they sitting here waiting to die in order for their captors to study their corpses? Why weren't they being fed? Izuku had known grave cruelty for most of his pathetic life, but this was something on a completely other level. Izuku would call it inhumane, but there were more than humans in these cages. It was that day when he finally got the answer to his questions. A large crane-like machine lifted his cage, and it threw him into the bars as the crane swung him around and set off in the direction of open air. He grabbed the bars for stability on the landing as the machine placed him on top of a stage in front of an amphitheater filled to the brim with an assortment of different creatures. The stage was occupied by 2 different creatures. One holding a weapon which buzzed ominously at the tip, facing him. The other was faced towards the crowd, clearly addressing it in a language they seemed to share. It sounded full of clicks, with several familiar vowel sounds and consonants which resembled nothing but gibberish to Izuku's untrained ears. And then the auctioneer invited another creature onto the stage. Izuku backed into the farthest corner of the cage as the new creature approached him. It was ugly, and looked like a menacing tower of meat which Izuku had no intention of interacting with. Was this his new owner? Nanananono. Not good. The monster that resembled a Nomu way too much for Izuku's comfort reached its arm into the cage. Izuku, who had been steadily accumulating anger throughout the past 2 months, finally got the opportunity to hurt the people that had harmed him. He lunged, fast as his atrophied muscles would allow, and clamped his unwashed teeth onto the alien's limb. He tasted bitter liquid, felt the crunch beneath his teeth, heard the cry of pain and felt satisfaction settle in his bones. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, and nothing would come of his belligerence, but he would rather die than take this sheet sitting down. He finally let the seasoned all-might smile cover his face, because he was here. He was more than a victim, he refused to be, and if someone wanted to buy him, then he would take hands. The yellow blood dripped savagely off his teeth. He bared them in a snarl more than a smile while the alien ripped their hand out of the cage, a mouth-sized hole bitten clean into their arm. Izuku spit the bitter blood collected in his mouth back through the bars onto the other creature. Izuku braced himself for the retaliation of the guard, and watched. With dread as the tip of the weapon came down upon his shoulder, the buzzing end striking his skin. He tensed, ready to be in agony. But the weapon came down and all it did was tingle. Izuku straightened. The guard, confused, removed the baton from his shoulder and brought it back down again and again and again. Nothing. Izuku, feeling like a king amongst rats, laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. His breath started to come short. His stomach hurt. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Shigaraki laughed at him from the edge of his vision, cackled like the maniac Izuku could remember all too vividly. He didn't see the dart coming towards him, and didn't realize the creeping darkness at the edge of his vision until he fell to the bottom of the cage, unconscious. When Izuku woke up, he was in another cell, a muzzle firmly planted onto his face. Zashi woke up to a stray limb tumbling into his aching stomach. The past cycles hadn't been ideal for him, honestly. As a rule, Shoda and him don't venture into their missions expecting to come out on top. It was something that Shoda had discussed with him many times. When you expect the worst, you can't be disappointed when it arrives. It had helped him many times in the aftermath of their missions, people they couldn't save, saying that at least it was better than they expected. As Zashi opened his eyes to his husband barreling into him in a mad scramble to get away from the very awake Terran, he was struck with the notion that this is by far the worst outcome of their mission, therefore he was allowed to be disappointed. He yelped as Shoda lost his balance and crashed into him, tumbling on top of him and crushing him under Shoda's massive weight. Pain blossomed in his abdomen, but he fought the instinct to get away from Shoda, as that would only make the tangle of their limbs worse. Instead, Zashi looked to the source of Shoda's panic, the Terran. In the time he had been asleep, the Terran had removed their muzzle, which may have been the reason Shoda had been so eager to get away from him. The Terran watched Shoda's retreat with a tilted head and said something in a language neither Shoda or him spoke. It didn't seem too aggressive, it did not approach, just swayed slightly in place and looked upon Shoda and him with an expression Zashi hadn't learned to read. Shoda, more carefully, removed himself from where he had landed on top of Zashi. He remorsefully stroked a paw down his side and pulled Zashi back to his rightful place by his side. Shoda hovered defensively over Zashi and made a low crooning noise back to the Terran. The Terran flicked their eyes back and forth between Zashi and Shoda, then to the muzzle on the ground. Then to Zashi's great surprise and relief, the Terran turned their back to them and slid down the wall to take a seat once more on the cool metal floor. Him and Shoda exchanged surprised glances, faced with an intergalactic cryptid, They did nothing but sit and stare. Was this a Terran threat? Did they accidentally offend the Terran? Are they resting now to have more energy to eat them later? Zashi's hearts were pounding, he could feel them pulse, and silently wondered where they got the energy to do so. From where he leaned into Shoda, he could feel that he was in a similar state. Why in 7 stars did you not tell me the Terran was awake? He whisper-screamed to Shoda. I didn't want your waking up to irritate the Terran. Came Shoda's breathless reply. Well, it looks like I wasn't the one to irritate it, my sweet. I don't think they were irritated. But once I got the muzzle off they bared their teeth. After you got the muzzle off? Was Zashi's high-pitched reply. Through increasingly loud discussion, the Terran's head twitched back and forth between them. Eyes darting left and right, eyes intense and focused. The two only stopped their loud discussion until a strange continuous babble fell from the Terran's mouth. Him and Shoda exchanged glances. Was the Terran trying to communicate with them? He tried to listen for a pattern of south within the continuous mumble, but all he heard was relatively incomprehensible to his ears. Then the Terran stopped, jolting when he realized that he and Shoda were staring at him. Their eyes bore into them, but he did not avert his eyes, too drawn in to break the connection. When the Terran tilted their head, gaze roaming up and down their forms, studying them, Zashi was not struck with the feeling of a predator sizing up its prey. It felt like innocent curiosity, like a kid seeing a praxtal for the first time and not wanting to miss a single second of their bioluminescence. Zashi, like something possessed him to do so, began to crawl forward. He was still burrowed into Shoda's body, so as he moved forward, Shoda's hand moved forward to clutch his wing. Zashi sent a determined glance backward, and Shoda let go, surprised. He didn't have much energy, but he was able enough to crawl. He knew that if he ever tried to fly like this, he would fall straight from the sky. As he crawled forward, the Terran rose to fall on their hind legs, not quite standing and not quite sitting. Zashi briefly wondered if this position was easier to attack in. Then he was sitting in front of the Terran. He did not move to approach closer, and the Terran made no motion of attacking. He took the opportunity to study the Terran closer, knowing this may be his only chance to see a Terran in his lifetime, especially if he failed to escape from here. The Terran was strange. They were a pale dark pink, but their body was nearly fully clothed in the strange armor fabric. Their hair fell into clumps atop their head, they looked oily and filthy. Actually, the Terran as a whole looked filthy. Zashi could see the color the cloth was supposed to be close to the Terran's feet, but instead it was a rusty brown. The area around the Terran's mouth was streaked with a red-orange substance. What was that? Now that he was closer to the other creature, he could also smell it. He wasn't sure whether the other smell was repulsive per se, but it was definitely unfamiliar and very strong. Zashi straightened into a crouch, and then tried something either very, very clever or very, very dumb. This was on par with the rest of the decisions he ever made. He brought the tip of his feathered limb to his own self and chirped his name. Zashi. The Terran's eyes darted to his hand and then to his face, and their face scrunched. Was that Terran confusion? He tried again, touching his chest. Again. Zashi. Then the Terran chirped. It wasn't anywhere near his name, but it was clearly trying to imitate him. Zashi. A chirp, closer this time. The Terran's mouth twisted into a small round shape and tried a new method of making the sound. It took him a couple of tries to catch the air, but when he did, the sound that came out was much closer to pitch and timbre to Zashi's name. Zashi. Zashi, the Terran parroted back, nearly perfectly. Even Shoda had a difficult time saying his name in Zashi's native language, instead preferring to use the common bastardization of it. The Terran looked to their tied arms, then down to themselves contemplatively, probably trying to figure out how to gesture to themselves with their hands tied. Zashi took pity on them and pointed towards them. Izuku. They spoke. That wouldn't be so difficult. He knew more difficult names. Esuku. Izuku. Izuku. The Terran separated the different parts of the sound out for him. Izuku. Izuku. He got it. Then the Terran bared their teeth at him, just like Shoda. What happened? Did the Terran not like the way he said his name? Did he make an aggressive moment? Zashi flinched back, and the Terran's face relaxed. Zashi, get away from him. Shoda commanded, but he hesitated. The Terran bared their teeth to Shoda when he removed their muzzle, and then once more when Zashi said their name. Rationally, neither of these things should cause a threat response, and neither he or Shoda understood Terran expression. Maybe the baring of the teeth was an expression of gratitude? Enjoyment? It's okay, Shoda, I don't think Izuku wants to hurt us. He shot back at Shoda, eyes still on Izuku. The Terran revealed its teeth once more, but bit its own lip instead. Zashi. Izuku parroted back. He looked like he wanted to say a million things but didn't have the words. Zashi knew that feeling, and knew it at that moment as well. So he continued and pointed at Shoda behind him. Shota. Shota. Izuku repeated back perfectly. Zashi trilled with excitement. If they could say Shoda's name that easily, then they probably wouldn't struggle too much with common, unlike Zashi's native language, which was comprised wholly of whistle tones. He could feel Shoda approach behind them, clearly intrigued with Zashi's progress. You want to teach them common? Shoda ventured a guess. Hisashi trilled an affirmative. If we're going to get out of here, don't you think it'll be better if we have a new teammate? Zashi proposed. Teammate? Shoda echoed, equal part exasperated and agreeing. Teammate. The Terran cut in, sounding out the word and pronouncing in a very strange but not entirely disagreeable accent. See. He chirped. The Terran agrees. Shoda just sighed. It was near the end of the next cycle that the guards brought food. The previous day had worn him out, and without anything in his system his legs had given out on holding his weight. He had collapsed while teaching Izuku new words, Izuku who soaked up the sounds like a sponge and found creative ways to ask things without the use of his arms, which the pair of them had been unable to free from the cuffs. When he collapsed, Izuku showed a paramount level of compassion, hovering over him and saying, Okay? Okay? Zashi okay? Shoda, Zashi okay? Shoda answered with a hesitant voice, one that filled Zashi's heart with pain. He's starving. Starving? Izuku asked, not yet knowing the meaning of the word. Zashi is a herbivore, they haven't been bringing him food. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Shoda struggled to put it into words the Terran could understand. He wants food. Then the Terran nodded, an incomprehensible look overcoming their face. Izuku's starving too, he said after a moment of silence. Zashi didn't want to think about the fact that he was in a cell with a starving Terran. Zashi was surprised at the fact that they brought the Terran food. He had fully expected the guards starve the Terran into eating them. After all, they had no qualms about starving sentient creatures. But at the end of that cycle, a very nervous-looking guard strided up to the cell and opened the meal slot to slide a tray inside. And on the tray sat a slab of raw red Zypon meat, a container of fluid, and a big red juicy dren. Zashi had gone so many days without eating that it was hard to move too often, and he felt that deep pang of hunger with every breath he took. Looking at the fruit now, he felt like crying with the relief that he might not die here. Then Izuku leaned towards the plate of food and his aching stomach rumbled defensively. Izuku. He protested weakly, maybe he could get the Terran to share. Looking at the plate now, he realized that the plate held the portions for only one person, meaning that they did mean to starve them after all, and the food was meant for Izuku alone. Izuku's head snapped up to stare directly into his eyes. He could see the hunger there, and it was wholly disconcerting to see it directed right at him. He let out an involuntary shudder. There was a tense couple of seconds where no one did anything but stare at each other, and then Izuku spoke. Zashi eat? Need eat? Starving? And Zashi did nearly cry with relief then. Yes, Zashi eat please? He cried. The Terran's throat bobbed and visibly restrained themselves from lunging at the plate of food. They slid backwards across the floor and brought their knees to the chest, staring at the food intently. Shoda quickly slid forward and grabbed the dren, bringing it to where Zashi laid on the ground, dazed. Shoda brought the dren to his mouth and Zashi took great care to dig his beak into it and not let a single drop of the wondrous juice escape. He wished that he could describe the feeling of the taste of the fruit and the way he devoured it, but all expressions would start with, like a starving man. When Shota removed his paw from out of Zashi's face, all that remained was the small pit of the fruit. To Zashi it wasn't near enough. Hunger still crawled inside him like a bug digging their spindly legs into his stomach. However, it was a start. Maybe eventually Zashi would feel like he wasn't dying. They looked back to the human, still staring at the meat on the plate longingly. Zashi knew that comparatively, Shota had been eating well for the days of them being marooned in the cell. Shota would have to be hungry, having nowhere near the amount of food that he should be eating, but he wasn't starving. Shota moved forward and slid the plate of food closer to Izuku. The Terran devoured it. Their arms were still bound behind their back, so they didn't have the ability to grip the meat. They made up for this with sheer tenacity of will, attacking the meat and ripping it to shreds with bare teeth that Zashi faintly noted weren't even that pointed. Mostly blunt teeth having more strength than Shota's very sharp ones. He wondered how much more it hurt to be ripped open by blunt teeth. The sight slightly unsettled him, but he could intimately understand that amount of hunger. When Izuku finished the meat, he braced himself against the wall and slid down the wall with his head in his knees. More of the red substance that had coated his mouth previously had accumulated around his lips. Zashi had no issue in believing that it was blood. Shota no eat. Izuku said from behind his knees. Izuku eat, Shota no eat. Izuku sad, don't know word. Shota tensed beside him. Don't worry about it, Izuku. The word is sorry. Shota replied softly. Izuku hummed and visibly tried to decipher the words. Izuku sorry. Don't be. There were a few moments of silence. Shota, teach? More word. Izuku asked, lifting his head from his knees. Shota's hands stroked soothingly over Zashi's chest, taking a moment to contemplate, before sighing and saying. The correct way to say that is, Shota, can you teach me more words? And the answer to that is yes. Zashi watched Izuku as he struggled to sort through what Shota said, mouthing the words and then muttering the equivalent in their native language. Shota, can you teach me word of people? Izuku struggled to phrase it with his very limited vocabulary. It's, Shota, can you teach me the word for, Shota corrected. And what do you mean by people? Izuku repeated the phrase a couple of times, then in their native language before replying to Shota. People. Izuku tilted his head. For Zashi and Shota. The name of our relationship? Shota put his two paws near each other to signify closeness, and Izuku nodded his head, what they learned to be a Terran sign for yes. Our relationship, Shota enunciated clearly, is married. Zashi is my husband and I love him very much. Zashi trilled as Shota stroked his chest again. Izuku parsed through the words, trying to sort through their meaning. Muttering below his breath as he repeated the words, husband, and love, under his breath multiple times until his mouth made the right clicking noises for the more difficult syllables. Shota, can you teach me the word for me and Zashi? Izuku asked. Shota contemplated that for a moment before replying with a hesitant. Friends. He enunciated slowly. Friends have small love. Friends. Izuku repeated. Small love, married have big love. Zashi replied this time with a whisper. Exactly, Izuku. Good job. Shota hummed beside him. I want to know the word, where friends. Izuku said softly. You want to go back to where your friends are? Shota asked. Where friends are. Izuku confirmed. Home. You want to go home. Shota muttered. Home. Izuku repeated, flipping the word around his tongue, tasting it. Home. Zashi closed his eyes, because if he didn't, he would cry. Me too, Kit, me too. It was 4 cycles later that the guards came to collect Izuku. The past couple of days had proved strange for Shota, but strangely better. For one, he no longer felt the crushing pressure of Zashi's imminent death. The guards, actually wanting to keep the Terran alive, had provided Izuku, and by proxy them, with a steady stream of food. A nervous guard would slide the same meal through the metal slot twice a cycle now. Izuku always immediately shoved the tray towards them to have their fill before taking the remaining bits of fruit and meat left behind. As they taught Izuku more words, the situation they were in became more apparent. Izuku told them that he had been taken from Terra and traveled for a very long time, though as Izuku had a difficult time understanding their system of numbers with their limited resources, Shota wasn't sure how long very long was. They had also learned, through a very long and frustrating conversation of Izuku trying to understand what they were asking, and then trying to understand how to respond in the newly learned words, that Izuku and other humans did in fact have a sort of metaphysical powers. However, when they asked what exactly their power was, they gestured to the cuffs and said, "It stop." Shota had been unimpressed to say the least. But Zashi had been recovering with the new introduction of fruit, which while it wouldn't work out in the long run, was good enough to sustain them. Izuku had also said that their current captors had fed them more than the Terran's previous captors, which was extremely worrying given the amount of food they received. But the amount of organization they saw in Izuku's description of his journey, the large amount of species in cages, the auction, it told a story about a degree of criminality that would be much too large to be handled by the Intergalactic Federation, much less by Shoda and Zashi's small tracker agency. It worried Shota to no end, and then when the guards marched up to the door, drenched in armor and gripping their useless electric batons, it worried Shota even more. Izuku glanced at them when the guards barked out a "Get up, Terran." And Shota took great care to shake his head pointedly in the Terran sign for no. Fighting now would put them at a disadvantage by having restrictions tightened around them. They could very well take away their food as punishment. Being on their best behavior was key to being put in a more defensible position. They had to wait for the right opportunity to strike. Izuku rose to feet with an air of grace that shouldn't have fit on a creature trafficked, filthy, and locked in a cell, but he rose, set his shoulders and stared the trembling guard directly in their darkened eyes. The guard looked away first. They opened the doors and pointed their stun guns at all three of them, daring them to make a move. Shoda gripped Zashi's arm in warning, but otherwise they averted their eyes and made out to be model prisoners. Pliant and SBMSSV. Izuku turned his back on the guards slowly and held his bound arms out to the guards, as if to say, "Come and take me, what the heck are you waiting for?" The guards didn't move towards the Terran until the commander barked out a forced, "Rapid! Hajo!" and 2 of the 6 guards moved forward to bodily restrain them. Izuku did not resist and followed wherever the 2 roughly tugged them. The metal door closed with a foreboding clang, and Shota thought very hard about the fact that Izuku may never return, and exactly how he felt about that. The guards pulled Izuku down the hall and out of their sight, and Shota sagged against the wall. In the small time that Izuku had been with them, only 6 cycles, they had come to re-evaluate their opinions on Terrans. At first, they were rightfully terrified. Zashi and him had grown up hearing horror stories about Terrans. People had called the race savages, and Zashi had a cousin who had been killed on Terra after being captured. However, Shota had come to realize that the actions of Terra as a whole didn't mean Izuku. Izuku had been unreasonably calm and courteous in the face of being trafficked and removed from their home. Izuku had revealed that before he was abducted, he didn't even know that life on other planets existed. Shota didn't know how this was possible given the sheer amount of bodies that had disappeared on their missions to Terra. And now Shota was attached. He was officially attached ever since he had learned that Izuku wasn't even mature. He was a kid, alone in space. "We're going to get out of here. We're all going to get out of here," Shota promised Zashi, who only gave him a look. And well, Shota knew, saying that meant nothing, not when he had been saying it every day and it had yet to come true. "Well, Shota dear, when you expect the worst, you won't be disappointed," Zashi responded, upturning his nose at him. Shota growled under his breath, "The little sheet." "What I said, Zashi. I'm full of sheet most of the time anyway." "Well, you said it, not me." "Hey!" Shota growled, pacing the floor in front of the bars, from where he had watched the guards march Izuku away. "Don't do that, Zashi, I know this is rough." "That's an understatement," Zashi mumbled from where he laid propped up against the wall. "But we need to come up with an actual plan, no more, 'We're gonna get out of here, I promise.'" Shota stepped closer to him, and he stubbornly looked away. "We need to work together, I know you're tired and hungry, and ready to think the worst." Zashi glared at him. "I sense a but coming? That's the thing we do. I think the worst and try to figure a way out despite it, And you give me all the things we do have. You give me hope. Shota huffed and sat back down in front of bars, unable to watch Zashi be pessimistic. It was unnerving. I need your brand of optimism right now, because I can't think of a single way out. Zashi was quiet behind him, then he heard a large, trilled sigh. You, my heart, are an idiot, Zashi declared, and Shota drooped with the tone his voice held. Light, playful, and Zashi. Acknowledged. But what for this time? We already have a way out. I estimate they'll be back by the end of the cycle. Zashi replied. You think Izuku will free us? Shota asked, more warily when he saw the glint in his husband's eye. Izuku has electrical resistance to the guards' tasers, to the electrified bars, a metabolistic advantage to their tranquilizer, great strength despite starvation, and a hidden power which is only stopped by those cuffs. Zashi replied in a voice that screamed, Do I really have to spell it out for you? Do you really think that the overhaul can keep us here? Shota, reluctantly, conceded to his husband's superior logic. So let's plan. He sighed and dropped to the floor in front Zashi, bringing their foreheads together in a brief moment of apology. Zashi trilled softly in return. Later that cycle he heard the loud commotion of a group of guards stomping down the hall. Shota held his breath in the hope that Izuku would return to them. He got as close to the humming bars as he dared to, watching for any sign of green among a thrall of brown. Then they finally stopped in front of the doors, and they held Izuku's arms behind his back. The guns, the bars opening, the barks of orders, all the same. Except when the guards left the cell, the guns and the tasers pulled away and the door shut with a deafening clang, the Terran relaxed their rigid stance and, staring directly into Shota's eyes, removed their arms from their back. They rotated their shoulders, then slowly brought their hand up in a slow movement and waved it back and forth in front of them. Hello, they said, teeth bared once more. Izuku wanted to know what deity he had set off to get stuck in space jail. Really, he thought that he wasn't that bad of a guy. He was training to be a hero, to help people. Who decided that wanting to help people and being the ultimate good Samaritan warranted this degree of punishment? Starvation? Imprisonment? Shitty guards? Double check. Izuku wished he were Kaken sometimes. Kaken was so amazing. He would have yelled, die, and killed all the aliens that kidnapped him, if they were even able to get that far. Then he would have stolen their ship and taken it for a joyride around the solar system. Izuku wasn't Kaken. Maybe that was why he was being punished. Even with one for all running through his veins, he would always be weaker, always be behind, never strong enough to protect them. He remembers reaching for Kaken as he was pulled through Kurogiri's warp portal and thinks, yeah, that checks out. Kaken, like him, had gotten himself kidnapped by the League. Kaken almost got himself out in less than 2 days. Izuku failed to beat his record. Maybe Izuku can survive this, return to Earth and finally say, I am here. Finally measure up, stay alive and stand equal. However great of a thought, this was much easier in theory than in practice. He would have to figure out what the aliens wanted from him, figure out how to escape them using this knowledge to his advantage, know how to pilot a spacecraft and how to navigate it back to Earth. None of these things were something he could do while stuck in a cage with his hands tied behind his back and malnourished. So, he needed help. Kaken wouldn't have needed help, his mind said helpfully. Shut up, he said back. At least he wasn't hallucinating anymore. He wondered what had caused that, the tranquilizers they shot him with to keep him docile? The isolation? The lack of sensory input? Izuku didn't know, but he hadn't seen Shigaraki in the corner of his eye since he had been put on auction, and he counted the small blessings that life gave him. Maybe it was the aliens that kept the hallucinations at bay. He was put into a cell with 2 others. The one that got the muzzle off his face, his name a shushing sound with weird clicks, and the one that looked like a humanoid yellow bird whose name was a literal whistle. He named them Eraserhead and Present Mic in his head for his own sake. Eraserhead had a semi-transparent wrapping around his neck that reminded Izuku of Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon. Present Mic had a loud, powerful screech. And well, enough said. Not to mention that Izuku had heard Aizawa-sensei refer to Yamada-sensei as an overgrown cockatoo when he thought no one was listening. Izuku wondered if he would ever see them again, and if he could tell them that they have cool space versions. Shoda, can you teach me the word for person that teach? Izuku asked in the alien's language. He racked his brain to even remember the word for person. What he would do to be able to write any of this down. It was worse than learning English, because at least in English class they could keep notes. All the notes that Izuku had were in his brain, and his brain didn't want to translate the weird little clicks and whistles into words. The correct way to say that is, "Oh Kami." Izuku was tired of hearing that phrase. Shoda, can you teach me the word for a person who teaches? Eraserhead replied, Aizawa-sensei would have liked him? Them? Alien Eraserhead liked torturing Izuku almost as much as Aizawa-sensei did. Izuku felt so homesick. And the word for that is, Izuku strained to decipher the word. It was strange, like a KKT sound followed by a click, then a humming noise that was reminiscent of MMM but with variable pitch and a shallower intonation. He tried it around his mouth, sounded it out slowly, and found that his mouth didn't like to transition from the clicking noise to the MMM as quickly as he would like. Not to mention that the word for teacher was completely different from teach. This language was built to kill him. Not space, not starvation, not getting beaten, chained, or eaten. Having to learn an entire new language in this short of a time frame would be the culprit to his untimely demise. And well, he might be overdramatic in this sense, but he felt that he was allowed to be at this point given that he was currently in space. Oh God, he didn't know the alien word for remind, my teacher. I am. No, not what he meant. Shoda, can you teach me the word for same? Remember to be the same? Eraserhead paused for a moment from where he sat beside Izuku, his claws kneading into the metal floor. His 6 limbs were arranged in various positions around him that looked mildly uncomfortable to Izuku. I do not know what you mean, use it in a. Izuku scrunched his nose. He hadn't heard that last word yet, but he was pretty sure it meant sentence. He sounded it out quietly, and Eraserhead gave his nod of approval on the pronunciation. Make me remember home. Teacher in home. Izuku said slowly. He was pretty sure he kept mixing up the prepositions, but he really didn't care about them. The word is remind. That didn't sound too hard. It was near the word for need, with 2 additional clicks. Do you remind me, love? My teacher in home. At home. Gosh, he knew he messed up the preposition. Eraserhead was silent for a moment before responding, the reply resonating through his bulbous purple maw. How are we the same? How do I remind you of him? Izuku understood the first part, but he had trouble deciphering the meaning of the second. He responded anyway. Teacher is Aizawa-sensei. Your friend? Are a friend? Scary and nice. Izuku nearly smiled at Eraserhead before he remembered that his show of teeth had scared them before. Alien Present Mike gave a high-pitched chirp in front of them, an action Izuku had come to know as something like a laugh. Don't you think that describes you well, Shoda? Scary and nice. Present Mike chirped again, causing Eraserhead to growl next to him. It was an action that put Izuku on edge, but he knew rationally that Eraserhead would not harm him. Eraserhead said something back to Present Mike which caused him to chirp louder. Izuku hadn't learned them yet, but he had the feeling they were an insult. Izuku loved learning insults in other languages. He repeated Eraserhead's words, sounding them out slowly. The other 2 whipped their heads towards them in shock. For they were curse words. Do not repeat that. Eraserhead muttered. Present Mike started to chirp again in front of them. Why? Shoda. Teaching the kid bad. Izuku had to keep himself grinning. Is not for kids' ears. Izuku repeated the phrase again, slowly enunciating, and he was finally awarded with the knowledge of what long-suffering looks like on Eraserhead's face. Why? Say to the guards when we leave. Eraserhead just sighed in response. Chirp. Teach him the 4. Present Mike chimed. Eraserhead growled again, and Izuku thought that maybe, just maybe, he would get home. The guards came back like they always did. This time it wasn't one guard with a mega plate of food. No, it was a group of 8 guards, cloaked in armor-like skin that looked like a thicker version of an earth bug's exoskeleton. They were brown and yellow, bipedal, and a few centimeters shorter than Izuku. He tried to differentiate between them, but found no visible differences. It looked like his luck had finally run out. He had his small time to recover in peace. Now he was being summoned. Izuku had only been kidnapped twice, but with those 2 times these kinds of things became pretty obvious. A guard in the front brought their baton up towards the cell bars and let the zip of electricity crackle through it threateningly. Izuku watched from his position on the floor, eyeing them. He was pretty sure that, if push came to shove and they kept their pesky tranquilizers away, he could take them. Even more so if he didn't have his hands behind his back. Maybe this was his chance to escape. Maybe he could free himself and the others from the cell. The guard barked a shaky, but still loud, "Get up, Terran." Izuku silently thanked the other 2 for their effort in teaching him their language. At least he wouldn't be caught totally unaware. He tensed up, his shoulders bunching painfully and straining his biceps from where his arms were still bound behind his back. Maybe if he could get them to enter the cell by pretending to not understand them, they would come in, he could attack them, and then trap them in the cell instead. If they were truly afraid of him, maybe they sent the best to retrieve him, their most powerful. If they were trapped inside the cell, would the ship be defenseless? He was ready to fight them, and then he saw Eraserhead. Eraserhead rarely made eye contact with him. He assumed that it was a rude gesture to them, or maybe a frightening one, so Izuku had stopped. However, Eraserhead was deliberately meeting his eye and shaking his head. They didn't want him to fight? Did they not want to escape? Or did they know something that he didn't? Izuku was new to space. He wasn't going to act until he knew he would be successful. Eraserhead wasn't new to space, and it would be stupid to not heed his warnings. So he took a deep breath, relaxed his shoulders on the exhale, then stood up with as much dignity as he could manage. He looked who he thought to be the leader directly in the eye, unblinking, hoping that it came off as the huge gesture that he thought it meant. Whatever eye contact meant to them, the armored species looked away after a moment of his unblinking gaze, and Izuku, for the first time in months, had felt like he won something. They opened the door, slowly, like they were scared of him despite the fact that they were the ones holding the guns. And that's it, they opened the door. Not one of them moved further. Izuku felt like rolling his eyes. Mineta would have been braver and has been braver than these people. Despite all of his instincts warring against him, he turned his back on the guards and offered his bound hands to them. One of them yelled something, and he finally heard them approach and then gripped the back of his wrists. Thankfully, they didn't see the need to sedate him, or else he would have had another killer headache like the one he woke up with. He wondered where they were taking him as they marched him out of the cage, but eventually stopped trying to think about it. It wouldn't make a difference. He briefly considered asking them, but he doubted they would tell them and he didn't want to make them angry. He would find out soon anyhow. They marched him through a couple hallways. They didn't bother to blind him. Amateurs. He noted the path they took, tried to look around him and note their different rooms without notifying the guards of what he was doing. Most of the floor was silver with copper accents. Iron? Aluminum? Some sort of alloy, probably. Izuku didn't even know if the material would be relevant, but he noted it anyway. He noted that there were several closed rooms, closed by what looked like a latch instead of a knob. Could they be easily opened? Would they have surveillance inside in case of an escape? Were they the personal rooms of the guards? He must have slowed his stride some while lost in his thoughts, and the alien behind him jostled his arm roughly. A little aggressive for someone who was too afraid to meet his eye. He suppressed the urge to growl. Finally they stopped in front of a thin door, which the alien in the front opened quickly and marched them through. The new room was about the size of Izuku's dorm room, circular with white wall and a round pool in the center which held a water-like black liquid. Izuku did not like that at all. The Terran is too, he heard the guard rasp from his left. Will not him when there is. Put him in. Izuku did not like that at all. The guard pushed him forward, motioning towards the pool, but Izuku straightened like a rod of iron. He knew these guards were weak, and it would take all 8 of them to push him in that pool of dubious black soup. No, he said lowly. The guards all jumped in surprise, but the one behind him recovered and pushed him forward once again to no avail. In, said the guard once more harshly this time. What is in there? He asked, trying his best to pronounce the words cleanly and firmly. The guards looked back and forth between each other, then the one to his right responded. It will you. Izuku didn't know that word, and he hoped that the missing word wasn't kill or dissolve. It looked like a pit that would dissolve. Do not know that word, Izuku admitted, and the guards once again looked back and forth amongst themselves. Maybe they weren't expecting the terrifying alien they have in their captivity to ask for a grammar lesson. Were they expecting him to be a wild animal? Thankfully, one of the aliens took a dirty cloth out of a pack positioned on his waist and dipped the yellowish-stained cloth into the black pool. The cloth came out blindingly white and completely sterile. Izuku got the gist of what they were trying to say to him, but he wondered exactly how harsh the cleaning fluid in the pool would be to his skin, and how little the aliens behind him would care. Will it hurt? He asked, something like trepidation thick inside his throat as he made the appropriate guttural noises and clicks that the language required. No. Get in. Now. Izuku understood, they were quickly losing their patience, if they had any to begin with. Izuku fell to his knees by the edge of the pool and tentatively stuck his shoe into the pool. The shoe was caked in dried mud, residual blood, and was more brown than red. The shoe that was removed from the pool looked like he had just pulled it from his costume case. Izuku took a breath, and then fell head first into the pool. It was warm, was his first thought. The warmth immediately tingled against his skin and seeped into his bones like being wrapped in a blanket directly from the dryer after being outside in the cold. Counterintuitively, that immense feeling of comfort put Izuku extremely on edge. It felt like giving up, giving in. It felt like his mother was reaching forward, embracing him and telling him that everything was okay. He was safe now. He shut his eyes as tight as he could, pursed his lips to not let anything inside his mouth. He kicked upwards and hauled himself over the edge of the pool in a maneuver way more difficult without the use of his hands. He felt like crying, like screaming. It was too much, that warmth. It felt sickeningly sweet inside his mind. It felt almost like Shinso had used his quirk on him and almost rendered him motionless. He had only spent moments in the pool, but when he removed himself from the black water, he was completely and utterly stripped of all dirt, oils, and everything in between. Get up, Terran. He heard, but his eyes were still closed and he didn't exactly feel like moving. He let out a breath and opened his eyes, hoping that whatever liquid that was didn't burn out his corneas. Thankfully he seemed to be completely dry? Yeah, whatever, alien magic cleaning water. He would ask alien Eraserhead and Present Mike if he was taken back to the cell. He got unsteadily to his feet, and another one of the guards quickly grasped his bound hands and pushed him forward out the door. He was still relatively uncoordinated from his little swim, so he stumbled, but thankfully the guard just pushed him forward again and barked out an order that was probably something akin to get a move on, but Izuku was still too out of it to understand. They marched him forward for another few minutes. Were they taking him to the other side of the ship? Izuku's legs had been in relative disuse for a very long time, and he was momentarily depressed by the fact that a less than a 5-minute walk had already worn him out. He would never be able to use one for all in this state, never mind if he got the cuffs off. They stopped at a large, ornate door. It was ringed in gold and had fractal patterns all around it that would look beautiful if he wasn't a kidnapped victim of what he was pretty sure was a space mafia. Now they just looked tacky. The doors opened and the guards slowly walked him inside. The atmosphere felt tense. Why was everyone so tense? Oh no, he was about to meet the boss. This has happened 2/3 of the times that he's been kidnapped, and in every movie he's ever watched. He's even pretty sure that Kaken had met the boss. Izuku very much did not want to meet the boss, pretty please. So they met the boss. The guards behind him marched him up around 3 meters in front of a large, tackily ornate throne. There was no other way to describe it. He was standing in front of a throne. Was this a space thing? Do people normally have thrones? Was this guy a king? Izuku, not wanting to piss off the big guy, kept his eyes to the ground. Getting into a staring contest now would probably get him killed, or at least hurt. He looked at the guy's feet, black boot-like shoes and golden lace. His clothes were shaped like a silver poncho with intricate designs, the same fractal pattern at the door. Once again, tacky. Terran. The boss alien spoke, voice nearly dry. Izuku knew that he shouldn't judge the tone of an alien species by human standards, but the guy sounded completely monotone, and like he hadn't had a glass of water in a couple of days. It was a weird mix. Boring and dehydrated. Also sorta terrifying. Izuku swallowed and lifted his head, carefully staring at the back wall behind the other's head. "My name is Izuku," he replied evenly, trying desperately to match the monotone voice in its cadence in the hope to not show his fear. "Izuku then." The man's voice sounded very disinterested in the fact that he had a name. But perhaps that was because his voice sounded disinterested in everything. He was a large being. His skin was blue-gray, thin in some places and bulbous in others. From where a human mouth would normally lay, a beak-like protrusion nearly 2 feet laid instead. The man's 3-fingered hand caressed something to the side of him. It took a moment for Izuku to notice a small shape to the man's side. He was caressing their head, it seemed. It was a small humanoid figure with white hair, or fur. Their skin was a toneless dark pink. A small horn protruded from their forehead. They almost looked human. In the age of quirks, they could have passed for one. They also looked terrified. Izuku forced his eyes away from them. He knew that no matter how much he wished to sweep her up and run, that he really didn't know anything. He would continue to know nothing unless he asked for answers. "My name is Chisaki," the man said at last, letting Izuku's eyes roam about. The man's hand was still petting the other alien's head like they were a cat. The display unnerved Izuku, even more so given that the other alien was the size of a human child. Izuku didn't know if they were a child or not, but the fact that they looked like one gave Izuku very bad vibes. "I am the of this ship." "Hello, Chisaki." He didn't know what the other word meant in the middle, but he was pretty sure it amounted to leader. "You are an." The other man, who he dubbed to be Alien Yakuza Guy, in his own language, spoke softly. Izuku didn't like the guy's tone, but he also wasn't sure if that was just the guy's voice. "I do not know that word," he admitted hesitantly. Sue him, he started this language less than a week ago, and without a direct translation to Japanese, it was slow going. "Not important." The other said, then he spoke very slowly. "What is important is that you understand this." Izuku parsed through the words, then nodded. "You are mine now." His tone was deadly, and the suddenly cold presence seemed to suck all of the oxygen out of the room. "This is your only." Izuku's mouth was dry. "I do not know the last word." "It means that if you try anything." His hand tightened on the little creature's head from where he was petting them, twisting the hair up in his claw-like fingers painfully. The little creature cried out, but quickly silenced themselves and started to shake. "I will not to kill you." "Well, that part was clear. I understand." His voice was surprising even for how fast his heart was pounding. "I do not fight." "But you will." Izuku didn't like the sound of that, not at all. "There is one thing that Terrans are good for." "You want me to fight?" Izuku asked slowly. Yakuza Guy's eyes thinned to slits, and Izuku was struck with the urge to take a step back, but the guards behind him were still holding on to his wrists. In time, the man finally released the other alien's head from his grip, and he resumed to pet their heads soothingly, as if it weren't tight in his grasp moments before. "On to other you haven't been eating." Izuku was struck with a sense of whiplash. The coldness that was in the room was swept away, and all that was left was a sense of confusion. Not to mention he could barely understand what the man was saying. "I eat," Izuku said slowly, not really understanding. "You bring food, I eat. The ant in your cell, they still live. You have not eaten them, you feed them." Wait, did they want him to eat alien present Mike and Eraserhead? Why on earth? Izuku was about to say something, anything, but nothing came from his mouth. He gaped, mouth opening and closing several times, unable to respond. "Answer me, Terran." Izuku shook his head and resisted the urge to glare at the alien Yakuza Guy. "I do not eat." Izuku said insisted, "Really? I see, you cannot fight them with your limbs." He motioned the guards to unchain him. He felt uncomfortable heat next to his wrists, like touching a stove stop not nearly cool enough. He gritted his teeth to stop himself from making any noise. Were they really freeing him? Just like that? That easy? After a moment, The quirk-suppressing cuffs fell to the floor with a muted clang. He couldn't stop himself from gaping. "I thank you, Chisaki." He forced himself to say, still shaken. "They were to hurt me. I am free of this pain now. So it really was that easy. Good, now you can eat," he said, leaning back and seemingly languid in his chair, hands still stroking the little creature's hair. God, that was so creepy. They were coming with them when they busted out of this hellhole. Okay, so he was expecting Izuku to eat alien present Mike and Eraserhead now. That was fine, that was great. He wanted to throw up. He was going to correct the Yakuza guy that no, he would not be eating his friends in the very near future, thank you very much, but he then decided to not poke a sleeping bear. Get this back to his cell, we are done. The Yakuza guy made a little go-away motion with his claw-like hand. The guards behind him gripped his newly freed arms tightly. Izuku hadn't even moved them from their previous position, nearly forgetting that the cuffs were gone. Izuku silently wondered if he would be able to move them forward after so long behind his back. The guards marched him out of the room briskly, and his legs felt wobbly as they pulled him along. Izuku had just waved into the abyss, and the abyss waved back. He was going to take a long nap after this. In a daze, they stopped in front of Izuku's usual cell. Eraserhead and Present Mike sat unperturbed inside, to Izuku's great relief. He watched as they punched in the security code to the door. They did it right in front of his face, out in the open. Their security was terrible. Izuku could reach through the bars and reach the pad. Izuku felt brief indignation that they were making it so easy to escape, and it wasn't in their best interests to continue to underestimate him. It confused Izuku to no end. They were unrelentingly terrified of him with how nervous they were to make contact, but they made no precautions to immobilize him. He was getting mixed signals. The guard behind him shoved him back inside the cell. His back ached from the force of the push. He struggled to regain his balance, which usually wasn't an issue with how weak these guys were. That talk with the Yakuza guy had messed him up somehow, like the physical presence in the room was palpable, leaving him disoriented. He gave a weak huff at them as they slammed the door behind them. He heard the buzz of the electricity return to the bars, and suddenly felt like laughing. He was pretty sure that he was 2 minutes from a mental breakdown. Instead of laughing or crying really, Izuku slowly rolled his shoulders. "Cammy, that hurt." He slowly brought his hand up and waved for the first time in 2 months, grinning ear to ear at Present Mike and Eraserhead. "Cammy, maybe he will get out of here." "They're gone," Zashi finds himself saying, after a moment staring at the Terran's bare arms. "Gone." The Terran confirms, inspecting their own wrists, the deep red indentations around them from where the metal had dug in for a long time. Izuku looked different upon their return. He was clean. Was that why they were taken? To be cleaned? Why would the guards bother to clean him? "Your power, you can use it now?" Shoda asked from where he sat in front of him. And well, that was on Zashi's mind too. Izuku had said that the cuffs had stopped his power. Did Izuku have it now? Would this allow them to escape? Izuku suddenly clenched his fist in front of his face seeming to scrunch. He wasn't too great at interpreting Terran facial expressions yet, but he was pretty sure the scrunching was a bad sign. They do not know." Izuku swayed where he stood. He and Shoda exchanged concerned glances. "Will be so it has been? Big time. So why don't you try to use it?" Zashi asked, hesitant. Izuku's eyes looked unfocused, darting around the small cell. Was he looking for something? Izuku slowly lowered himself to the floor. Using his hands to balance himself on the ground and crawling over to brace himself against the opposite wall. The Terran didn't seem to hear the question, leaning back and closing his eyes, breathing unevenly. "Izuku?" he asked, pushing himself off the wall he was leaning against. The Terran opened his eyes. They were immensely unfocused and Zashi's concern heightened. "I am weak." Izuku's voice sounded different, rough. "If I use and not strong." Izuku paused, looking for the correct words to explain, but couldn't find them. Then he looked down at his hands and must have decided that they could explain in his stead. He brought his fingers together and rapidly brought them apart and opened them, making an accompanying whooshing noise that sounded terrifyingly ominous. "You could explode?" Shota's voice was incredulous, and Zashi had to agree. What? Was that a possibility? That he would explode? Izuku repeated the word, over and over. The Terran chanting explode, 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 several times didn't do anything to quell how fast Zashi's heart had begun to beat. I also heard ship maybe. Izuku admitted. Hurt ship in space, not good. Not good. Zashi echoed, stunned. What exactly was the Terran's power that he could explode himself and the ship? He had mostly thought the powers of the Terrans had been exaggerated for fear-mongering. You are powerful? Shoda asked him. Izuku sat quietly for a second, trying to find the right words to answer. There is a Terran most powerful. The Terran said something else in his native language that neither he nor Shoda could catch. They hit, destroy, city? City. He does not, he is kind, but he can. Neither he nor Shoda were capable of responding to that. Did Izuku just tell them that the most powerful Terran was capable of leveling a city with one hit? I have this power. Izuku said, like it was normal to admit to someone that he had the power of leveling a city. But I am weak, when take an kid I am kit. Not use big power. They sat there in shocked silence for what seemed like an eternity. Izuku didn't look at them, his green eyes were planted directly onto where his hands were curled gently into his lap. Only moments later his eyes shot back up to make direct eye contact with Zashi, unwavering. I will sleep. Now, said the Terran. I am tired. Zashi could only nod, then watched as Izuku slid his back down the wall until he had curled onto his side in a small ball, using his hands to support his head. The only thing he could think was, what the F? Izuku wasn't asleep for long until he began to shake. He didn't know why. Obviously he wasn't an expert of Terran biology. Were they sick? In distress? Zashi inched closer to them, being careful to not make any noise to avoid waking the other. The Terran's lips were moving strangely, as if they were mouthing words, but not speaking them aloud. Their whole body was vibrating, tense and violent. What's happening? He whisper-screamed to Shoda, who huffed in response, as if to say, I've got no effing clue. Zashi debated whether or not he should try to wake them up. They had been excited earlier. However, whatever this state was could be dangerous to the Terran. On the other hand, it could be completely normal and waking them up could be detrimental to their health. Zashi had no idea which action, or inaction, to take. Finally he decided that waking the Terran up wouldn't be so bad. They could always go back to sleep, they never seemed to have an issue with sleeping before. Surely if Zashi woke them up it would be safer to ascertain that they were all right and then let them go back to sleep. So he reached forward, touching the Terran's arm lightly to jostle them. The tips of his claw pads rested on their arm for only a moment. And then everything went downhill from there. Zashi watched in muted horror as Izuku's eyes snapped open, electric green crackling with the intensity of a dying star. He was on his back before he even realized that Izuku had moved, his breath knocked from his lungs and dazed. Looking up he found Izuku hovering over him with an expression like a wild animal. Initially, he had figured that Izuku baring their teeth was an act of aggression instead of an expression of joy. He had learned to interpret that as happiness rather than thinking he was about to be attacked. However, the growl that rumbled savagely deep in the Terran's chest made it clear that Izuku baring his teeth now was nothing but pure wrath. Zashi was reminded of those dull teeth ripping into their raw meat. Electricity seemed to arc off them in waves, rippling in an organic rhythm he couldn't hear. The cell glowed green, and all Zashi felt was considerable heat. He turned his head and closed his eyes, waiting like prey about to be ripped into. A moment passed, then another. A couple more. The growl stopped, the body above him tensed. Zashi dared not to breathe, but let one eye peek open in trepidation. Izuku was still braced on top of him, but the electricity had stopped, the heat had stopped burning like touching hot ash. Izuku's eyes no longer shined a toxic green, but were instead dazed and clearing. Then they locked eyes with Zashi and he couldn't describe how he knew the depression on the Terran's face was pure, unadulterated horror. They ripped themselves off of Zashi. The movements gave Zashi emotional whiplash. The cold of the cell's air replaced the blistering heat that he once felt with Izuku pinning him to the floor. Izuku's back hit the wall with an audible clang and Zashi could finally feel himself breathing again. Izuku was crying out, distressed, knees to their chest. Their now free hands were now covering their face. They were repeating the same word over and over in broken standard, voice cracking. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Zashi, still dazed, tried to pry himself off the floor, but fell back down as his wings failed to properly support his weight. He felt arms reach behind him and drag him backwards away from Izuku. Shoda. Zashi, did he hurt you? Shoda's voice demanded from behind his ear. His husband had pulled him into his side, two of his limbs bracing Zashi's ribcage. He failed to respond, still staring at the Terran who had begun to rock back and forth. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Zashi. Fine. He snapped, involuntarily. He didn't hurt me. It didn't look that way to me. Shoda growled, pulling him closer to his chest so tightly Zashi could scarcely breathe. He attacked you. It wasn't on purpose. Zashi regretfully pushed Shoda's arms away, but the constriction had begun to hurt. He fretfully waved a wing in Izuku's direction. Look at him. Sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm fine, go see if he's all right. He ordered. Shoda in a breath, obviously not wanting to go near the panicking Terran. But Zashi also knew that there was no way he would let Zashi approach him. Frustrated, his husband let him go and creeped towards the Terran. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Izuku. Izuku. Shoda tried to catch his attention, but the Terran just kept their head in their knees and continued to rock, their arms wrapped around their legs. Izuku, calm down, kid. It was like they didn't hear them, or perhaps didn't care. Shoda's paw hovered near Izuku, but after what happened to Zashi he was obviously hesitant to touch the Terran. He made the decision not to touch him, instead sitting down near him and talking to him in a low, soft voice that Shoda would reserve for panicking kits. Well, Izuku was a panicking kit. It didn't seem to work, nothing seemed to be getting through. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Then he got an idea. Izuku was new to standard, they could barely understand them when they weren't a panicking ball rocking in the corner, there was no way they could understand them now. Shoda. Say something in Terran. He called out. I don't know anything in Terran. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Zashi did, he remembered one thing that the Terran said. They said it with reverence right after saying, the most powerful Terran. Say All Might. Shoda took the hint and began whispering the Terran word to Izuku. And miraculously it worked. Izuku gradually began to calm down. They stopped repeating the word, sorry, over and over. Zashi never wanted to hear that word again, especially not from Izuku. The tight clutch that they had had on their folded legs loosened considerably, but their knees stayed firmly planted into their chest. Zashi knew exactly what had just happened to Izuku, he just didn't know that Terrans could apparently have panic attacks. He scooted closer to Izuku, hands hovering over Izuku's arm. Izuku's breath came in short pants, but he was considerably calmer than a few moments ago. Izuku, can I touch you? He asked softly. Izuku's breath caught, and after a few moments, tentatively began to nod. Zashi rubbed their shoulders soothingly, shushing the still shaking kit. Izuku finally raised their head, opening reddened eyes that were leaking water. Were they supposed to be doing that? I'm sorry, they said again. The word grated on his nerves. Just don't. No more sorry. He muttered, still rubbing the kit's shoulder. Hurt? Zashi okay? They asked, tone remorseful. Zashi nodded back at them, Everyone's okay, kit, you didn't hurt me. He told them, not even having to lie. He was fine, his back hurt some but that wouldn't last half a cycle. What happened, Izuku? Izuku seemed to still be dazed and they took several moments to decipher what he had said. He closed his eyes and muttered something in Terran before responding. I sleep. I do not know the word. See things and sleep. Wake and fear not gone. Izuku's head hit the cell wall with a loud thump. I don't know what you mean. Zashi admitted. Neither me or Shoda see things when we sleep. Is this normal for Terrans? Yes. They muttered. I have big fear. Big fear not normal. Well, to Zashi that made complete sense. How many Terrans had been trafficked and then locked into a cell? He hoped there weren't many. Although, what didn't make sense was that they could be tormented in their sleep as well as upon their wakening. How unfair was that? Well, don't be afraid, Zashi said, and he could see Izuku mouthing the word afraid, then mouthing something in Terran. You're the scariest thing around here. You may be weak now, but you could kill everyone on this ship easy. Izuku met his eyes and swallowed. And that is what I'm afraid of. Shota wasn't someone who lived his life run by his emotions. He made his decisions based on logical assumptions. When he trained to be a ranger in his youth, it wasn't out of an emotional need to be in space, to explore the universe. There was intellectual curiosity, of course, but the choice had been purely logical in the assumption that the future career would suit his biological capabilities. However, this did not hold true in the case with anything pertaining Zashi. His actions regarding his husband bordered on highly illogical, a primal need to ensure the safety of his beloved. Seeing the Terran kit pin Zashi to the floor had not incited a rational response in Shota. Shota's instincts screamed at him to take out the predator, neutralize him for attacking his beloved. He nearly assaulted the Terran, Izuku, before they removed themselves from Zashi's person. He was quickly learning that Terrans were more complicated than he had feared. Izuku was still recovering from their breakdown, backed into a corner and slightly shaking. Shota wondered if this was an involuntary muscle response. What evolutionary function would it serve? Unimportant, there were more important things to consider. It might not bring more food. Izuku spoke, cutting through Shota's careful contemplation of their circumstances. They what? His throat constricted as Izuku met his eyes, face carefully devoid of emotion. They might not bring more food. Izuku repeated, clenching a fist where it laid on their knee. Why? Of course Shota could infer, but he would rather not have his fears confirmed. They hadn't brought the scheduled food this past cycle. The captain, Chisaki, wants me to eat you. And well, Shota wished that he was better at reading Terran facial expressions, because he had no idea what Izuku was going to do about this fact. He knew that Izuku wasn't going to eat them, obviously. Izuku was starving before and hadn't laid a hand on them. Also, Izuku had met the captain of the ship, an interesting development. Chisaki, interesting. We had assumed so. Shota replied solemnly. I don't know the word. I have a plan? Will take some time to say. Izuku spoke slowly, enunciated clearly, causing Shota to unintentionally hang onto every word. You have a plan? To escape? Shota asked, near incredulous. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. So I eat you but don't eat you. Izuku began and then paused, considering. What? Didn't you hear them, Shota? Obviously they said that they are going to eat you, but not eat you. Zashi cut in, like the little sheet he was. Shota shot him a dark look. Sorry, Izuku was cut off. What did I say about that word? Zashi, for the care of Betrayal. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Izuku. They all stared at each other for a few moments before the Terran did something unexpected. They let out a peal of sound that was unexpectedly loud, nearly sounding like a yip repeated over and over. They gripped their stomach and continued to make the noise. Were they in distress? Eventually they stopped, and he and Zashi continued to stare at them, utterly confused. Izuku was breathing loudly, staring back at them, baring their teeth in what Shota recognized as their expression of joy. We should get back to the plan. Shota suggested feebly. Plan? Yes. Izuku looked to be thinking hard. I seem to eat you, have eaten? I seem to have eaten you. You escape and find airflow thing. You don't know the word. You find way out, say to us, then escape fast. You want to pretend to eat me, I enter the vents to hide, I scout a good route out of here and see if I can requisition a ship from their arsenal, then report this to you so we can escape quickly without RNG suspicion. This is exactly what I said. Izuku bared his teeth again. Good. He said. Yes. Izuku replied, nodding. Just one problem. Izuku made an inquisitive noise. We can't get out of the cell. Shota deadpanned. This is not a problem. It's not like you can break through the bars. You said that you could explode if you used your powers. He was starting to get fed up with the Terran now. They had started to get his hopes up. I will not use powers. They do not know the word. Izuku hung their head, obviously showing signs of frustration, even to Shota's untrained eye. The square thing, to open cell, the cell. The keypad? He could hear the dryness in his voice. I know this, the keypad. Shota tilted his head. You know the keypad code, to open the door? Yes. Shota stared at him. You can open the door, and you're only saying this now. Yes. Of course, being able to reach through the cell bars, Izuku could easily reach the keypad and type in the code. Izuku was unconscious the first time he had come in through the door, but not the second. He must have learned the code when he last entered. The guards hardly watched them. They had patrols that walked by 6 times a day that barely looked inside the cell unless to see that there were people inside. The plan could actually work. Won't they expect there to be, remains? They would expect to see Shota's bones. Zashi's face turned a concerning shade of green. I say I eat. Izuku bared his teeth again, and no, Shota didn't care how much he cared for the Terran. That was terrifying. This might actually work. Izuku nodded, then he stopped baring his teeth, his face turning to the shape that was usually reserved for trying to think of the correct word. There is other thing, Izuku began. There is something else? Izuku nodded. They are small. They are scared and by Chisaki. I cannot not afraid they save her. Please we save her. Liquid was leaking out of Izuku's eyes again, and he hoped that the rocking wouldn't start again. Chisaki has a kit kept by his side. He shared a horrified look with Zashi. He hoped that wasn't what he thought it to be. Please. Izuku's voice was soft, it sounded strained. We'll get them out, Izuku, don't worry. We will all get out of here. Izuku stared directly into his eyes, and surprisingly, he wasn't unnerved by it. The Terran must have seen something, staring into his eyes, because they only gave him a brief nod and finally looked away. So, Zashi broke the silence. Let's do this. After a couple more hours of slowly going over the finer logistics, waiting patiently for the optimal time. They would wait till the night cycle to leave, just because he knew that the frequency of the patrols would decrease in the dark from his observations. Izuku had scouted a large enough vent for him to fit into down the hallway by sticking their head through the bars and searching. It unnerved Shota that the Terran was so electrically resistant, however it was hardly the most important thing to consider unnerving about the Terran. Darkness surrounded them when he heard the telltale sound of the keypad code being entered, the door mechanism quietly unlocking but still sounding way too loud for Shota's comfort. Izuku retreated back into the cell and sat in the corner. Shota could see the blood that they had smeared around the Terran's mouth, and he thought very hard about something other than that. Hopefully his absence from the cell and the blood on Izuku would convince the guards that Izuku had eaten him. Zashi and them would have the acting job of their lives waiting for them if they were confronted about it, but he had a feeling that once the Terran bared their blood-stained teeth, the guards would quickly become disinterested in his whereabouts. They were banking hard on the fact that they knew nothing about Terrans, including the quantity and composition of what they could eat. It would be a stretch, but it was all they had. Shota creeped forward and opened the cell door, cringing as the hinges creaked. The door swung open just enough for him to slip by, and then closed it gently behind him. He slowly approached the air vent, taking great care to trend as light as he could on his 6 feet. The air vent had latches instead of bolts, thank F-. They had been worried about that. Shota slipped into the vent as quickly as he could, his neck scarf nearly catching on the latch as he crawled inside. It made his heart beat unreasonably quickly. Shota trudged forward. The ship's landing dock was chock full of smaller ships. Near 10 escape pods were laid out by the sides, then the center held personal travel vessels, transport vessels, and even something that resembles a land vehicle. It would have been perfect, if not for the constant patrol of guards circling the center of the room. He watched them for nearly a tenth of a cycle. They didn't have a rotation in that time, and kept a steady presence around the ships. There would be no way Shota would be able to slip out of the vents and sneak through them to the main ship he was aiming for. They couldn't take the escape pods, those had extensive tracking devices and they would be immediately caught. No. The personal vessels would have been built to fly under the radar, meant for stealth, and the largest vessel could only be the captain's, so there would be no reason for the captain to install a tracking device on his own ship. If there was once, it would be easily dismantled with electrical overload, which they would do if they requisitioned a taser from a guard. The only downside was that the captain would not be happy to have his personal ship stolen, but Shoda also figured that would be an upside because they could really PSS him off. If they escaped, they would be pursued anyway. It would make more sense to leave in the ship, which most likely functioned with an antimatter core with adequate cloaking technology and strong shields. And guns, a lot of guns. But the only way Shoda could see getting past the guards was by overpowering them. So Izuku would be needed. That also meant that Shoda wouldn't be able to scope out the further security measures until they were neck deep in them. It wasn't ideal, but it was what they had. So Shoda left, needing to access other areas before he reported what he found to the others. This was the part of the mission that truly made him nervous. The captain's quarters would be swarmed with guards like a beehive around their queen. If Shoda made any noticeable noise, any unconcealed movements, he would be caught, and he and Zashi would likely soon die. That being said, Shoda edged forward in the vents, attempting to keep the dragging noises to a minimum. He knew the general direction of the captain quarters, if Izuku was correct in their observations of where the crew had taken them. However, finding the actual room he was looking for was a pain, and it took more time than Shoda was comfortable spending. He looked through a vent, and finally he saw Chisaki as Izuku had described. He looked important. Clean and well-adorned in robes he assumed were reflective of his cultural importance. His skin gleamed in a washed-out blue, like dry faded fabric. He was bathed in so much gold that it could act as a second skin. This didn't set off any alarms in Shoda. It was a seemingly normal appearance for anyone in a high station. However, what did set off all of his alarms was the hand which rested possessively on top of a small bipedal species beside him. These were Chisaki's personal quarters, meaning that for all intents and purposes, this creature was locked next to the BSTRD for every hour of the day. In order to keep himself from growling, he forced himself not to think further about what the hell the BSTRD did to them. Then he noticed the horn. So, it's a small thing. A horn on someone. It was relatively normal amongst different species to have horns. However, this was something Shoda had studied, and the further implications of the situation nearly caused him to leap out of the vent and attack the unhonored kit stealer. Shoda could tell that she was female from their hair length and pigmentation, their cultural norms well documented. She was a Ditria. Fing Ditria. Meaning that not only did Chisaki keep a small kid around as a pet, doing who knows what with her, but Chisaki kidnapped a rare and endangered, culturally revered to the point of worship, and infamously illegal to harm kit. He was no doubt using her to gain immortality, and the sudden information about the constant contact with her suddenly made much more sense and made the whole situation much more revolting. If anyone found out about Chisaki's indiscretion, he would no doubt be demolished by half of the galaxy. Shoda, being a supremely rational creature, barely restrained himself from launching himself from the vent. He listed in his head the things he would do in the order that he would do them. He would turn around, complete the survey of their escape route. He would return with the information, then theorize possible plans with Zashi and Izuku within the intervals of guards passing, hopefully creating an infallible plan of escape. In that plan, it would include murdering, or he supposed horrendously maiming would also work, the captain, and absconding to the ship dock with the Ditria kit and escaping using evasive maneuvers. He would return to headquarters, garner support from his colleagues, and destroy the entire criminal empire taking place right under everyone's noses. Or perhaps not everyone's, because something so extensive does not occur without credits put in others' pockets to look the other way. He would find a way to return Izuku home, hopefully not breaking any intergalactic laws, or being killed, in the process. He would crawl inside a sleeping pod and refuse to exit it until several cycles had passed. He swallowed, hoping the noise didn't seep through the vents, and took one last look at the scene below him before trudging forward. It went against everything he knew to not kill the man now, but he knew that he would not succeed, and they would both likely be punished in the process. He hated being rational. If there was one thing Izuku thought he would never do, It was voluntarily smear blood on his face. He had just gotten clean. He suffered through the ominous pit in the ground so cleansing he was surprised his hair wasn't white. He hadn't really noticed the piles of oil and dirt smeared onto his face until they were gone. Now that they were, he did not want to put blood back on his face. Thank you very much. Shoda had cut open his flank, a small cut, with the edge of the discarded muzzle, then had taken his own paw and offered the orange-colored blood to Izuku like some sort of twisted gift. Izuku failed to hold back a grimace, but dutifully smeared the orange blood around his mouth. When he was done, he stared back at Shoda, whose eyes were still locked on his mouth. His cellmate made a small huffing noise, a release of breath from the dotted nostrils along his snout. Inside as well, he said. Izuku really didn't want this to be the day where he drank Shoda's blood, but he really couldn't say anything because this had been his plan. He hoped that the alien couldn't give him any communicable diseases. His blood tasted like oven cleaner mixed with licorice. He gagged. Satisfied, Shoda sat back on his haunches and licked the rest of his own blood off of his paw to clean it. Izuku held back a grimace. "Do not fear, I will never eat you," Izuku told Shoda, who had finished cleaning off his paw. Izuku still had the foul taste in his mouth, like anise-flavored Windex. "As you have said," he replied, like someone whose blood tasted like cake instead. "You are disgusting," Izuku said emphatically. Thank you." And that was that. It was the night cycle when Shoda finally slipped out the door. Izuku was braced against the wall, holding himself up on either side with his hands. The hands that had finally been released from the cuffs. Perfect, unbound hands. Izuku never knew how much he had loved his hands. He was starting to feel weaker now that he had gone a cycle without the usual food. Not that he had necessarily felt strong before, what with being starved and then starving more slowly, but he had the feeling that he would be in even more danger if this plan went down badly. He wasn't worried that the aliens would try to kill them on their escape. Of course they would try. What he was worried about was if the aliens didn't kill them, but they didn't escape either. If he was dead, he was dead. If he remained in this cell until he slowly starved to death, marred by scurvy and thin as paper until his organs started to fail and his body gave out, that was the undesirable option. There were 5 ways that the plan could go. They all die. This was the mostly likely option. There was much room for failure. They get caught by laser fire, they get jettisoned out of airlock, they crash the ship, they contract a widespread alien virus. The universe had so many ways to die. They all escape. It was probably an unrealistic goal. They were more likely to all die. They escape extremely injured. Slightly less unlikely than scenario 2, but their chances of escaping at all were still extremely slim. They get caught unharmed. It was more likely that the aliens would want to catch Izuku alive than kill him. They had plans for him, and he was pretty sure that his capture came with a pretty hefty price tag. What he couldn't ensure was that Shoda and Zashi would apply to this logic, as they had already been deemed expendable by the leader. They get caught extremely harmed. Izuku would prefer option 1. He wasn't suicidal, he knew he wasn't. He would much rather be alive than dead. Preferably be alive on Earth, but really he wasn't that picky. What he knew is that he preferred a quick death to an agonizingly slow one. So Izuku silently vowed to himself that if option 4 or 5 were the only options left, and there was no end to his captivity in sight, then he would make option 1 happen. In short, he was probably going to die tonight, and with that thought in mind, he curled up on his side and tried to get some rest before. They had to fight for their lives. Izuku woke to a clang. The first thing he noticed was that it was still dark. The second thing he noticed was that his arm was asleep. The third thing he noticed was the whimpering. And the fourth thing he noticed was the guards at the door, clanging his baton against the bars. Zashi had taken to his role as the scared prey almost too well, shaking and shivering in the corner. He was whimpering exactly like Izuku would think someone stuck in a cage with the thing that just ate his husband would whimper. Impressive. He eyed the guard, who banged his baton more aggressively against the bars. It was one of the guards who looked like a cockroach met a squid and had children who were vaguely humanoid. He could take them. Where is the... Of course they were looking for Shoda. A whole person doesn't disappear from a prison cell without a couple of people noticing, but the fact that it took nearly 6 hours was nearly insulting. Izuku, taking to the role of a feral human with a strange sort of glee, growled low in his throat. Satisfaction coursed through him as he watched the guard flinch. What? I sleep. The words were thick, heavily emphasized, and terribly pronounced. This wasn't a terribly hard feat for him. Where is the guard's voice was raised, but Izuku could see his front limbs trembling. He wondered if that meant the same thing for them as it did for humans. What is word? Not know what say. He grinned at the guard, knowing full well it would be taken as an act of aggression. He dared the guard to get in the cell with him, then the guard would see exactly who was trapped with who. The other prisoner. The guard shouted. He heard Zashi whimpering behind him in response. He just made direct eye contact with the guard, knowing it would unsettle them. Other prisoner. He agreed, deadpan, pointing at Zashi. Zashi hid his face behind his wing. Not him, you the guard made a chattering noise that reminded him of the knocking of bones. R2. He replied, ecstatic. There were three. R2. The guard made a frustrated noise, banging his stick taser against the bars. Where did he go? Their voice took on a dangerous tone, high pitch, rattling. Izuku knew better than to be scared. In. Izuku answered. In where? They demanded. Izuku bared his teeth and snapped his teeth at the guard, his teeth clanging together ominously. I eat. He made direct eye contact with the guard, stared him down. He saw the hand holding the baton shake uncontrollably. Was that anger or fear? You ate him. It was a statement, disbelieving and believing all the same. Captain Free Hands. I eat. His eyes didn't leave the guards, he didn't blink. He was half your size. And? Zashi whimpered again behind him, and he swirled around and growled at him to shut up. He turned back around, still in a crouch, and stared back at the guard. The guard who looked like they were re-evaluating their life choices. If they wondered about the logistics of him eating a person half his size in 10 hours without any noticeable changes in his size, they didn't ask. Instead, the guard turned their back to them and walked down the hall. He shot up from his crouch and peered through the bars to watch the guard march away down the hall. His legs strained from the effort and quick movement, and as he straightened his back, he felt like his head tried to float away with the sudden blood rush. Whatever he felt physically, however, paled in comparison to the sense of victory that coursed through him. He twirled around on his heel to face Zashi, disbelieving. That worked. He breathed, trying to keep himself from both breaking out into hysterical laughter and crying. How did that work? Zashi, who had ceased in cowering in the corner like a scared animal, looked equally bewildered. No one wants to argue with a feral Terran. He probably thought you too stupid to understand him. Or you, which is surprising. Honestly, he was expecting that to go much worse. They stayed in bewildered silence for a few more moments before a clang down the hall brought them out of their stupor. Izuku twirled back around and brought his head through the bars to stare into the hallway. The gate to the air vent popped unceremoniously off the wall. Inside, peeping out, was a disgruntled-looking alien Eraserhead. He nodded back to Zashi, then reached out his hand to type in the cell's door code. It pushed open, and suddenly, Izuku remembered that they were all likely to die. I am here. He whispered to himself, eyes closed. He breathed for a few more moments, attempting to ground himself, before he walked through the door, Zashi hot on his heels. Izuku wished that, in all his months of UA education, Aizawa-sensei would have taught them how to crawl through air ducts. They had done so many mock battles in the fake cities, inside constructed office buildings. What none of them had ever done, however, was crawl through the air ducts. Was that a second-year skill? Did they learn that on a day when Izuku was out sick? The air ducts were tight, more so for him rather than for alien Eraserhead and alien Present Mike. In the films, air ducts were always big enough for the protagonist to climb through comfortably. In reality, Izuku lagged behind the other two quite a bit, and he couldn't feel his feet. The air ducts were also either hot or cold. They couldn't be a comfortable temperature, no. They were always either partially burning Izuku's forearms or freezing his no-fly zone. He wondered if the reason Aizawa-sensei didn't teach them about how to travel safely and quietly through air ducts was because air ducts were stupid. If he ever became a licensed hero in the future and wasn't smart enough to figure out a way other than going through the air ducts, he was quitting. But that thought also steeled his resolve, because he would have to make it home alive before he was able to yell at Aizawa-sensei. So he scraped forward, as quiet as physically possible, until the train of squished limbs and uncomfortable bodies came to a halt. He couldn't see in front of Zashi's head to look for what they stopped for, and even if he wanted to, it was practically pitch black inside the vent. He took the moment of brief rest to lay his head down upon his forearms, struggling to not breathe too heavily. This was somewhat in vain, as it had become so hot within the vent that he felt as if the oxygen had been out. He could feel the sweat roll off his forehead and seep into the corner of his eye. The salt stung and made his already hindered vision blur. He wondered how the others were faring with the sudden temperature changes. Were they equally as affected, or were they used to such things as part of their climate? Sure, it wasn't as cold as some of Earth's climates, but the sudden change from extremes made the sweat on his skin nearly freeze. He wished to ask them why they had been stopped for so long, but they had been silent for a while, only making the necessary hand gestures for basic direction. He understood this. They couldn't give themselves away, but the last 45 minutes had been spent in nothing but light breathing and accidental shuffling noises. Then Alien Eraserhead opened up the vent gate, not so much that he could see it, but he could hear it. Izuku valiantly tried to keep his heart from racing. There hadn't been much time to discuss what was going to happen. The only thing that the other had said was to follow his lead. Izuku, somehow, just had to trust that Alien Eraserhead wasn't going to get them all killed. Shoda began to speak. He strained to hear but couldn't make out the words. The man was speaking in common, however he could hear the soft clicks. Then, in a voice that was not Shoda's, a few soft words in return. He heard the rustling of fabric, the soft bow and wobble of the vent's metal, the vent gate's soft clicking. Then the others moved forward, rustling forward. Izuku had the distinct feeling that there was something that he was missing. Continuing forward for a few more minutes at a brisker pace than before, Izuku struggled even more to keep up with the others who had the distinct advantage of being the exact size to fit through the vents. Then the alarm. In his neighborhood, there had been an alarm that had rung out in the event of an earthquake. It was designed to get attention, to be obnoxious, to get people out of their beds and into safer areas. That alarm was terrible, and sometimes featured in his nightmares when he was young, but it was designed to warn. This alarm seemed like it was designed to terrify, intense, eerie, and deafening. Beyond the alarm, he could hear cries that were not his, high-pitched and terrified. It seems that their absence had been noted. His teeth ground involuntarily into a grimace, but they trudged forward. All he could see was Zashi's bare feet less than a meter in front of him. There seemed to be a source of light at the end of the stretch. Was that their destination? The ship hangar? The vent dead-ended into a single vent, a vent which he strained to hear being pushed off its hinges over the ear-splitting ring. All four of them piled out of the vent, to Izuku's great relief. All four of them. It was the girl, the one Izuku had begged Shoda to save. It seemed that he had listened. The other clutched the girl in his neck scarf, both of her hands twisted in the white lace around his neck. She was shaking, letting off soft cries that were barely audible over the alarm. Despite her obvious distress, Izuku could feel nothing but relief from the fact that she was out of the BSRD captain's grabby hands. The look the Izuku gave Shoda was nothing less than worshipping. But the moment of relief was short-lived at the charge of laser rifles and tasers. They were less than 100 meters from a viable ship. There were dozens in the hangar, small and large. They were closer than they had ever gotten to being free again, and surrounded by guards on all sides. Izuku locked eyes with Shoda, intense and resigned altogether. Despite the gesture meaning something different to his people, he held Izuku's gaze. "Go to the ship," Izuku said. "I will keep them back." "Izuku." Shoda was ready to argue, but he cut him off. "Go." No. He gestured to the girl on his chest. "Protect her." They were surrounded on all sides, dozens of guards all closing in. Izuku didn't wait for a response. For the first time in several months, Izuku called upon One for All, the fire that he had felt returning to his veins. Izuku knew that he would most likely break all the bones in his body, but that was a better option than letting all of them die. So, as green lightning arched off his body, flicked a finger towards the group in front of them knocked nearly all of them off their feet and flung them backwards. He barely felt the echo of pain in his finger. He didn't need to know whether he broke it. That was the least of his worries. He turned back to Shoda expecting and intense. "Go," he said, still holding the full cowl, maybe 5% at most. He knew what he looked like. The green lightning vibrating the air around him, an aura of power which he struggled to make his own. Eyes turned an electric green. Even as weak as he was, he knew that he was sometimes terrifying like this. To the aliens in which he was terrifying in his normal state, even more so. They ran, a full-out sprint towards the large ship in the middle. The path of blown-over soldiers made clear for them. Izuku eyed the remaining guards who had all taken a reflexive step back, and smirked. Then punched. Nemoto was unlike other children. He found this out early on, before it did much damage. If there was one thing that he was praised for in his childhood, it was for being quick to learn. There was, after all, not much else to praise. The reason he noticed he was different was precisely the reason that he was different. He noticed. He noticed a lot. Perhaps too much. He could catch a glimpse of a person walking by and tell what they were feeling, perhaps what they had eaten for breakfast that morning, what clothes they wore. Then he would altogether realize what all of those things would mean. There wasn't a sentient being that he met which could hide from his gaze. He would eventually figure out what their expressions meant, what their movements hid, what they hid. Everyone hid something, and even if they didn't say it, their gazes did. He learned that people often lied. Nemoto was unlike other children. For what was a child whom you couldn't lie to? Though he was unbothered for the most part. As much as the others disliked being near him, he returned the sentiment tenfold. Every time he was near another, it seemed he was too occupied with noticing them to actually notice them. If he had ever had any friends, they were quickly lost with the intensity of his gaze. Unfortunately, he was able to acutely recognize when the positive attention of others turned sour. They always seemed to be unnerved by his noticing. It was a shame, but so was the rest of existence. He was content in his life as it was, simple in his duties which played to his strength. The captain of the overhaul paid him to notice things. He didn't have to pretend to like the things that sat in the cages, nor the others who worked alongside him. He didn't have to pretend like he didn't notice the others' lies. To snuff out the dissent, the secrets, the lies, that was his job. He liked working aboard the overhaul. No matter how little his opinion was worth in this respect, he didn't put too much stock in the sentimental value of logical actions. With his reputation well known, people rarely bothered to try to lie to him, least of all the captain himself. It was like an oasis, refreshing to surround himself with those who didn't bother hiding themselves. The captain had never even lied to him. Until today. "You are a valued member of our team." What wonderful words. Chisaki seemed to say them with great relish, enthusiasm. "I know that you will raise admirably to the challenge." But he had to notice. Hand tightened into the Daitra's hair. Pattern of stress, frustration. Eyes slid left. Reminiscent, self-satisfied. Feet away from the target. Disinterest, lack of care. Sweat on brow. "Are you nervous?" Tightening of the bottom of the lip. A twitch. Forcing down a pleasure display. Tone of voice indicates a telltale mix of sincerity and insincerity. "Why are you lying?" The captain was hiding from him. He stayed in this place because he usually wasn't lied to or hid from. He didn't like it. And when have you ever gotten what you've wanted? He stared blankly forward, making differential eye contact to the captain. He didn't usually have any overabundant displays of emotion. Today would be much of the same. He lifted his right hand to him in acknowledgement, acceptance. "I will do as asked, Captain. I thank you for your words. And what they have told me. May I take my leave?" "Please do." The captain's eyes didn't track him as he left. Disinterested. Uncomfortable. He was, of course, able to acutely recognize when the positive attention of others turned sour. "You are a valued member of our team. You are a valued." But it seemed that his oasis had, well, dried up. Nemoto wasn't a person who made his decisions based on emotions. Everything he did was acutely logical. But then what, logically, was the point in staying somewhere where he wasn't valued? Taking the betrayal, the anger, the hurt away. Now that he had noticed too much, what should he do? He walked along the corridors, body not betraying a single emotion. He would complete this task. I know that you will raise admirably to the challenge, and then he would decide. He would observe, he would notice the Terran. The Terran, how imprudent of a venture. The captain thought the purchase was a great asset. He thought the Terran could be trained, molded. He had looked upon the creature which sat in the cage, gaunt-looking, covered in blood and other questionable substances, and had doubted that the captain could ever mold such a thing. Nemoto, having never interacted with the species, couldn't get a read. He couldn't notice it. It moved strangely, shook at odd times that didn't seem to connect to an emotional reaction. He couldn't read its micro-expressions. Its face was a mystery. It wouldn't hesitate to make eye contact, whether to prey or to the guards. He didn't know what emotions it felt. The way that its mouth moved, baring the teeth, was that aggression? The hair along the brow of its eye would twitch. The nose would scrunch. The throat would bob. The eyes would dart. Nervous? Scared? The strangest facet of the problem was that even when it acted with the typical predator motions of other species, the other creatures in the cell with it didn't seem scared of it. All of their sources pointed to the Terran being carnivorous, the pointed teeth, the aggressor movements, what the galaxy knows about Terrans. He was starting to realize how little the galaxy knew about Terrans. Yesterday was the first day that they took the Terran out of the cell. He had been there to observe, to notice if anything was about to go wrong. There were so many unknowns, the strength of the Terran, stamina, culture. It was becoming exceedingly clear that there was a culture. It was all information that he needed to understand its behavior, and it was information that was absent. His mind wouldn't connect the role of the shoulder bones to any behavior besides potentially aggressive. The information they had on Terrans clouded his process, and without knowing what was true, figuring it out was like thinking that the moon was a star because it glowed. But he had to know because you are a valued member of our team. He had to return with the information. He was expected to perform, whether or not it was beyond his abilities. So he walked to the cell, which held the two-weight two. The Terran slept along the wall, eyes closed and entire body lax. The skeleton was curled up, shaking in the opposite corner, whimpering. What had changed to suddenly engage in prey behavior? He banged his baton upon the cell bars, a loud clang echoing through the chamber and making the Terran jolt awake. So the Terran responds to verbal signals while at rest. To what degree? Where is the tryoff? He demanded, hating how he knew the Terran would barely be able to understand him. From what he had observed, its common skills were wildly underdeveloped. Perhaps that was why it wasn't eating its cellmates. Had that changed? What? I sleep. The Terran growled, crouched in front of the bars. Its tones indicated aggressiveness. Why were they more aggressive today than before? It made direct eye contact with him. A challenge? The green eyes held something in them, an aura of danger. He had spent much time around dangerous people. Many hid how dangerous they were, or they tried. The Terran was screaming it. Logically, he knew that he was protected from the creature. He had a blaster on his belt. A cell wall separated them. Many unknowns, strength, stamina. You will raise admirably to the challenge. Where is the tryoff? He yelled. He usually didn't raise his voice. He usually didn't need to. When he wanted answers, he observed. The Terran was unreadable, anger, annoyance. Was there deceit? What is word? Not know what say. The Terran bared its teeth. They were coated in an orange stain, the same stain which covered his mouth. Blood, the tryoff's blood. He saw blood daily. He was sometimes made to wipe it off the floors before the captain could see. Why did the sight make him unnerved? Emotion is unnecessary. The other prisoner. The Terran pointed behind him to the skeleton, who whimpered in response. Not him, you savage. The tryoff. He was starting to get annoyed now. The Terran was behaving differently. Even though he could barely understand the different signals, he could recognize that they were different. The twist of his eyes, the curve of his mouth. R2. There were three. We're 3. R2. The Terran responded. He made a frustrated noise, something which he thought he grew out of, banging his stick taser against the bars. The Terran didn't flinch at the noise. The Terran didn't seem all too impressed with his authority. Why would he? He took a calming breath, noticing how erratic his behavior was. Why was he losing control? You are a valued member of our team. Where did he go? His voice was steadier now, but no less angry. He came here to observe the Terran, and instead he was only observing how little it took to lose control. In blood, the Trialpha's blood. In where? The Terran snapped its teeth, as if taking a bite out of the air. He got the message. I eat. You ate him. It was a statement, disbelieving and believing all the same. Captain Free Hands. I eat. The Terran stared at him, unblinking. He wasn't stupid. There was no blood in the cell. The Terran couldn't have possibly eaten the Trialph in such little time. He was half your size. He responded, trying to make the Terran confess wasn't working. His tactics were useless. The Terran didn't know him, and he knew the Terran even less. And? He paused, considering. Many unknowns, strength, stamina. He wouldn't find his answers looking at the Terran, but the Terran wasn't the only creature in the cell. The skeleton was still curled up in the corner. Documented prey animal. Until they weren't. They could be vicious when needed. Hiding face and chest. Defensive behavior. Body tilted towards them. Interested, listening. Steady, even breaths. Crying out, not panicking. Whimper pattern indicates a forced reaction to stimuli, not involuntarily induced. But the Trialph had escaped, and if it could get out of the cage, then so could the Terran and the skeleton. They were planning to escape, probably tonight. They probably thought that they could fool him into thinking that the Terran ate the Trialph while they explored the compound uninhibited. And, well, given the intellectual capacity of his colleagues, they may have succeeded. Nemoto made decisions based on logic. Was it logical to disclose what he knew? He could return to the captain's quarters and tell him that the Terran would escape. He could thwart them now, even by drugging the Terran. But you are a valued member of our team. No one had ever returned from Terra once caught. They were the specters of the galaxy, who knows what they were capable of. Half of their weapons didn't work on it, and it was of his opinion that it would be resistant to training. If he foiled this escape, then there would be another, then another, and another. He had no doubt that the Terran was capable of great violence. What was more logical? The Terran was a great danger the longer it stayed on their ship. If it stayed, there was a large possibility he would die in the future. If he killed it, the captain would kill him. If it escaped, well, could the entire crew reasonably be able to fight a Terran? The longer he stayed in front of the cell, the more he realized that the Terran was capable of opening the cell. The baton in his hand felt useless. The blaster on his belt was insignificant. He no longer felt like he was the one in charge here. He knew what the captain did to deserters, but hopefully he would have his hands too full to notice his sudden absence from the ship. After all, how was it logical to stay in a place where he wasn't valued? He turned from the Terran's cell and walked briskly down the hall. Zashi hadn't run in a month. This was a fact which he remembered after he started to run. He could feel his heart pulse in his abdomen, fast and fluttering. He was so weak, but he knew that if they stopped now, they would probably die. Shoda ran on 6 legs beside him, the Dytra tucked firmly into his scarf. He fluttered his wings at his sides, attempting to gain speed to match Shoda's pace, but his feathers were too damaged to get him airborne. The path was cleared, the guards thrown backwards and off to the side. Were they alive? All that Zashi had to do was get to the ship and figure out how to start it. He heard laser fire behind him, but he didn't feel the burn of being shot, so he kept running. A body was flung over his head, smoke off of them in a residual trace of electrocution. They landed in front of their path, unmoving, dead. They jumped over them. They reached the ship that Shoda had pointed out, a huge, beautiful ship. It would be their ticket out of there, if they could start it. He leaned against the hull panting and made the mistake of looking behind him. He had begun to think that the people aboard the ship were cowards. They trembled when facing down a Terran through cell doors. But he had to hand it to them, as Izuku blew through their ranks like a vengeful spirit, glowing green and radiating a suffocating power. They stood and shot their guns like they were trained. Or maybe they were short of adequate hardware, regardless. He took a deep breath and removed his eyes from the chaos. He had a job to do: get on the ship, get out of the bigger ship, escape. He could do that. He traced a triangle on the door's pad. All ships were usually programmed with a padded entry, the trace of specific shape along the correct letters. This crew, cult, was unreasonably obsessed with triangles. He made an educated guess to what their passwords would be. A correct one. A square portion of the hull sunk backwards into the doorway and separated in the center, drifting to opposite sides. He didn't spare a glance to Shoda before launching himself inside. The interior was all hard angles, tall ceilings that abruptly tapered off into slanted walls in triangular sections. The kind where it was difficult to know where the walls ended and the ceiling or floors began. He knew that this section would also double as the pressurization chamber. He pulled a lever on the opposite side and flung into the main forum. It was a personal spaceship. That meant that it was expensive, but it also meant that it was convenient. The helm was stationed right by the living space. He pulled himself in a chair 3 times larger than himself and hovered over the controls. Shoda pulled up beside him, standing to look over his shoulder. "Do you know how to fly this?" Shoda asked, and it would have offended him that his husband was questioning his abilities if he wasn't doing the same thing at the same moment. Theoretically. And he could. He had flown many ships, so many operating systems. He was a great pilot. But usually, the buttons were labeled in common, not whatever language was used with these, most likely the captain's native language. "You can read those?" "No." "Then I don't think looking at them like you're trying to read them will help." His husband was so kind to him. Neither will pointing that out. He shot back, taking the time to shoot a look at Shoda. The thing about spaceships is that most of them were standardized. They had engines that passed through the Aeronautical Engineering Commission, usually working with the same facet of warp technology. The computer's navigational charts usually displayed passages according to the United Planets formatting. The steering was done automatic or analog and done by adjusting the degree of rotation with lateral thrusters. Without knowing the language, Zashi could tell the computer to adjust the rotation by an unknown variable, not knowing whether the vessel used standard or homage units of measure. So, without the use of the computer, he would have to fly the ship manually until they figured out the language for automation. Swallowing, he flicked 3 levers. One he knew would start the engines. Those levers were always marked with a blue band, no matter the ship. One should release the automatic safety. This one was more guesswork, but systems usually placed the automation mechanism next to the steering window. The loss of the red blinking lights around the steering column showed that his assumption was correct. The third action was to raise the shields. This was less guesswork, more aided by the enlarged shield symbol. After checking fuel levels, he turned to Shoda. "We're primed for takeoff." Shoda was messing with the computer to the side, trying to make it display in something other than a Pictionary guesswork. He did not look like he was succeeding. "Life support systems don't seem to be online," Shoda said back to him, and he realized after a moment how he knew. It was getting harder to breathe in the cabin. "Computer-controlled or analog?" he asked, scanning the boards in front of him. "A vessel like this? There will be an analog backup for safety, probably not on the main board. Look for an orange or yellow lever." He chirped, sliding off the seat and looking behind him at the silver rear wall. There was an orange lever switched in what he assumed was in the off position. It was most likely the analog life support system, but it could also jettison them out to space, or it could be a self-destruct for all he knew. He jumped up and reached the edge of the lever, dragging it down. Lights bloomed through the cabin, soft white and clinical. Zashi hadn't realized that it was so dark before. After a moment, he could feel the telltale glide of air circulation. "What now?" he asked, standing beside Shoda as he flipped through hologram screens trying to make headway. He could still hear laser fire behind him. That meant that Izuku hadn't stopped them all yet, but it also meant that they still had something to fire at. Izuku was still alive. "We have to get him out of there." Shoda's voice was soft, apologetic. Was he trying to apologize because he wanted to go back for Izuku? No, they all left together. We can do a flyby. Zashi looked over the analog board, trying to see if the ship had transporter or beaming functions. It was a long shot. Most government ships didn't even have beaming functions. Doing a flyby with manual margins? We'd tear a hole in the ship before he's inside it. Shoda nuzzled a nose into the fur of the Dytra still attached to his collar. She was so small, she couldn't have been much larger than Shota's head. We'll get closer, remain stationary, and grab him through the airlock. He chirped and slid back into his seat, placing his hands on the lateral thrusters. Too little pressure and they wouldn't leave the ground. Too much and they would end up careening through space. Try to set up external footage through the computer. He swallowed. Take off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He pushed the thrusters into hoverdrive. And nothing happened. Shoda hummed low behind him while he was silently freaking out. Why weren't they in the air? Was there a security system they needed to disengage? Did they not? Did you disengage the inertial dampeners? Shota's dry voice spoke up from behind him. His fingers twitched over the thruster keys as he silently cursed himself. He looked over the analog board before finding a switch that was labeled in striped green and red. They immediately lurched into the air. He had left the parking brakes on. He increased move to the left side by minuscule margins and listened as Shoda chuckled behind him. Shut up. He said non-committally. Don't listen to him, Eri. Those your age and station shouldn't have to listen to such foul words. Oh, it's all right, Mr. Shoda. I've heard worse. A soft voice responded. It was high-pitched, but instead of shrill, it was unnaturally melodic. The silence that followed the Dytra's response was near uncomfortable. Zashi swallowed and moved on. It seemed like he had to do that a lot these days. Approaching conflict site. You're going to have to manually open the airlock for him. The hull shook a few times as they approached. Their shields were taking laser fire, but they should hold. After a moment he had a lapful of Dytra, who stared up at him with big round red eyes. He held her gaze for a moment, then turned to his husband. Shota tilted his head as if to say, "Protect her." As if he had to be told to do so. His nostrils dilated as he huffed a breath, and then retreated back through the cockpit's door. His gaze swept back to the child in his arms, nearly lost. "Hi." He nearly squeaked. "I'm Zashi." She was still staring up at him, so small, so seemingly innocent. He could understand, right then and there, why half of the galaxy would die for them. "Hi, Zashi." Her voice was small, high, but so clear. It rang through the cockpit as if it could travel through space. "I'm Eri." "Hi, Eri." He breathed, nearly overwhelmed. "You ready to get out of here?" She shook then and buried her head into his chest. He could feel her small horn poke lightly into the feathers at his chest. It made it feel more real. He wrapped his wings around her, trying to shake along with her. It made it feel infinitely more real, the warmth seeping into his chest that made him feel like he would succeed, that he would get home. That soon they would all be safe. He knew that feeling was artificial. He knew what contact with a Dytra did to other species. They could make others calm, feel safe, and be kind. Everything about their species protected them from harm, their looks made them revered, their calming touch praised. But, for so many like Eri, that came with the price of being hunted like cattle by the few who dared. "Thank you, but you don't have to, honey." She really didn't. She could choose who to give her gift to. He didn't want to take advantage of her, not like those men did. She didn't respond to that, but pulled back nonetheless, and stared into his eyes. With the Terran making direct eye contact, he felt uncomfortable, like someone was about to attack him. Eri staring him in the eye made him feel like she was staring directly into his soul. He didn't know what to call the feeling, but he wouldn't label it to be uncomfortable. Felt like staring into space, watching the stars pass by. The world was so big, and that could be frightening, but it also meant that there was so much to explore. He swallowed, shaking himself out of the feeling. The moment was interrupted when something bigger than laser fire hit the ship. The hull shook violently, making Eri cry out in distress. He felt it in his chest, like a phantom pain, when she cried out. He wondered if Izuku was okay. He's pretty sure that was a body that was tossed at them. It's fine, Eri, they'll be here soon, you don't have to worry. He told her in the most calming voice, which was difficult when he didn't exactly feel calm. But, well, it wasn't about him. She kept shaking, her eyes darting all around, like she couldn't find something to focus on. There's so much hurt. Her voice shook. He closed his eye, dismayed. Dytras could sense when others were in distress. He could hit himself with how panicked she would be, surrounded by death. It will be over soon. He swallowed. He didn't want to promise something that he didn't know with certainty. Then no more hurt. She stared at him, like she was unsure if that was something real. He was unsure himself. He pulled her closer to him as he stood up from the chair. His eyes grazed over the controls, studying them again. Trying to notice something useful. They would need to blow a hole through the hull in order to get out, something like that would require firepower. They would be SCKD through, the vacuum causing a release of pressure that would blow them out into the black. It would take a lot of hope to pilot them through that with manual controls and then outmaneuver anyone who would chase them. Then there was the fact that everyone in the shuttle bay not on an aircraft's blood would boil out of their skin. That was, well, murder. But none of them were innocent. Their choice in aiding the capture of a Dytra alone would warrant the death sentence in most colonies. Their obvious roles in an extensive human trafficking empire would no doubt lay yellow marks on their heads. Telling himself that they would die in the end anyway made him feel less guilty for blowing a hole in the ship. A bit. But the target locking system was automated. It usually was. They had no way of loading the torpedoes and firing at the wall without the use of the computer. So, they either had to figure out how to learn an unknown language and then an unknown operating system before they were all blown up, or find an alternate way to open the shuttle doors. Of course, unless... I also hurt ship maybe. Izuku admitted. Hurt ship in space, not good. Could Izuku blow a hole? He knew that the Terran would be injured. He was probably shot full of laser fire. He even said that his power would hurt him. But, well, what else did they have? None of the other ships would have the firepower to make that kind of impact. They had low-level blasters at most. He didn't even know if they were programmed in common either. He didn't want to suggest it, but it may be their only chance. Either Izuku was hurt, or they all died. Was that a false dichotomy? The door to the cockpit was slung open, and a heavily bleeding Izuku was draped over his husband. He knew how heavy the Terran was, even half-starved, and he could sense that Shoda was nearly buckling under the strain of carrying them. He felt Eri squeak into his chest, reacting the same way most did when coming into contact with a Terran. Into the seat. He urged, motioning for Shoda to place Izuku into the co-helmsman's chair. Izuku's head lulled as they were unceremoniously discarded into the seat. The poor kit was a mismatch of red, black, and green. He bled profusely from too many places. Was that okay for Terrans? Get us out here, Zashi. Sure, of course. One problem. He pressed the two ends of his beak together. We don't have a door. Shoda's mostly black eyes shined dangerously. Zashi had the urge to take a step back. Language. Eri whimpered at their raised voices, which immediately made him feel like crap. There's so much hurt. Her voice sounded so pained. It made his chest hurt, then made it hurt more to know that they were the cause. Then she reached toward Izuku, straining to reach him. Zashi kept a strong arm around her middle, unsure what she intended. With the state that Izuku was in, he knew all too well how easy it would be for the Terran to hurt the girl without meaning to. She gasped like he had burned her. Those of the stars can be unwound. She batted against his wing, indigent. Let go. Eri? What? He needs it. Please, Zashi. She sounded so distressed, kicking her legs out. Heck, it made him feel even more terrible. He didn't hesitate a second time to set her next to the Terran. Their skin was marred by black laser burns, already too cauterized to bleed. But there were plenty of other places where he bled from. Their limbs were bent at odd angles, and it was only from close proximity to their species that he knew that their hands were not supposed to look like that. She immediately placed one hand on his forehead and one hand on his chest. Her small hands were covered in red, Izuku's blood. She bent her head low and began to say things he didn't comprehend under her breath, like prayers. Her horn glowed, swirled with a mixture of gold and celestial blue. Zashi's beak opened, as if to say several things, but not a sound could escape him at that moment. He watched, silent, as Eri crouched vigilant over the Terran, and their skin knit back together like fabric. He traded disbelieving looks with Shoda. Was he supposed to know that Daitra could fing do that? Izuku, who had been passed out on the chair from blood loss, gasped awake like it was the first breath after being held underwater. They were still covered head to toe in blood, but none of it was actively draining from their body, and for that he was extremely thankful. Eri was the first word that escaped his mouth. He didn't know what to say. Was there anything he could say? Eri grasped Izuku's chin, looking dead into his eyes, which seemed to zero in onto her like a missile lock. He knew then that she was using her gift to make him focus, make him present. What? Izuku's eyes roamed over her face like they didn't know where to look. They shifted uncomfortably in their seat, her gaze seemingly too intense. She just pulled his chin down. They were forced to look directly into her eyes. We need a doorway. Her voice had gone soft again, less panicked, like she was talking to a wild animal. She might as well have been. You are the key. She insisted. What? Izuku tried to understand her. Zashi could tell that they made a valiant effort. Zashi took pity on them. One last punch, Kit. He told them apologetically. To make a hole in the ship to escape through. Izuku breathed shakily, looking down at their hands covered in blood, clenching them like they didn't understand why they weren't horrendously injured. They closed their eyes, trying to process their words. One more punch? He asked, voice strained. One more punch. Zashi repeated. The Terran nodded, an acceptance. Go to the outside door. Shoda spoke up beside him. When we approach the wall, punch it out, then close the door fast. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. Punch hole in outside wall, close door. Izuku swallowed but didn't question it. I understand. Good, get in position. Izuku turned around, but Shoda's voice stopped them. And Kit? Yes. Thank you. Zashi tried not to shake, pulling Eri close to him again. The amount of gratitude in Shoda's voice was difficult to quantify. Izuku didn't respond, just nodded once. Easy acceptance, like there wasn't any other way that it would play out, and they didn't care how injured they were, or how much blood they lost in the process. They would do what he told them, easy acceptance. They turned and made for the doors, legs not even having the decency to shake. It made him feel worse. He placed his hands on the thruster controls, pushing the rear thrusters into low drive. He watched through the observation deck and radar as they approached the white wall. Collision warning. 3, 2. There was a scream, a crash like metal screeching, smoke. Then all of it cleared to the black. The black that had always felt like home, pinpointed with tiny worlds. Izuku staggered back into the room, arm hanging purpled and limp at their side, and collapsed in the co-helmsman's chair. The cabin was silent except for scattered breaths. They stayed like that for a while, just breathing, looking out to space like it was the most beautiful sight any of them had ever seen. It might have been. From here, they could see full galaxies with a vibrant red glow, so far away, and so close all the same. Space glistened, Zashi thought. It glistened. He pushed them into hyperdrive. Eri didn't remember her home. She remembered that there was somewhere before the bad place. She remembered a red sky, a blue sunset. She remembered faces but not their voices. She thought she remembered her mother's hand combing through her fur, but then she thought of hands twisting painfully atop her head and doubted. For as long as she could remember, she lived moment to moment and didn't dwell. As she was once a comet, leaving a trail behind, she was an asteroid now, and there seemed to be no way to trace her. She traced the edge of the rug she sat on, pulling at the decorated tassels but refraining tearing them out. She knew what happened when she tore things. No, don't think, move on. She stopped tugging at the tassels. It was better to not risk it. The rug was pretty, but the kind of pretty you could do without. Fire was pretty until you smelled the smoke. Poison could taste wonderful for a time. The patterns on the rug, like everything her master owned, were covered in fractals. She had learned by listening, because it was something that her master had spoken of at length, what the fractals had meant to him. To him, the fractals had meant infinity. She still didn't exactly know how big infinity was, but she figured it was very large. The patterns repeated, smaller and smaller, until they couldn't be seen, but they were supposed to go on forever. Her master had wanted forever. He had wanted her to give him forever. He didn't like her answers, that only stars could be unwound, but even stars didn't have forever. She didn't like fractals, because she didn't like infinity, she didn't like forever, and most importantly, she didn't like her master. She got to her feet, because no matter how tired she was, surrounded by strangers in a strange place with strange feelings twisting inside her, she didn't want to see another fractal for a while. So she stepped off the rug, even though sitting on the rug was more comfortable than sitting on the cold floor. She braced herself against the wall and sunk her knees into her chest, wrapping her arms around herself, trying to block out the chill of the room. She couldn't remember what the sun of her planet had looked like, blue, but she could remember its warmth. She hasn't been truly warm for as long as she could remember, but she knew that she had felt it once, because how else would she know what it felt like? Zashi was warm, so was Shoda. She wondered if Izuku was warm. She sat there for only a few moments when she heard footsteps, her head lifting from her knees to watch Shoda patter into the atrium. He stopped when he saw her on the ground, and her breath caught. Why was he staring? Did she do something wrong? Was she not allowed in here? Why are you on the floor, honey? She tilted her head, confused. He didn't sound angry, but people didn't usually pay attention to her unless it was to tell her she was doing something wrong. What was wrong about sitting on the floor? Was she supposed to stand? She stood quickly, squeaking involuntarily. I'm sorry, sir. There was silence. The man in front of her tilted his head, and she suddenly felt as though she was a planet, and his dark eyes were a powerful telescope. Why are you sorry? He said after a moment, sitting down on his hind limbs. She had the urge to compare him to a watchman settling down for his vigil. Why was she sorry? Well, that was the response. She did something wrong, so she had to apologize. That was the way it always was, even when she didn't know the rules. Especially when she didn't know the rules. Sorry was a shield for when she had no armor nor a sword. It was a weak shield, but sorry was all that she had. Did he want to take her sorry? She felt her heart quicken. What could she say when sorry was taken? I apologize, let me rephrase. Shoda creeped closer, tentatively. It wasn't like a predator creeping towards its prey, but like she tried to creep around her master to escape him. You did nothing visibly wrong, so why are you apologizing? I was merely asking a question, not reprimanding. She sorted through his words, hesitant. He spoke with such finality, exactness. Her master often spoke like a ship flying in all directions trying to find an inlet, an end. He spoke with authority, sure, but the kind of authority that was so multifaceted that you grew bored with its many directions. Speaking with Shoda was like flying through a wormhole, a fold in space to exactly where you were supposed to land. No time wasted on fear, on metaphor, on past. She liked this. So maybe it was time to abandon the apology. I am used to being in trouble, I was made to be punished. She tilted her head, fully unused to speaking her mind in such a way. But she found it exhilarating, strange, and altogether terrifying. Was that clear? Was that exact? Or was she too guilty of flying in all directions? She wasn't yet fully able to understand the faces of the ones that had taken her in, they were too foreign. Their tones were off, their faces moved in ways that she could not understand, the way the winds of Ditron blew. Yet, she understood in her heart that the growl in the other's chest was not of danger to her, but in vengeance of her sorrow. She found it in herself to be gratified. You, Eri, were not made to be punished. He reached out to her, his scarf folds opening in what she recognized as a request for contact. Did she want to be hugged? He was so warm. She rushed into his hold before she lost her nerve. His two front legs wrapped around her. She thawed at his touch, she could feel the turmoil, the relief, the protectiveness that didn't even approach the border of habitual possession. The warmth. Eri, You were made to be worshipped. Had she forgotten? They saved her, pulled her from her prison. Many things gave warmth, those of the stars would save her. She had known this, like she knew many things. She had tried to tell her master what she knew, but he never understood. He wasn't meant to, this she understood. Just as she knew Shoda was meant to understand. She opened her mouth to tell him that he was meant to understand all of the world's secrets, why the wormholes manifested, why the universe commenced, why even the stars were eventually ended, why infinity was a machination of ignorance. She opened her mouth to tell him that he was worthy of discipleship to her gods, as he was truly light, and hydrogen fused to helium in his core. He spoke before she uttered a word. Let's get some food into you, Kit. He patted her shoulder, gentle as he always seemed to be. It's been some time before we all had a good meal. She closed her mouth, contemplative. When was the last time she had been granted food fit for a princess? After the blue sunset, but before the new dawn. She pulled from the other's grasp. The sudden understanding always left her with the loss of contact, but she was used to the feeling of vertigo. It was like spinning for ages, then standing still. As she spun, she could see all that was around her flash by, but standing still she could no longer tell if the truth she saw was distorted. Still, she pulled away, mourning the loss of warmth, and looked up to her neophyte disciple. He jerked his head in the direction of the others in more livable space. They lounged around a table, ravenous over the ship's rations. She saw the Terran, Isizuku, shovel his face with his healed hands, free of blood, of torment. A red sauce collected at the sides of his mouth, and the red no longer gave the stench of iron. She saw Zashi eating some plant which faded from yellow to a purple hue. She saw an open spot beside them. Was she allowed this? Her master had never let her eat near him. She was never allowed on the furniture. But she wasn't with her master anymore. A voice rang inside her head, precise, authoritative, clear. You were made to be worshipped. She slipped into the place next to Izuku, who had given her a quick twitch of his lips, then quickly went back to shoveling his face. She twisted in her seat, placing her hands on the table, routing herself in place like it would take an event horizon to remove her. She, for the first time in a long time, didn't feel like apologizing. Freedom was a drag. There was a feeling like numbness, something injected to stop the world's sensation. Shoda found himself staring out of the observation deck multiple times a cycle even though he wasn't at the helm. He just stared at the stars as they blurred by, inching closer to familiar solar systems by direction of foreign navigational charts. While he sat in their cell, he had wondered whether he had forgotten what the stars looked like, whether he would ever again see them blur by. It was comforting just to see the blackness. He leaned against the co-helmsman's chair, looking out through the armored glass. It was dark on the ship and the only light in the pit came from the stars and the glow of the instruments, muted reds and blues. It was the night cycle, everyone else was asleep save for Zashi. He should be asleep. Zashi was interacting with the computer interface, claws sweeping across the motion detectors of the holograms in front of him. They had managed to finally change the display language to common, something easier to read than triangular pictograms. His eyes drifted over the information, navigational charts, sector maps, telespace. They were approaching Sector 84 interspace. His eyes drifted back to the observation deck. The stars blurred by. It didn't feel right. We'll be approaching interspace soon. Zashi twisted at the helm to look at him, contemplative. Connecting to the commission? Shoda preferred to not interact with the commission whenever possible, but it would be the quickest possible way to return to their home. But Zashi shook his head, hesitating. I don't think. Well, the commission can be trusted with many things. He turned back to the controls, lowering the thrusters from hyperdrive to middrive. But to trust them to help Aditra? Trusting them with Eri? They both made a face at that. The commission was many things, powerful, resourceful, sometimes helpful when they felt like it. However, they lacked a certain dedication to ethical guidelines, to say in the kindest way. Shoda had no doubt that handing Eri over to them would result in nothing other than the commission using a traumatized child to further their political agenda, whether or not they actually spared the resources to help her. No, They couldn't rely on the commission, not for Eri, and definitely not for Izuku. There's Nizu, he heard Zashi mutter in front of him. Shota flinched. Look, if I wasn't going to trust the commission to help, there is no way I'd trust Nizu. I get it, Sho. I really do. But we need someone for this, whether to help tear this organization to pieces or to relocate the kits. Zashi put a hand on his flank, consoling. Sure, he knew they needed help. But Nizu? He would tear the entire universe apart to dismantle the entire network of traffickers, but he would also absolutely take advantage of a Terran and a Daitra in his ranks. He was absolutely terrifying in his ability to get everything he wanted. We won't lose them. Zashi placed a feathered finger beneath his snout, lifting his head up. We have to get them home, Zashi. He repeated it like a mantra in his head. We will. He ran a hand across his forehead. I trust Nizu. He may have issues with empathy, but he was also trafficked. He knows exactly what that's like. I don't think he'll use them, and if he does, he'll be more subtle about it than the commission. They were approaching interspace. They had access to contact someone to retrieve them before they ran out of fuel once they got in range. The question was whether they wanted to reveal who they had aboard. The commission was a power-hungry bureaucratic mess. Nizu was a power-hungry genius. The choice, it seemed, was clear. Okay. He huffed out a breath. Okay then. Zashi turned back to the console, interacting with the hologram, initiating telecommunication sequences and assessing satellite capabilities as they entered interspace. Get some sleep, Shoda, he said, facing away. He was probably never getting a good night's rest again. He looked through the observation deck, the stars zipping by like the ash birds of Zoran. Was he numb enough to sleep? He was exhausted. He felt like curling up in a corner and never getting up, but somehow he was terrified of closing his eyes. He just didn't want to close his eyes and wake up to 4 white walls. But he knew that they were free. They were so close to home. Sleeping wouldn't hurt him, and he was stronger than the urge to lay awake all night. He swallowed any other response to his husband and climbed out of the pit. It was the next cycle that Shoda had begun to pull his brain back together. He watched Izuku across from him eat at a laxer pace than the day previous and wondered if he had begun to pull his brain together as well. Every time Izuku started to eat something new, he tensed reflexively. He had no clue what the Terran could eat. He had no idea what Eri could eat. Oh, he was mortally responsible for 2 kits. What if they ate something and it killed him? Oh, Izuku. The Terran's head snapped up and their eyes locked. He reflexively pushed down the uncomfortable feeling the eye contact gave him. What are your dietary requirements? Izuku blinked at him, scrunched his nose, then blinked a couple of more times for good measure. What did you say? He asked sheepishly. Shota could have hit himself for forgetting. Of course he wouldn't know what dietary requirements would mean. He had barely learned how to count to 100 in common. He rubbed his head, near embarrassed. What can you eat? He asked again, a much less complicated question. Izuku understood what he said that time, but he still looked troubled. I do not know how to say. The Terran admitted, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, they hadn't talked much about the different food groups in their small crash course. That was mainly prohibited by the fact that they barely had any food to work with. Shota paused, contemplative. Is there anything you've eaten so far that has harmed you? He questioned. It was a good start as any. I think your blood is bad. Shota tensed at the reminder. It tasted like Terran. Do not know the word, kill food. Poison. He answered, fascinated. Izuku repeated that word a couple of times, nodding to himself. Yes, poison. Some things that will hurt us taste bad. Izuku scrunched his nose, as if remembering what his blood tasted like. Could you explain some Terran poisons? He asked, hoping to narrow down what he could feed him with. Izuku rubbed his cheeks and brought his hands up to clasp in front of his face, before jolting up, excited. Do you have, what is the word for very small things that make up stuff? Was the Terran talking about cells? Or atoms? He was probably talking about atoms. He didn't know why the Terran knowing about atoms surprised him. It wasn't like their civilization wasn't scientifically advanced. Atoms. The Terran nodded and repeated the word to themselves a few times before muttering in their native language. Do you have a list of the different atoms? I can show that harm me. You want a list of all the elements? Shoda pet his head, wondering if he could pull that kind of reference material up on the ship's computer, or whether he would have to draw up a diagram from his meager memory. Elements? Izuku frowned, mouthing the word. Yes, there are some that harm me. Then when they are together, they harm me, but I don't know all of those. Why did it surprise him that the kid knew the chemical compounds of the things that were dangerous to him? Groups of elements bonded together are called compounds. He watched Izuku mouth the word. When you get done eating, we'll see if there is something on the computer. Izuku nodded, then once again his eyes scrunched. Computer? Sheepishly. Shoda sighed, then attempted to explain. There was a diagram on the computer, in common too. The issue, however, was that Izuku had never learned the written common. It seemed that pens were hard to come by in the middle of a jail cell. Izuku had surprised him once again by asking him to list out the names of the elements by their protons. Well, he didn't say protons, he had said bigger small thing in the middle of the atom, then proceeded to mime the process of two magnets coming together for 2 minutes with increasingly embarrassing sound effects. Shoda had understood what he was trying to say in the end. He used the computer to rearrange the elements in proton order, something he had never thought of doing. Seeing it now, that was kind of intuitive. Izuku had seen that he was putting together a table of them in a straight block and scowled, gently smacking his hand away from the hollow table and arranging them himself. What had resulted was a table that was half empty in the middle for some reason, and a Terran that looked so happy he could finally analyze the Terran expression of self-satisfied. This is how we do it at home. Izuku grinned at him, long hair flopping down in front of his face as he tilted his head. I do not have the words to tell you why. Trust me, it makes sense. Shoda made a half-pained, half-dispassionate noise. He went into law enforcement for a reason, and that reason was not understanding chemistry. However, it was very annoying for a Terran child to have a better grasp on the subject than him. Can I write on this? Izuku asked, bouncing up and down on the tops of his toes. It seemed that now he had a few days of rest and a couple of decent meals, he had more energy than Shoda had ever observed him having. Shoda changed the setting on the computer, and Izuku started to draw symbols above each box. Why was he doing it? Shoda had no idea. He got about halfway through the table before he tapered off. He had stopped writing and stared at the screen, biting his lip. The ones that are poison are. He proceeded to point out a concerning number of elements. But there are some that are poison as element, not compound. Izuku assured. And there is some that are poison as compound, not element. Izuku frowned, realizing that what he said was in fact not reassuring. Your blood. Izuku drew the symbol he had placed above nitrogen, then connected it to 3 of the symbols he had drawn above hydrogen. Was Shoda supposed to know what that meant? He was starting to regret not studying chemistry. That is the poison in my blood? He ventured a guess, a correct answer if the pumping of Izuku's fist in the air had any say in the matter. What is this in common? Izuku looked over to him, eyes wide with excitement. Shoda had to stare him dead in the eye and tell him that he had no effing idea. They had asked the computer, it was ammonia. Shoda felt like he should have known that. It was literally in his blood. Why was the Terran able to taste a specific component of his blood, identify it, and then draw the specific chemical compound? The kit honestly scared him, and he feared the inevitability of him meeting Nizu even more. After a few more minutes of Izuku drawing different chemical compounds, then Shoda looking what they were in common, they had identified around 9 chemicals that would absolutely kill him or slowly poison him to death. One of which took 10 years off of his life. The kit was unable to eat cyanide. He was pretty sure there was cyanide in multiple foods on the ship, not to mention it was used as an air freshener in almost every planet for its amazing smell. He could have poisoned him by feeding him lunch if they hadn't done this first. But Izuku couldn't remember any more, which made him even more nervous. There were so many things that could go wrong by simply eating the wrong plant. Izuku had just shook his head. I eat small amount, see if I am hurt. Nah? I eat more. That had sparked a conversation about what Izuku needed to eat, which made Izuku pale in the realizations that there were specific chemical compounds that he needed to digest to make him healthy. He knew some of them, like sodium chloride, potassium compounds, and he was forced to draw out the formula of citric acid from memory. However, there were many more which he could not remember, nor did he even attempt to explain. He also drew out the ratios of fat, carbohydrates, and protein he needed. When asked the quantity he needed of these, he tried to calculate the energy requirements equivalent in common but gave up when he realized that he was unsure how to explain their measure of volume, energy, and temperature. Izuku had spent 30 minutes trying to calculate it, knowing the measure of energy was based on raising the temperature of water by a specific increment. He, however, did not remember the conversion constants and ended up in defeat, hiding his head within his arms. After a while, he had risen from his shame and declared, "I will eat until I am done," daring Shoda to tell him otherwise. Shoda accepted this easily, not having a death wish. Figuring out what Eri could eat went better. He asked her directly what she could eat, and she replied that black holes would devour all that is in their path. He accessed the information on the computer. They preferred plants, but they could eat nearly anything save large amounts of heavy metals. They liked to chew dirt to get minerals. Lovely. Shoda wanted a nap. I've contacted Nizu. Shoda sighed. Zashi was hunched over the low table, spooning some sort of vicious brown food into his beak. The meal didn't look like plant material, but he wasn't going to be the one to point that out when Zashi's face scrunched at the taste. He looked up at those words, worry etched in his face. Shoda, you can't just say that when I'm eating, you'll ruin my appetite. Zashi straightened, leaving the spoon balanced precariously inside the bowl. Shoda looked at the bowl skeptically. I thought you could use the distraction. He drawled. Well, you've certainly distracted me. He chirped, then leaned back in his chair, expectant. What's the verdict? He's sending a retrieval team. Shoda swallowed, then continued. Nem will be with them. They both wanted Nemoto there, but neither of them wanted to confront the chewing out they would receive for getting themselves abducted. But he trusted Nem with his life, and she was one of the only people he absolutely trusted to keep there. Kit's safe. That's good. Zashi chittered, letting his nervous energy be known. Maybe with the kits around she'll be less vicious. He doubted that. Yeah, Shoda spoke gently, placating in the realization that Zashi would be acting like a third kit. She might even rescue us before she kills us. His husband scowled at him, leaning back in his chair. What did Nizu have to say about the kits? Zashi asked like he didn't really want to know the answer. Not much. Shoda replied. I, for one, did not tell him anything he didn't need to know. Zashi took a moment to process that, and watching the different emotions fly across his face were hilarious. Acceptance, confusion, fear, awe, then right back to fear. You didn't tell him? He warbled, disbelieving. Oh ho, Shoda, he's going to kill you. What would their species matter? Shoda replied flippantly, deliberately strengthening his husband's ire. He didn't ask, so I didn't tell him. It's his fault for the oversight. What do you think is going to happen when Nem comes, and she sees us near a Terran? Hopefully for her continued health, nothing hostile. He enjoyed watching the suffering on his face. It was the little things in life. But, look, not knowing who exactly we're bringing gives us more time to plan a response to their introduction and gives Nizu less time to make plans. Shoda leaned closer. And perhaps, if we're lucky, by the time he learns about who they are, he'll have already promised to return them home. Zashi rubbed his face, dramatic as always. You might as well just throw yourself out of the airlock now, to save yourself from Nizu ripping you to pieces. Ah, but to miss the expressions on their faces? I hate you. I want a divorce. Love you too, honey. Izuku was getting tired of space. At this point in his life, he had been in space for months. It was always cold, the food was weird, and probably would end up killing him. The people didn't like him there, which was actually something space might have in common with home. He wanted to see his mom again, talk to his friends. How much had he hurt them all by vanishing? And he wanted to hear Aizawa-sensei call him problem child. The worst thing though was the reliance. He knew nothing about space, about the people there. He didn't know how to orient himself to show that he wasn't a threat. He didn't know what foods were going to kill him. He didn't know the language well enough and had to rely on the others to teach him. He was always self-sufficient growing up. Being so reliant on others for his safety was terrifying. He had gotten used to one for all, being able to fight for himself. He couldn't punch his way home in this one. He couldn't be All Might, but maybe he could be Izuku? No, he would have to be Deku. If he didn't end up getting himself killed in the process. Seriously, who puts cyanide in cake? Or what he thought was cake. He didn't know for sure given eating it would kill him. Because of course it would. Izuku. He twirled around to face Shoda. His neck protested the movement, stiff from sleeping in odd positions for so long. He was staring out of the observation deck, watching the stars. They no longer blurred by as they did earlier, and he could see entire star systems, galaxies, a sky painted with space dust. It was beautiful, something he would only see before out of an old picture from before the Dark Ages. He was searching for familiar stars, knowing he wouldn't find any. They were a long way from home. Hello, he replied. What else could he say? Oh hey man, what's up? Or perhaps, good afternoon, my fellow comrade? Did he even know what afternoon was in their language? Did aliens have noon? We need to talk. And wow, he really cut to the chase, didn't he? Izuku, for the record, disliked the words, we need to talk. Whether said in Japanese or in a standardized alien language, they sounded unreasonably ominous. They always began with a serious discussion and ended with Izuku in tears, pinned against a wall, or crying while pinned against a wall, and not in the CC way. Still, he couldn't run from a conversation on a tiny spaceship. At least not without dying. For a moment he seriously considered it. Shoda took a seat on the floor next to him, joining him in gazing out at the stars. He didn't know how to read the situation. Was this an I'm sorry to say it, but we're leaving you behind at the earliest convenience talk? Or was it a heart-to-heart about their impending mortality and the vastness of the universe? It was honestly a toss-up, and he could feel himself sweating despite the cold. What do you want to talk about? He finally asked, taking care to pronounce the words slowly. His mouth still moved clumsily around the foreign clicks. Shoda didn't look at him when he responded, and he still wasn't sure what that meant. We have asked for help from A. Izuku tilted his head, not understanding. A last word? He asked, brows furrowed. Shoda huffed and explained. Friend. We trust him, but not well. The alien's several nostrils flared in sync. I do not want him to use you. Izuku's eyes narrowed. They asked someone to help them, someone they didn't actually trust? You do not know the word. Why are you scared? Shoda made a noise of complaint at the phrasing but didn't exactly disagree. I am that you will be taken and not given back. Shoda took the effort to look Izuku straight in the eyes, his dark scara peering into him. He looks for power. The Terran that has power? He will look. Izuku's mouth felt dry. When was the last time he had water? It must have only been around an hour before. Was he dehydrated? Will he help? Izuku was not a fan of power-hungry people. He had been subjected to them far too often. Even he searched for more power. But what people do with that power? That was what scared him. He just hoped that the person they asked for help was a Nizu instead of an all-for-one. But he had to trust them with that. He will help us get away. He will help take the captain down. Shoda affirmed, but he heard what he didn't say. He always did. And in return? He shot a dangerous look at him, knowing that the high pitch of his response would be taken as anger, rightly so. Shoda averted his eyes. It didn't feel right to be angry though, it never did. He took a breath. You are the first Terran in space. He replied, nonplussed. Still, he didn't meet his eyes again. What do you think he will want with you? Izuku immediately had flashbacks to the hundreds of space movies he had binged. Cammy, was he going to get probed? And not in the CC way, his mind helpfully added. No, just no. I am not a thing to keep. He slurred his words, the words feeling thick in his mouth, the anger he was pushing down reared back. I just want to go home. That wasn't anger, was it? The feeling was wrong. It was more brittle than anger, sadder. I don't think he will keep you. His voice broke through the heavy silence that had sat upon them, suffocating. But I only you to be. Last word. Kami, he was so tired of not knowing how to speak. It felt like having conversations though Kamijis, but not knowing what the faces meant. He was way too close to crying. Be careful. Don't look, that word again, he still didn't know what it meant. Don't use your power, don't attack people, don't look scary. Simple. Simple given apparently existing was terrifying for everyone. What did Shota think? He was going to attack someone unprovoked? He might have been slightly unsocialized, maybe slightly crazy given the amount of hallucinations he had had, but he wasn't feral. He thought back to the past week. There was a lot of growling, violence, and hostility there. It wasn't directed at them, but they were up close and personal to exactly how terrifying he supposedly was. He couldn't really find it in himself to be offended that they were trying to help him. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his palms, not letting the moisture seep through. He could have a good, long, cathartic cry when he finally got home. He didn't need to let his guard down now that things had seemed to get better. I will try, he said finally. They had been sitting in silence for a few moments, but these conversations always lasted forever. Izuku trying to figure out what the hell the alien was saying, trying to come up with a response with his limited vocabulary, then Shoda trying to understand his terrible accent. It was a slow, vicious cycle. However, Izuku could tell it was getting better. He was remembering a lot more words. This conversation may have taken 3 hours a couple of days ago, and now it took minutes. That was nothing to scoff at. It was getting better, he had to remember. He just hoped it would stay that way. My friend Terra will be coming to get us, Shoda warned. Izuku was too tired to parse out the name, Nem? She will be here in a cycle. Oh, that was soon. They were about to be rescued before they ran out of fuel. It was great, fantastic. However, the thought of meeting a single other person made his stomach turn to knots. Hopefully he wouldn't throw up what little food he was able to get down. Maybe she won't scream when she sees him. Maybe he won't be shoved right back into another cage. Maybe he's lying to himself. Kami, he won't be able to look at a dog kennel without barfing, will he? No more cages? Yes. He asked, not knowing exactly why. He kind of didn't want to know the answer. Shoda started, snout whipping towards him in surprise. No. Shoda looked him in the eye. He only did that when he was being firm. Izuku knew he only did it to comfort him. No more cages, Kit. Izuku felt such immense relief that the reply had been so vehement. He didn't think that Shoda would let him get caged again, but honestly he had to make sure. He didn't know what these people did with others. He didn't know anything, and oh ho did that terrify him to no end. Izuku knew that so many phobias came about from the lack of understanding. Racial prejudice to spiders. It was instinctual for humans to fear the unknown. He had slept with an all-might night lights until he was 13, and it wasn't because it was a limited edition piece. No, he couldn't see in the dark, and he was terrified of not seeing danger. He wasn't scared of Kaken, with bright explosive fury. He couldn't, because he could understand Kaken. He was scared of the things he couldn't see, couldn't understand. Being dropped in the middle of a foreign culture as a piece of someone else's property? It wouldn't be nearly as terrifying if he could understand what the heck people were saying about him. So, no more cages. That piece of information made him feel surprisingly better. Can we talk more? Izuku asked, tentative. He was only going to get better with practice, and the more he talked, the more he would understand. I have to switch out with Zashi soon, he replied. Izuku couldn't tell from his tone whether that meant he didn't want to talk. But yeah, we can talk. Izuku nodded, sniffling quietly. Until then not realizing that him being on the verge of tears had left him congested. Shoda shot him a strange look, but didn't comment. Did aliens sniffle? What is Terra like? Shoda asked, probably trying to start a new line of conversation that did provoke his emotional instability. What was Earth like? It was home, was his first thought. The sky is blue, he said instead. But when the sun goes down, there are many colors. Yellow, orange, and red. Sometimes purple. It sounds beautiful. Our plants are green. He continued, remembering vividly the green of the mountains he had visited as a kid. Tall plants grow so high. Trees? Yes. He supposed even aliens had trees, or what the equivalent was. I love the trees. I would try to go up them, don't know the word. Climb. Yes. I would try to climb them, but then I would get too tall and my mom would get scared of, lifting? No, falling. She would get scared that I would falling. Izuku scrunched his nose. That wasn't right. She would get scared that you would fall? Izuku nodded. How tall are your trees? It depends. Some are tiny, some are 100 of me. Most are between. Shoda made a surprised noise. Trees on my planet are only around twice my height. He sounded relatively impressed, and it was made even better by the fact that he was only about 3/4 Izuku's height. It makes sense that your mother would not like you to climb them. Yes. He admitted grudgingly. But it did not make sense when young. I would like to see trees that tall. Shoda was gazing into the black of space, but Izuku could see his imagination visibly, imagining tall trees. He wondered what Shoda's planet was like. What about the people? The left field question came. It caught Izuku off balance because how does one describe humans? Honestly, humans were terrible. There were some that only thought of themselves. Some took it as far as killing those who threatened their power or for sport. Every government was corrupt. Even the industry of heroics made money off of the suffering of others, and monetized it like a sport, perpetuating division among people as people assumed their given roles as forces of evil and good. Giving the human race the ability to space travel would most likely mean more pain, war, and undeniable suffering. After all, people fear what they can't understand. Instead, he said, Terra is beautiful. The people? Less so. But that wasn't fair. There were people living their everyday lives, good people. Kids that went to school and didn't perpetuate violence. People that actually wanted to do good and help the world. Tenya, Shoto, Achiko, All Might, them. Even that guy who manned the bodega across the street was pretty decent, even if he did flirt with his mom way too much. There is good and there is bad. We fight, and we are mean sometimes, but sometimes that's okay. He gave a tight smile. I am trying to help people, to fight the bad. There is much bad to fight, it is why I need to get home. Well, Kit, Shota bumped his shoulder. Let's leave the fighting to us until we get you home, yeah? Izuku pouted. Kami, he really was just like an alien eraserhead, wasn't he? They talked for a long time, until he had to switch out with Zashi piloting. Izuku sat and watched the stars just a bit longer, because really, it was beautiful. A day later, the four of them were lined up next to the airlock. He held Eri tight to his chest. The others told him they wanted him to hold her because he was the most able to protect her if anything went wrong, but Izuku was pretty sure that they just wanted him to look less threatening. Either way, Izuku didn't care. His nerves felt brittle, and cuddling the most adorable little girl in the universe was not exactly a hardship. They watched the door. He, for one, wished he could be asleep through this. Maybe he could convince the guy that was supposed to be helping them, Nizu, to knock him out. That way he would wake up months later in his bed, none the wiser to all of the interaction. He didn't want to meet any new people, he was way too stressed out. Eri tapped his chest, and he was jolted out of his nervous stupor. Had he been muttering? Great, now he was acting creepy. He looked down to her, and he was immediately captured in her wide eyes. She looked up at him with such understanding that he could feel his breath catch in his chest. Like those who sit vigil for their watch, this time will pass, Deku. She spoke softly, in Japanese? What the heck? His mouth was opened, but no words came out. Was he even breathing? How the heck did she know Japanese? Did she call him Deku? How did she know that name? Despite the deep confusion she inflicted on him, she laid her head back onto his chest like she hadn't just broken his brain. He was pretty sure she did that purely to F with him, and it worked. She was a menace and he would die for her. At least he wasn't nervous anymore. The door hissed. A dark, looming figure came through. They were a domineering presence. They were taller than Izuku, thin and willowy, their skin so deep a purple it could have been mistaken for black. The way they moved was foreign to him, and his nerves were screaming at him that they looked off. He tensed, waiting for something to tell him that this person was safe. There was silence for a beat too. Shoda. Zashi. You are dead meat. He relaxed immediately. This was familiar territory, of course. You will have wished that you died on that ship, because I'm going to murder you. Do you even know, Nem, how we were? We thought you were dead. Then you just nearly with just a, hey, we need a ride? What the? Nem, not in front of the kits. Oh, I'm not done with wait the what? They all froze. Nem's eye fell on him and Eri. Their gaze lingered, absolutely shocked, from what little he could tell. Is that a Daitra? They all tensed. Shota raised a hesitant paw in affirmation. Is that a Terran? Nem's voice got very, very quiet. If it was human tone, Izuku would say that it was dangerously quiet. But they weren't human, and he had no clue. He averted his eyes to the ground. Don't act threatening. He didn't see if Shota made the same gesture. He did, however, hear the response. Only you. Only you. Why is there a Terran and a Daitra in Sector 84? Trafficking. Why else? That's him. Izuku kept his eyes averted as Nem had a small mental breakdown. He certainly could empathize. What the am I supposed to do with it? They asked after a moment. Izuku's eye shot up involuntarily. Him. Zashi cut in, not letting the subtle jab loose. His name is Izuku, her name is Eri. Izuku felt like this was a good time to show how non-threatening he was. He waved, pointedly did not smile, and said, hello. He was an innovator. Nem did not seem to know what to do with a human waving at her. Izuku could sympathize. They had tentacles for arms. For some reason that made him more uncomfortable than anything else. They took a moment, then just said, Nizu is going to kill you. In a way that only long-suffering friends could do. Shoda's only reply to that was apparently, he will have to get behind you, and the entire planet of Risa. Nem gave what Izuku assumed was the equivalent of a scowl. Just get on the ship. They turned and stalked back onto their ship. Izuku let out a breath he didn't even know he had been holding. That hadn't been that bad, right? Still he had to know. When they said they were going to kill you, that was a joke, right? He whispered to Shoda. Shoda, who had begun to walk forward, paused. Hard to say. He continued to walk forward. Shoda? What? That was a joke, right? Shoda? Shota. Izuku raced after him onto the connected aircraft. Mathematically speaking, if there are an infinite number of problems, there then lies an infinite number of solutions. Even if a few problems do not possess a solution, it is still infinite, as the addition or subtraction of a constant from an infinite number is still an infinite number. Nizu was technically an immortal being, but to invoke human colloquialism, seeing Midoriya Izuku standing in front of him after months missing and presumed dead caused him to lose several years off of his lifespan. He could feel the other Nizus, especially the one on Earth, take a pause. He didn't anticipate this, didn't plan for it, and for the first time in his very long life he seemed to be at a loss for words. Couldn't help it, he gaped. Midoriya did the same. This usually didn't happen. There was no one in the galaxy who had had the opportunity to meet two of his selves. This was terrible. This was catastrophic. This was fascinating. Please don't be alarmed. Of course it was Zashi who had broken the silence. He was too preoccupied with his surprise to run the appropriate calculations, but he intuitively knew that Zashi would be the one to break the silence. Initial observations of the motley crew had not caused him distress. As the crew stepped off the craft and onto the hangar, Zashi and Shoda were worse for wear, sure. However, he was certain that they would recover as their injuries were superficial. He had been prepared to turn around and return to the compound when he observed the other passenger. A Daitra. How fascinating. She looked regal, royal blood? Correct bone structure for it. Ethically speaking, it would be appropriate for him to test her blood against the royal line given their issues with succession. His mind blazed with the potential for a Daitra royal among his assets. Trust freely given was perfectly legal. He would earn it one way or another. Then the human. Humans have a neat skill to recognize faces. Their occipital lobes process patterns of observations among facial schemas. The more faces they see, the more distinctly they can remember and recognize them. He did not possess this ability, but his memory and processing abilities were beyond comparison. It was this reason that he did not first recognize that the human was Midoriya. He started at the feet, then the legs, the torso, the odd-fitting clothing, the hair. The hair so close to the shade of his missing student across 3 galaxies. The face, however gaunt now, fits so cleanly into the pattern that if he were a lesser creature, it would have left him breathless. But it didn't stop him from staring, and it certainly didn't stop Midoriya from staring right back. "Please don't be alarmed," Zashi had said. It barely registered. "He is not aggressive." Eh? The noise that Midoriya made would not be classified as a word in most languages. Nizu wrung his hands, purely for display. Displaying emotional tics to others makes them more inclined to trust you. Oh dear. Zashi was unreasonably disinclined to being separated from Midoriya. This, of course, was normal for both species, as long times in trauma develop many codependency psychological instincts. However, his insistence that he or Shoda remain by Izuku's side during the duration of their visit was unreasonable given that Midoriya had denied the need. However, he saw that further insistence against this would lead to a breakdown of trust between them, and currently they had legal rights over Midoriya as rescuer's privilege, and they could remove Midoriya from his care. He wanted to avoid this at all costs, before the opportunity to return the human home was lost. Perhaps then the publicity swing at UA would be resolved, those vultures. He felt the nudge of his other mind as they walked through the corridors to his office, the nudge of conscience like a hand grasping a chin in through. The most effective way to accomplish this was to disclose the information to Midoriya and then swear him to secrecy. However, he had to do this while not disclosing the information to those who wished to follow their every moment together. Puzzling. Zashi had taken the Daitra to rest, which meant that Shoda and Midoriya were alone to walk to the office. Acceptable, Shoda was a much more reasonable creature. However, he is more territorial. How to have a private conversation in a crowded room? Well, that would certainly work. He slid his eyes over to Midoriya and spoke in quite Japanese, almost like the muttering Midoriya seemed to favor. Does he know Japanese? Midoriya nearly jolted in surprise but managed to hide his reaction well. In response, he gave a small shake of his head, almost like he was trying to brush the hair out of eyes. He was perfect. He must be returned to his world post-haste. He opened the door to his office quickly and pushed the 2 inside, excitement getting the better of him once more. He motioned them to the chairs and only sat on his high-risen chair once they had complied. "Greetings," he said in common, raising his left paw. "We welcome your return, Shoda. It is wonderful to see you in good health. I understand you must be exhausted from your experience, but I implore you to give a small statement to summarize your findings now." Shoda nodded while raising his hand in confirmation, an interesting response, no doubt having gotten used to human mannerisms. "We were taken by a man named Chisaki aboard the ship Overhaul, an unidentified species, but I have a strong description that Nem is running through the database. Most of the crew was composed of Fihans and unidentified insectoids. Possible charges to human trafficking, capture of Daitra, murder, and spice smuggling." Shoda turned his head to look at Midoriya before finishing. "The Terran and the Daitra were rescued as well upon escape. We were house with him for several cycles." Nizu braced his hands in front of him, near ecstatic. He got to dismantle a smuggling ring, and he would get help from the Commission because there was a Daitra involved. That spoke to unlimited resources and manpower. That was reason enough alone to vibrate with glee. Another was an alternate's issues being resolved in one fell swoop. "I see, of course, with a Daitra involved," Shoda's eyes tightened. "How peculiar. The Commission will be inclined to give aid. I take it you would prefer to lead a team to this endeavor." Shoda's body undulated in a telling way, something that said his whole being was conflicting. No. His eyes downcasted. "As much as I would like to tear them to shreds with my maw, I must return Izuku to his system. Any delay in this would be unacceptable." "No," Midoriya finally spoke up, surprisingly in common. Do not do it for me. Do what you need. Wonderful pronunciation. Nizu wondered how long it took him to learn. He really needed to be returned to his home system if that was the level of studiousness he presented. I'm not leaving you here to bash heads. Shota's voice was dangerously even. Someone else can lead it just as well. But you want to. Nizu's eyes went wide. Midoriya even learned stress emphasis. Wonderful. I don't trust anyone else with your care. Shota shot back. It is my care. I will be fine. However, I don't trust anyone else to bash heads. Izuku forgot himself and let a sly grin for emphasis, the show of teeth obviously not having an effect on Shoda. Fascinating. A no is a no. My final answer. Shoda stared Midoriya down, obviously used to these arguments. Human parental behaviors, how unexpected. He would have to reevaluate his plans. Perhaps it would be better to have Midoriya travel with Shoda after all. That way he didn't necessarily have to reveal himself to Midoriya if he did desire. He calculated that he would follow along with a success rate of 96% with the inclusion of the parental instincts. Fantastic. Nizu raised his left arm once more in affirmation. I will give you a vessel to travel to Terra with Izuku. Further debriefing on how this can be accomplished may come tomorrow. Shota raised a hand curtly, then stood from the chair. Midoriya hesitated. The human looked up to Nizu and made direct eye contact. Shota. He paused. I want to talk to Nizu for a moment. Shota didn't move, eyeing Midoriya hesitantly. Alone, please. Why? Shota genuinely sounded confused, which was almost amusing. I have questions he can, could, answer. They will be bad, no. Embarrassing for you to hear. Midoriya's throat bobbed. Can I have a moment? Shota hesitated, dark eyes darting back and forth between them before raising a paw in affirmation. He maneuvered around the other chair and left the office with a profound thud. You are my Nizu, Midoriya said in Japanese. It wasn't a question. In a way. And in a way he wasn't. My best theory was an albino stoat. Alien was a little too far outfield for me. It is for most. Amusement was clear in his voice. How is home? Midoriya wasn't looking at him anymore, he was looking at his scarred hands. I attended your funeral. He paused, considering. I'm afraid that you've been made a martyr in your assumed death. And I'm not sure whether much of the student body has recovered from your disappearance. Despite your assumed death, your friends and family still continue their search. It was peculiar. Midoriya's eyes were dry. How concerning. What will you tell them? His voice was even, suppressing emotion? A recently learned skill. I will tell them that I found a lead, that I believe that you are alive and kept by human traffickers overseas. Nizu leaned forward. It will take 1 month to transport you back home at top speed. We can implant you inside a known trafficking ring in Mexico, then have heroes rescue you if you want further discretion. Midoriya closed his eyes. Then opened them, but he was no longer looking at his hands, he stared straight ahead, dead eye contact. I would prefer to not be placed inside another trafficking ring, thank you. His voice was remarkably even. Nizu was impressed. Noted. I have concerns. Midoriya leaned forward and rested shaky hands on the metal table. Earth is known for its ruthlessness to alien life. Experimentation. Midoriya eyed his scarless cheek. Danger, aggressiveness. We are feared universally throughout the galaxy. Perhaps several galaxies over. An oversimplification, but essentially correct. Then I have 2 questions. 1. How did the traffickers get through Earth's defenses if we are so dangerous? Which leads me to 2. Who in Earth's government is part of an intergalactic trafficking ring that authorized my capture? Midoriya wasn't finished. They knew just enough about my physiology in order to not kill me. That information came from somewhere, and dead men tell no tales. They didn't even know what I ate on the overhaul. I was kept in an isolated location by the League of Villains until Dabi left for a long time, perfect for an escape. I was picked up directly after my escape. I don't believe in coincidences. It made a disturbing amount of sense. a mole in the government and the commission feeding information to the League was certain, he already knew. But they hid themselves well. However, a position in the government where they are able to feed information to extraterrestrials is much more limited and much more traceable. You delight me, Midoriya-kun. Nizu grinned, fully knowing the show of teeth was considered a threat display. Get me home. Midoriya responded, face still unnervingly blank compared to 3 months ago. Preferably without the use of another trafficking ring. Then we'll talk. He rose from his chair, still wobbly from the loss in muscle mass, but sure in a way he hadn't been 3 months ago. He walked out, meeting a concerned Shoda in the hallway. The door closed with another heavy thud, leaving him with much to think about, and several hundred brains to do so. You were very lucky, the healer says at last. We both know what prolonged PRDS without nutrition can do to you kind. We praise our saviors that you did not develop a bone generation disorder in absence of oxalic acid. Zashi, who wasn't quite sure what exactly oxalic acid did, raised his hand to accept the healer's words. They kept doing that, saying incomprehensible words like degenerative hypertensia and muttering about the results of his Herm levels. He was a pilot, not a scientist. Nonetheless, he listened along with a pleasant expression like one was supposed to do when you didn't understand anything. I've always been lucky. He jabbed a fist toward his chest. Never even broke a wing as a kid. The healer gave him a look. The look he was used to. The one that said they had dealt with way too many reckless fools dependent on just luck to get them through their service. They swapped their walking stick against his leg, which ow. Now mister. Their chiding tone was enforced with a stern face. Don't you go gallivanting off to fight traffickers in your condition. You can barely stand for a 20th of a cycle without getting winded. He felt kind of hurt. It wasn't like he was going anywhere soon. Especially not with 10 cycles of starvation to recover from. Especially not when he had to take care of Eri. This is why he didn't like doctors, just because he didn't know what degenerative hypertensia meant didn't mean that he was brain dead. But experience had told him that to give in to the healer's lectures meant assumed guilt, because healers approached people like they were walking bags of lying disease. So, he gave them a pleasant look in return to their jab and simply said, "How is your grandchild doing? Ikthiyama, was it? I've heard that they took their first placement exam before my last shipment. Good results." Classic misdirection, get a healer to talk about their family and they will never stop. However, be prepared that they will never stop. Ready an extraction plan. Healer he gave him a look, like they knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't care, as long as they stopped poking him with things and muttering about his recklessness. It is Ichthiaman, not Ikthiyama. She clenched her claws in displeasure before softening. They are well, they placed forth for their school. Zashi's pleasant face became just a bit more real. He had met Ichthiaman once. They had started talking about things that he didn't even know, and they were half of his age. That maybe he was just stupid. No, that wasn't right. He was just specialized. Can't expect an aquatic to run a marathon. Or, at least that was what he told himself to stop it from hurting when everyone else was smarter than him. Don't think about that, come on. Have they decided where to specialize? Do they have plans to enter the elite academy? They have plenty of time to decide. The healer placated. But rumor has it that they've been spending time around a certain bikrup. You know what that means. Zashi did not know what they meant. Still, he raised his hand. Rule 1, always pretend to know what is happening. Of course. He tilted his head. So you think that they'll end up a breeder before they get through school? The healer huffed out a breath that was distinctly green-colored. He tried not to breathe it in. They are so smart. But if they don't start hanging around the right crowd, they'll never get anywhere. Zashi made several conciliatory noises. I know what you mean. He responded as if he had already had 5 offspring and not just savior's rights over a traumatized Daitra for less than a week. Honestly, adolescents these days, the healer was no doubt prepared to continue on their rant, but biomonitors sounded in another room, to which they quickly rushed to resolve. Zashi quietly slipped out through the opposite doorway. Mission escape from the med bay. Successful. Now all he needed was his daily cuddles with his adorable new daughter and a large nap. only one of which was actually likely to occur. Hint, it wasn't the nap. He slumped upon entering their shared quarters, nearly exhausted from such a short walk. It was disheartening, but there wasn't anything he could really do to fix it. Apparently he was lucky not to have a degenerative bone condition. He didn't feel lucky, he felt sick, exhausted, and disgustingly paranoid at all times. That morning when he woke up, he was alone in the room. They had joined quarters with Izuku and Eri. There should have been noise, Izuku's soft huffs in his sleep, Eri's tiny breaths, Shota's snuffs of air that had never failed to blow in his face and wake him up. But no, it had been quiet when he woke up. His brain didn't rationalize that everyone else had already woken and left. No, he woke up in a panic thinking that everyone was dead. Or that he was dead, although he didn't know how his brain came up with that rationale. Now he couldn't go 6 breaths without feeling like they were going to be under attack. It was both rational and irrational. You didn't nearly blow up a criminal's ship without expecting retaliation. But also, no one in their right minds would attack Nizu directly. Then again, who in their right minds would capture a Daitra? The constant runabout of, "Am I going to die?" was something he thought was going to end after leaving his cell, and he was immensely disappointed to be wrong. One thing that did make him feel better? His new pseudo-children that he was wildly disappointed he couldn't legally adopt. As he pressed to enter their quarters, he was bombarded with the visual of Eri sitting on Izuku's shoulders while he attempted something called squats, something which he wasn't sure translated well into common. Maybe exercise crouches? Whatever, not important. Izuku was panting with exertion, fatigued muscles straining, the skin on his face flushed red and blotchy. Was that healthy? Eri made excited little squeaks as he rose to his full height, and she jolted upwards. Izuku had his teeth bared, but at this point Zashi couldn't tell whether it was in amusement or discomfort. Zashi didn't have a good metric on which to measure Terran health, but the stark difference in Izuku's abilities from just a couple of days ago was astounding. As soon as they had gotten back on the ship, Izuku began to eat much more than the rest of them, around 5 standard meals in a cycle. They had nearly run out of the things that he could eat safely before they were rescued by Nem. The fact that he had gotten a fraction of what he had been eating for the past 80 cycles had been terrifying to fathom. He certainly wouldn't be able to survive at that level of nutrition, much less stand, fight, bleed, and still have the will to resume their training mere days after near death. He wasn't sure if all Terrans were like this, or if Izuku was just something else. He was pretty sure the latter was closer to the truth. "You gonna take a break soon, Kit?" he said after a few more moments of the room filling with Izuku's increasingly harsh pants. Izuku made a noise of surprise, jolting as he came out of his crouch, nearly jettisoning Eri off of his shoulders in the process. This should have been expected given that one of the first lessons he learned when dealing with Izuku was, "For God's sakes don't surprise the Terran." Too bad one of Zashi's defining features was that he doesn't learn from his past mistakes. Izuku whipped around to face him, breathing hard, Eri's fingers buried in his hair like he was a Zuglishan she was steering. Zashi wondered if the feeling in his chest explained why healers always gushed about their kids. "I will take a break." He slipped Eri off of his shoulders in a smooth movement, "when I can use my powers without killing myself." He left out a low trill of sympathy. "You will not get your strength back at once, you can take your time, Kit." Izuku huffed out a stronger breath, still trying to normalize his breathing. "This is not hard work, this is easy, I do not like being weak, that is what is hard." Izuku sat down heavily on the circular cushion in the center of the room, his rear resting on his feet. "I know what I can do and I know what I can be. I was weak once and I got strong. That I can do it again." Good motive for working himself to the bone, but it was still unreasonable. He traded a glance with Eri, trying to commiserate with her on how unreasonable it was. This failed as Eri was staring very intently at the oscillating shape on the door pad. "Great. Even if you are not at your best, you are still 10 times stronger than anyone here. Don't worry about being weak until you need to be strong. Take the time to recover." He crouched down to Izuku's level on the floor and tried to make eye contact. This didn't work either, as the Terran was avoiding his gaze. "You can be weak here, no one will hurt you." Izuku stiffened and looked up at him. "Zashi, There will always be people trying to hurt me. He couldn't quite identify the emotion on Izuku's face, but he had the feeling it was slightly pitying. He swallowed. Let them try. But we will stand in front of you until you are better. They stared at each other for a few more moments, Izuku's eyes boring into him intently. He tried not to feel unnerved under his gaze. Izuku blinked and looked down at his hands. Zashi followed his gaze. They were shaking. Let's get food. Izuku bolted to his feet and slid out of the door as fast as he could walk without actually running. Zashi wasn't completely sure what all had just happened. Eri was still staring at the symbol moving continuously on the door, completely entranced. At least he had her. He walked over to stand beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He watched the symbol move around for a few moments. You, really like that, don't you, kid? Eri's eyes didn't leave the screen. I'm waiting for it to hit the corner. What happens when it hits the corner? Zashi tilted his head to look more intently at the screen. I imagine I'll know when it hits the corner. Zashi stared at the screen. Would it hit the corner? He and Shota found Izuku later on staring out the port window. Izuku shifted unusually in his new shirt, not used to the fashion and its strange restrictions on his alien form. But it was all that they had to give him. He grasped the edge of the window with whitened fingers, bloodless from a tight grip. Zashi wished to know more than anything what was going through his mind, and how in Seven Suns he was supposed to help him. He looked on silently as Izuku noticed them at the end of the corridor and forced his hands to relax on the frame, breaking his gaze from the stars and looking back to them expectantly. Hey Kit. Zashi swallowed, taking a moment to consider what he actually wanted to say. We've got to take off time. Shoda cut in, blessedly removing the awkwardness of Zashi's entire being from the equation. Oh Izuku's brows furrowed. A takeoff time? The time we launch. Launch? Izuku asked, shoulders bunching up to his ears. To take you home. Izuku definitely understood that. His eyes got wide, very wide. His lips opened in a small circle, letting a small gasp-like noise loose. He pushed away from the window and approached them at the end of the hallway, previous angst completely forgotten. I am going home? He asked high and small voice. Zashi closed the distance and gripped his arm, a solid presence. He raised his other hand in agreement, also nodding along in the Terran gesture. Izuku shut his eyes tight and pulled his chin to his chest, seeming distinctly more wobbly than usual. When? Izuku's voice cracked. When do we leave? 6 cycles. Shota paused. Zashi will be staying here with Eri. We will be leaving with a small crew to return you and investigate the circumstance of your abduction on Earth. This, and only this mission, is sanctioned by the Commission. Once we finish, we will never be able to return. Do you understand? Izuku closed his eyes and swallowed. We will go to Earth, find who took me, and you leave? Izuku opened his eyes. Forever. Forever. Shota echoed somber. They let that sit with Izuku, who seemed to be rolling it around in his head like it was a particularly difficult nut to chew. Finally, he seemed to make a decision and made eye contact with them once again. You will give me information on this language, and a way to know if you are okay. He finally said no, demanded. I will get you a learning tablet. Shota responded, amused. And, I suppose no one will have to know if I give you a subfrequency radio to make intersectorial calls. I can drop a line if I'm ever near your sector. Izuku had the look of a man who only understood half of the words, but he nodded nonetheless. It will take nearly 40 cycles at hyperdrive to get to Terra. We will have time, Shota continued. But we will get you home. I know. Izuku responded after a moment of contemplation. And well, no other person but Shota had put that much trust in him, that easy acceptance, like there would be no other outcome. Just I know. It made him flattered and terrified all at once, that there was now someone, 2 someones, that would trust him completely and depend on him for their survival. It terrified him because he could barely keep himself alive. Now he was going to be alone with Eri for over 100 cycles, and he hadn't been without Shota's quiet comfort for more than half of his life. He was terrified. He briefly wondered if they were terrified too. He looked back to Shoda, who had the expression of a practiced forced calm that he was way too used to seeing. Then to Isizuku, who was biting his lip and looking at the ground. He had the feeling that they were also terrified. I know. Isizuku repeated, softer. And in 6 days, it would be the last time they ever saw each other, which just seemed wrong. He felt like this was his kit. But he wasn't, and he had to go home, and Zashi would have to deal. Let's get to bed, Kit. Zashi urged. We've got some paperwork to do at first light. Isizuku hesitated. Can I stay? I know the way back. Isizuku glanced back to the window, with the stars twinkling and the planet they orbited entering its sunrise. He looked to Shoda, who raised his paw in response. Of course, Kit. Just keep out of trouble and don't stay out too long, okay? Isizuku nodded quickly, turning back to the window as soon as they left the corridor. Shoda bumped him as they approached their quarters, a silent comfort. He relished in it, because he knew that before long he wouldn't have it for a very long time. There is a certain sense of duty that accompanies his job. Tomorrow he will board a ship not piloted by his husband and complete a mission that will take place over the span of countless cycles, and he will do it, because it is his job. Sometimes Shoda wishes he chose another profession. What about a dual ploy? He said, after the room had been lapsed in silence for far too long to be comfortable. They had been sitting here for at least an eighth of a cycle trying to figure out a way to outmaneuver the E-Precept aboard the overhaul. They knew that no captain would ever be bold enough to cross Nizu in his own base, but that protection failed once there was a galaxy in the way of any backup forces coming to help. As soon as he and Isizuku were out of range for any of Nizu's large-scale remote missiles, there was a high chance that they would be immediately attacked by the Overhuel's forces. It was well known that traffickers hated escapees, and hated people who blew holes in their ship even more. They currently hold both of those titles. Now that they had a target on their backs, they had to think of a way to avoid dying the first step that they took into the black. So, maybe a dual ploy? Nizu tilted his head in consideration. The others in the room, of whom Shoda still hadn't learned all their names, seemed to hold their breath waiting for a verdict. Sending a ghost ship on a different route to the same destination. Shoda clarified, which was probably unneeded for Nizu probably had already thought of an entire plan with the words, dual ploy, but he continued nonetheless. Then we can make a pit stop on Argos 5 and change ships at the outreach center, muddle the trail. Nizu hummed and stared at the wall directly above Shoda's head. Shoda noticed this strange behavior frequently, like Nizu wished to assert dominance by edging the line of staring directly into his eyes, but still not quite reaching them. As if to say, I chose your level of comfort. He was determined to not let the creature freak him out. It was failing. It has merit. Nizu said after a moment of quiet, exhausted silence. If we send a ghost ship, even unmanned, it's a massive waste of resources for only a 50% chance of survival. A heavily accented voice spoke out, vowels sounding like gargling water. What was their name? KN? MHH. 36. Nizu replied. What? KN asked him, front limbs twitching, confused. There will only be an approximated 36 increase in the chance of survival. Nizu squeaked brightly. Which I must say, is better than the 4% increase from the idea you proposed. Alright, but that's still not a guarantee of success. Those ships are millions of credits apiece. Is getting a Terran home worth 1,000,000 credits to you? Shoda tensed, as did several others in the room. Shoda had thought by now, with Isizuku roaming the halls for the better part of 10 cycles, that people would realize that not all Terrans were savage monsters. Shoda was pretty sure that if Eri was on the table, Kayan would propose any expenditure to return her home. But as she was staying with them until they could guarantee her safety, instead he was debating whether Isizuku was worthy of the same treatment. Isizuku, who had basically saved them, as they would have never made it out without his self-sacrifice, his pain. Shoda had to clench his jaw in order to not do something as unproprietary as snarling. Yes. Nizu said after a moment. Getting a Terran home is worth the credits, as getting any species to their home planets after a trafficking incident would be. As we have done before hundreds of times, and which we will do again 1,000 more. Isizuku is worth much more than 1,000,000 credits. Shoda's voice was quiet, but it carried across the meeting hall like wind blowing through flora. KN clacked his pincers in acknowledgement, but didn't say anything more, of which Shoda was very thankful. Well, go with a dual ploy, prepare a autopilot vessel to arrive at the Tetradid 9 station, simultaneous release, height of trade hour. Nizu politely commanded. Nem, as master of transportation logistics, raised her hand in acknowledgement. Same launch at second light? Nizu raised his hand. Lunkra, prepare enough rations for 70 days for 2, and 30 extra rations for the auxiliary crew. Dietary requirements have been sent in advance. Lunkra clicked in acceptance. Nizu faced him, voice unchanged from its hard edge. Meet me in my office after. His voice rose to address the entire hall. Meeting adjourned. Return to your stations. I want extra focus on needling for any of the overhaul's forces testing our defenses. Everyone rose from their seats and filed out of the hall. Shota remained seated until Nizu had gathered all of the documents which lay scattered all over his chrome desktop. He did not think about what Nizu wanted to talk about in his office. He had learned long ago that early warning of a discussion was a psychological tactic to unseat an opponent to expect bad news, and thus become nervous and lose their rationality. Not having any expectations about a discussion was the best way to handle them. Oh, but did he hate Nizu's discussions? Nizu had gathered all of his documents, the photographs of E-Precept sightings near the base, outreach documents from the Ditran Reserve, those terrible reports from prior missions to Terra that had put everyone on edge. Shoda cleaned his mind and followed Nizu's swift glide out of the hall, as somehow Shota's 6 legs were slower than Nizu's 2. They did not make a sound to each other until they were firmly behind the door of Nizu's soundproofed office. The small creature took a careful seat on his side of the desk and folded his hands in front of him. Shoda tried not to look too reluctant. So, Shoda, I've come to the conclusion that leaving you in the dark about this may decrease your chance of survival. In light of this, I have decided to reveal some very sensitive information to you, and I hope you are as trustworthy as you have shown as of yet. Shoda really would rather not be told very sensitive information, thank you very much. In his experience, having knowledge of sensitive information made chances of death go up. Not the other way around. Nizu searched his face until he found something he liked, probably the reluctance. The bastard always loved torturing people, and he slid the documents forward across his desk. The terrible pictures, half of the information redacted to preserve the identities of the victims private. The completely uncensored images of corpses, transcripts of distress calls, footage of spaceships crashing, the bodies being dragged out by Terrans in large yellow suits. Suit footage from those trying to recover the bodies of their fallen crewmates and viewing their disembowelment, Terrans in yellow suits cutting up their corpses to examine their organs, some of them still alive while they did it. Shota's stomach churned, feeling sudden nausea at the reminder. This is fabricated. Nizu said softly. Suddenly, Shota's brain was way too busy to feel nauseous. No, words were not going to come out yet. He tried again. It's fake. How? I have contacts in some Terran governments. Several leaders were concerned over an increase in trafficking on their planet. As they were not provided with protections of entry to the Federation, they had no viable defense against unauthorized entry to their word. I proposed a psychological defense instead. Now no one will willingly get close enough to see the planet, much less land on it. Shota remarked, nearly impressed. It would certainly take someone like Nizu to propose an idea like that. That amount of viciousness should have been a massive indicator. Precisely. It doesn't always work, as in Izuku's case, however, it is quite effective to keep people off of their planet until it has matured enough to enter the galactic community. Nizu hummed. I suspect that with recent events, that day will come sooner rather than later. So we won't have any issues with the Terran governments on our arrival? He asked, incredulous. This entire time he had been under the impression that their arrival would be the most dangerous part of the mission, and now he was being told, no, don't worry about it. No, I don't believe you will have much issue. Nizu eyed him up and down. The general population of that world has mutated so much that you may be able to pass as Terran. Shota did not see how that would be possible, But he didn't dare argue. I urge you not to share this information with anyone. Nizu continued soft but firm. You will likely only endanger the people of Terra if this becomes common knowledge too soon. Shoda wasn't an idiot. He knew when to shut up and raised his hand in acceptance. If all goes well in your departure hours, your trip should be without complications. But I warn you that if your plans nosedive, the consequences will likely be deadly. Nizu's tone was as serious as his high-pitched voice could manage. So either this trip will go well, or we will die. Perfect. It had only been half of a cycle since they had departed at second light, and Zashi had already called him 5 times. The first time was to tell him that he had forgotten to bring his favorite soap, so he would need to turn around to pick it up, right? The second was to ask if it was normal for Eri to be trying to eat objects that weren't food, like a fork or plutonium. What? Shoda had told him that the only things Daitra couldn't eat were the items that couldn't fit into their mouths, but even then he wasn't quite sure if that was a limitation. He had let Zashi talk at him for quite a while before gently telling him he should probably put Eri down for a nap. The third through 5th times were all the same. Through the night Zashi couldn't sleep because he couldn't tell if Shoda was still alive. Shoda was sympathetic to these calls as he was keen to the knowledge of Nizu's helpful calculation of a 43.4% chance that the vessel would be attacked in the first 2 cycles. It was difficult to attack a vessel at their top speed, but not impossible by any means. The second cycle he was curt and probably very rude to the auxiliary crew, but was too sleep-deprived to care. Every bump caused by shielding from debris made him twitch. Both theirs and the ghost vessel were still on course, and it was only a matter of time to see if the members of the Overhuel would take the bait, or come after them. And then blessedly, reports from Nizu detailed that the ghost vessel had been destroyed by unknown assailants, while at hyperspeed. Which meant that their chances of survival had just increased to 89%. And Shoda felt like he could breathe for the first time in 2 cycles. Do you have any 2s? Izuku asked from across the table. While he spent the last 2 days being stressed out, Izuku had been irritatingly hopeful, blissfully unaware of the exact amount of danger he was in. Or maybe he was aware and just didn't care. It was hard to tell with him. He had spent half a cycle meticulously cutting sheets of a cheap, flexible metal alloy into identical rectangles, before etching Terran symbols and numbers and letters in common onto each card. He valiantly defended his actions by saying that the process would help him remember all of the numbers in common. Shoda didn't have the energy to argue with him. And then he had been forced into a game called Go Fish in Terran, of which they had a hard time coming up with a direct translation into common. Go Fish, he replied, self-satisfied that it was his second time playing the pointless game, but he was already winning. Do you have any 5s? Izuku narrowed his eyes and reluctantly slid 2 cards across the table, both labeled with the common symbol for the number 5. Do you have any kings? Go. Fish. Arg. Shoda let out an amused noise at Izuku's cries of frustration. At least he was less of a sore loser than Zashi was. Do you have any jacks? Shoda asked. Go Fish. Izuku enunciated a little louder than necessary. Shoda huffed. What is a jack? He asked after a short lull in conversation as they organized their cards. Izuku looked up from his desk, looked down, and then back up. I have no idea. Izuku, it turned out, did not know how to rest. It seemed like he always had to be doing something. He woke up before the artificial light cycle began on the ship, and he exercised long before Shoda woke, and more time thereafter. He didn't visibly change too much due to his effort, or at least he didn't notice until he walked in on Izuku doing a repeated exercise of pushing himself up from the ground, a heavy flat weight splayed across his back. He was pretty sure that the muscular abdomen was new, along with the bulging muscles across his shoulders. However, Shoda was hardly an expert, and the bulky clothing didn't exactly show the contours of the body well. That was sort of the point. He didn't notice the extent of it until he looked back on the file that held pictures from Izuku's initial arrival. It had been around 15 cycles since then, and apparently Izuku had changed more than he realized. Looking at him now, the skin around his eyes seemed to no longer hold a purple sheen. Was that healthier? He looked tanner, pinker somehow. And his face in the photo was noticeably gaunt, something he hadn't realized wasn't normal until he was accustomed to a new normal. And it put it into perspective just how bad their situation was, how close Izuku was to death by starvation. He hoped that he was recovering well, but, well, there was no real way to know. He had learned the first day in the cell not to assume anything with Terrans. He was almost glad that this wasn't the Izuku which he encountered in the E-Precept prison. He would have probably sheet himself. Izuku would also not stop reading. Every moment of the cycle that he wasn't sleeping, eating, or exercising, his face was hunched over the learning tablet like it was a newborn kit. Shoda was just glad that he no longer had to remain stoic under the barrage of questions that he did not know the answer to for the love of Daitra. It was all over once Izuku perfected the use of the standard alphabet and spelling, which he knew wouldn't take much time. The standard alphabet was ridiculously intuitive as opposed to his native language. Shoda was thankful that he no longer had to play teacher to the kit asking every other word, but he would appreciate it much more if Izuku stopped using words that even Shoda didn't know in his efforts to memorize several dictionaries. The language barrier had obstructed a lot of things, but the one thing that it had hid the most was just how smart Izuku was. He knew the kit picked up common unusually fast, but he fooled himself into thinking that that's where it would end, and not translate into him tearing through the foreign material collectivized from hundreds of planetary databases with all the vigor he had shown everything else since they had met. Were all Terrans like this? It was 20 cycles later that they had to stop at Argos 5 for their planned ship transfer. They landed in a more isolated corner of the major port. They would walk on foot in covert attire to the outreach center, then the auxiliary crew would refuel and return to Nizu's main base. They would then continue to Terra in the new vessel which should be completely free of tails. It was foolproof. He and Izuku stood in the docking bay and looked on as the crew completed the docking procedures. Completely seamless landings, checking cabin pressures, and engaging inertial dampeners. Something he would have never appreciated before being married to Zashi. Izuku gripped the clump of clothes and toiletries in a small bag and readjusted his reserve of rations on his shoulder pack. And then Izuku stiffened. But I warn you that if your plans nosedive, the consequences will likely be deadly. Dread, that was the feeling. Izuku's head whipped to face him, eyes glowing a vibrant green, skin crackling with energy. Something's wrong. Izuku's voice cracked as he yelled. Shoda didn't hesitate to drag Izuku out of the barely opened door of the docking bay, a gesture which quickly turned into Izuku bodily picking him up and sprinting with the aid of his powers. Get out. He knew that he should have been expecting more trouble, and it was irresponsible to not be more prepared. The auxiliary crew, not questioning his order, started to run towards the door. But they were too late. Izuku had run fast enough to clear the blast. The auxiliary crew did not have the luxury of speed. They went airborne as the ship went up in flames behind them, blowing them into the sky. He was out before they hit the ground. Izuku really wanted to know what god had cursed him. Now, he didn't think he was powerful enough to defeat a god, but it was the principle of the thing. To say, even an all-powerful being was beholden to retaliation for the hands which they had dealt. This was probably why Izuku wasn't sure whether or not there were gods, because then he may have someone to blame, and he wasn't sure whether having a figure in the sky to curse was better or worse. If there was a god, they were an a-hole. Their plan had gone up in flames, quite literally. And now Izuku was hiding in a corner waiting for Shoda to wake up, trying his best not to look extremely suspicious, probably failing. Definitely failing. Shoda was still breathing though, which was better than he could say for the other crew. In the past month he had talked to them, learned new jokes, practiced his common. Helkin born Zame. They were all gone, they had families. Borne had a husband, she was getting ready to start a family. And they were dead because of him. He didn't disillusion himself with the thought that it was his fault. He knew the E-Precept blew their ship, the very people they were running from caught up with them. That wasn't surprising. What was a surprise was that he didn't expect things to go wrong. He had latched onto the hope of them going home, and ignored all possible signs or danger until it had quite literally exploded in his face. It had started off as a dull buzz in the back of his head. Initially he had thought that his weird diet and narrow avoidance of deadly poisons had finally caught up to him, and that the strange headache was an initial sign of finally dying out in the abyss of space. But nothing had happened, the buzzing feeling remained, but it quickly became a constant, like a fan in the background. Every time he thought of it directly, the feeling, he would get a sharp jab of unease. He didn't like feeling so uneasy, not when he was so busy riding the high of finally going home, so he ignored it the best he could and spent every waking hour of his day learning the alien language and different cultures and the approximations of alien mathematical notation. How they used directional symbols to indicate multiplication and division, how they didn't use letters in their algebra, but a specific symbol which changes shape slightly to signify the number of variables. Izuku didn't really know calculus, but he was pretty sure whatever they had here was a much more streamlined process than on Earth, because after 2 days of trying to compare what he knew about calculus and how the aliens' math functioned, he was pretty sure that he knew calculus now. How in Zashi's culture it was rude to stare at their feet. How in almost every culture, direct eye contact was considered extremely uncomfortable or even threatening. How there were theories regarding the creation of the universal language that almost any species that made noises could speak, and why was it that almost everyone could make those noises? There was so much information and so little time to see it all. He tore through it with all the viciousness of Kaken at a practice dummy, knowing that it would be the only thing to stave off the boredom and the only thing he could do to ignore the ever-increasing buzzing feeling in the base of his skull. That is, until they finally landed on Argos 5, and the once bearable buzz had quickly turned into a head-splitting scream. All at once, all he could think of was danger. The feeling of apprehension had rose and rose and rose until all he could do was run, and not look behind him. He knew what was behind him: danger. And then everything was on fire. It took him a moment to figure out that he was still alive. Probably longer than what was healthy. The only thing that clued him into the fact that he was still kicking was the ever-present buzzing in the base of his skull. He was on his stomach, face down on the pavement. He couldn't feel anything hurting in his limbs. That was either a very good sign or an extremely bad sign. It took him way too long to figure out how to work his limbs, using shaking arms to push himself off of the ground. His ears rang, blocking out even the noise of his own breath. Around him, running, voiceless screams, and so much fire. It took him a second to remember the fact that he was carrying Shoda, who was no longer in his arms. His head strained to whip around frantically, temple pounding, before he located him around 2 meters behind him, sprawled out unconscious on his side, 6 limbs in disarray. He didn't ignore the buzzing in his skull this time. He stood with a surety that he didn't have, carefully braced Shoda across his shoulder, and hobbled away from the scene of destruction. He didn't use one for all. It probably wasn't a good idea to use it when he couldn't feel his limbs. And he definitely didn't miss how the buzzing feeling in the back of his neck intensified, spreading goosebumps along his arms. So there he sat in a dark alleyway, crouched over his unconscious alien, surrounded by tall dome-shaped chrome buildings, no longer ignoring the instinct screaming at him to run to another location when the buzzing feeling of unease made his hair raise and caused him to shudder involuntarily. This instinct was reinforced when he heard voices following close behind before he lost their trail. It came to the point where he wasn't sure if he should wait for Shoda to wake up, or if he should try to get help. He was stricken with the sudden thought that maybe Shoda wouldn't wake up at all. He knew that he was slightly less steady than a human. What if he hit his head too hard and was out for good? He was still breathing, but all Izuku knew about his species was that they did breathe, and not what that meant in regards to his overall state of being. But where could he even go? To get help? Where would he go? He didn't know the location of the outreach center. He didn't know the function of Argos 5's police force, or if they aided in something like this situation. He especially didn't know if there was a likely chance that someone would take one look at him and take off screaming in the other direction, because apparently humans had to be remarketed as the common space boogeyman. He stared down at Shoda's unmoving body, the throbbing in his temple making it difficult to keep his eyes from glaring. The adrenaline was wearing off now, and he figured the reason that he couldn't feel his lower limbs before was the ridiculous amount of swelling around his foot and knees. It hurt to touch, but honestly a couple of bruises was the least of his problems, and he had certainly been injured much worse. Still, lugging a heavy alien around on a swollen ankle was a massive pain, and he would really quite prefer that Shoda woke up within the same day. Thank you very much. And blessedly, after what felt like hours of running and hiding from unseen pursuers, Shoda breathing changed gradually into something closer to wakefulness, groaning loudly in a painful stretch that Izuku could intimately sympathize with. Shoda muttered, huffing out short breaths out of his several nostrils along his nose. Wake up, Izuku commanded, thoroughly done with being alone on an alien world and squatting in weird places until they were significantly more dangerous. Fuff. Shoda groaned, pressing clawed hands to the top of his forehead. Izuku decided that he'd had enough of that. Fuff, he says. He muttered in Japanese. Ungrateful JRK. He shook the other man gently. Get up or we're going to die. There, hopefully that was a word that he understood. Shoda froze under his palm. He said with considerably more weight. He sighed up with great effort, nostrils flaring with each quick panicked breath. So we're not dead, he remarked, probably still in shock. Izuku was quickly running out of sympathy for his lack of understanding that they are in considerable amounts of danger. No, but we will be if we stay here much longer. Already feeling the telltale buzz of danger, getting stronger with each passing moment. He shuddered violently. They found us again, we need to move. Can you walk? Shoda looked down at himself dubiously. Izuku sighed and quickly slung him over his shoulder for what may have been the 14th time that day. Shoda groaned, way too loudly for Izuku's comfort, as his stomach was braced against Izuku's back, awkwardly draped over the ration backpack. He slipped from the strange alleyway which spilled onto the next street. It was much more exposed along the street in front of them, a main street overflowing with a plethora of different species, but the buzz of unease got more intense when taking a step towards the other street. He had gotten this far on that alone and decided to trust it. He dodged a hovering vehicle crossing a vibrantly red street, a color which immediately reminded him of Kirishima's hair, and slipped into the alleyway 4 streets and 2 lanes over. No one looked strangely at him, too immersed in their own lives, a thought which was weirdly comforting. He only settled again when the overwhelming buzz settled into a simmering hum, slipping Shoda off of his shoulder and braced him sitting up against a chrome wall. We are safe here. He panted a sharp breath, trying to regain composure from the sudden jab of pain in his head from the strain. After a moment he added, for now, anyway. Shoda looked a lot less dazed than 3 minutes ago, his eyes were tracking now, and Izuku knew he understood him much better now because he looked distinctly annoyed at Izuku's words. Where are we? His head swiveled around, but his gaze met nothing but more chrome walls, and the low visibility of streets. Still on Argos 5. Izuku replied. I've been running from them for a while, waiting for you to wake up. Shoda looked disturbed. Them. It both was and wasn't a question. I haven't actually seen them, I haven't been that unlucky. Izuku leans against the wall, braced behind a structure that would obstruct their visibility from the mouth of the alley. Izuku didn't even care what it was, it smelled sweet, though. Shoda stared at him for several seconds longer than necessary, or polite. His mind visibly wired until Izuku could see the point where he accepted his fate and slumped against the wall. We've been compromised, was the verdict. Shoda sounded resolute. There would have been no other way to track the vessel. There must have been a what? Izuku had never heard that term before. Like a traitor? Someone was there to sell out our location. A mole? Had there been a mole? That didn't make sense. They hadn't been that important. How would there have been an installation of a mole in the 8 days they had spent at Nizu station? Even if it was a one-time report of their destination, they would have a way to unpredictable arrival to blow them up the second that they land. I'm not sure that's it. Izuku looked towards the mouth of the alleyway assessing. The hum was getting stronger. Maybe the mysterious hum would give them the answer? Of course not, that would be too easy. Could they have been followed all the way from the base? 20 days of tracking a supposedly incognito ship, one cleared by Nizu. They were also being tracked through alleyway to alleyway on a foreign base. It didn't make sense the speed at which they were being found, the accuracy. Maybe cameras? They were being tracked. Izuku's mind whirred, a great sense of understanding and dread accompanying the ever-growing buzz in the base of his neck. The buzz. In the base of his neck. Why would he sense an immense unease there? Why not just in his brain? Why not in his hands? Why the neck? Shakily, he brought his hand behind his head and stroked the bumpy skin surrounding where he felt the hum. The skin didn't buzz, but the feeling was not in the skin, it was under. He stroked a scar. Small, inconsequential next to several other large marred patches. A perfect place to slip it under the skin. All of the careful planning was absolutely useless, because they knew where he was the entire time. Why shoot them down while they were in the sky when all they had to do was wait for them to land and blow them to kingdom come? They are tracking us, he said with a considerable amount of certainty. They are tracking me. There were more questions. What about the ghost ship? Why had they blown it up and not them? Did they do it just to lull them into a false sense of security? Why go through that effort? There were so many questions and none of them were going to be answered. Shoda titled his head. How would they have tracked the ship? Not the ship. Izuku rolled his neck. Was there something there? Could he feel it? Kami, how big was it? Just under his skin, sitting like a ticking bomb. Tracker, in the skin, would they? Shoda took a moment to consider that, before knocking his back against the wall with a painful amount of force. And well, Izuku couldn't exactly disagree. Izuku was starting to feel like he was in an action film. After sneaking through alleyways for several hours, now they attempted not to look suspicious in the middle of a bustling market. This was made difficult by the fact that Shoda could barely walk, and Izuku was extremely paranoid, tensing at each spike of the buzzing in his neck. However, it was a boon that they were surrounded by people who didn't exactly have a standard for normal behavior except in their own species. In short, no one gave them a glance. So Izuku was on the lookout for the people who would give them a glance. Are you sure you want to do this? Shoda asked in as low a voice as he could manage. As if Izuku had any choice. I've had worse. He slid his eyes over the crowd, no armor, no tasers, no onlookers, and the low hum hadn't put him on edge, yet. This won't kill me. You sure you want me digging around with a sharp object near your brain? Izuku sent him a glare. Congratulations. Izuku paused at a stall set up on shabby metal pegs with green fabric draped over the top in a way generally reminiscent of a pillow fort. You somehow managed to make it worse. They had already somehow managed to gather the other supplies, some weird versions of bandages, and a disinfectant that Izuku was half sure wouldn't kill him. All that was left was something to get under the skin. He should have known that it would be in the more suspect part of the market that they would find the sharp objects. He caught the attention of the salesman with the raise of a hand. As he'd seen others do, they returned the gesture. Hello, how many credits for this? Shoda stopped beside him, looking at the knife with an unreadable expression. The way they began this conversation came to mind, a muttering of, "That's barbaric Izuku," and "You're insane Izuku." "Hello, good fellow." The other had a squeaky voice, and wiggled their blue tentacles around to emphasize their words. "You have a good smell for quality. That there is 800 credits." He slid his eyes to Shoda, raising his eyebrows in a silent question that he had hoped he'd learned to read. Shoda gave a small nod, and handed Izuku his credit chip. What a power move, buying the knife that would cut you open. He internally grimaced, and externally gave the salesperson a pleasant expression, being very conscious not to smile. Well, take it. He slid the credit chip over. The salesperson bounced in place, ecstatic. And then he was dragging Shoda away as fast as possible as the low hum of danger boiled over into an obnoxious buzz. He stopped, once again in an alleyway. Why did he feel the safest in an alleyway? Turning around to face Shoda. He gripped his arm and plopped the weird knife in his hand with more force than strictly required. He had to force his clawed hand to close around it, as Shoda very much did not want to hold the knife, just like Izuku very much did not want to be cut open by it. He sat himself down in front of him on the surprisingly clean ground, moving the hood from top of his head. His unruly hair had grown down to his shoulders, so he had to use his hand to hold the back of his hair up, exposing his neck. He waited patiently for the pain of a controlled slice into his skin. The pain which failed to come. I can't do it. Oh, Kami, give him strength. Do it. Izuku, Shoda started, backing away. Izuku whipped around and grabbed the edge of his cloak to keep him in place. "Do it, you coward," he hissed in Japanese. "It has to be done, I will be fine. Do it." Shota visibly swallowed and took a breath which made his several nostrils flare. Izuku turned back around and resumed his position. In a moment of genius, he shoved the strap of his ration backpack between his teeth so he wouldn't make any noise screaming and reveal their position further. "Izuku, do it," came the severely muffled reply. A muttered F- for good measure. And then the razor edge broke the skin of his neck. Shota wrapped the edge of the bandage around Izuku's neck, trying his best to keep his claws away from soft flesh. Izuku had his eyes shut tight, the flesh of his eyelids scrunched in a way that looked painful. His hands shook, but he forced them to stop. He didn't have the luxury. The strap of Izuku's backpack was still clenched between his teeth, his jaw still hadn't loosened. Got the screams. Red slowly seeped through the center of the blue bandage. "Would you like to do the honors?" he asked a little sardonic, holding out a bloodied piece of electronics, no bigger than one of his claws. Izuku peeked, an eye open, glaring. Shota was glad that he had become immune to the glares long ago, or he would have lost the battle with his nausea then and there. The Terran took a couple of straining breaths, closed his eyes again, and then gave the tiniest shake of his head he could manage in order not to jostle the cut in his neck. Shota held the tracker up to his face and scowled, one little nuisance that almost cost them their lives. Could still cost them their lives. He aggressively crushed it under his foot, it made a satisfying snap. He didn't know where to go from there. They couldn't go to the outreach center, it would be obvious that it was where they were headed next as a satellite base. They would most likely be intercepted, even without a tracker. No, he wouldn't destroy another good ship just to try. That would be a fool's errand. They couldn't call for help either. The outreach center wasn't armed, just had intelligence personnel, not fighters. They couldn't exactly help with their situation. He couldn't get a message to Nizu either. They were over 4 sectors over and the subspace communicators would never reach that far. The best plan, their only option really, would be to get off the stupid planet as soon as possible and find another mode of transportation that could take them to Terra. How would they accomplish this? He has no clue. But well, they had always found a way, hadn't they? They had gotten this far. He was pretty sure Izuku would pull some Terran stunts at the last minute and save them, because he was incapable of being anything other than annoyingly competent. Exhibit it. Izuku stood up shakily, staring forlornly at the piece of crushed metal. He looked over to Shoda to share a camaraderie of, "Hey, we didn't die." Shoda did not indulge him, because the little twerp just made him perform an impromptu surgery. Again, not exactly the kid's fault, and it was needed, but Shoda still had blood on his fingers and that was not okay. Shoda should really stop being surprised that Izuku was okay after that. He had, after all, been through much worse pain. "We probably should." Izuku made a vague gesture toward the mouth of the alley. Shoda sighed and started walking, not even having a particular destination in mind, but wanting to get very far away from the last signal transmitted by the tracker. His leg twinged. He let out a small, pained huff. They were very lucky that the range on the transmitting signal wasn't very precise, otherwise they would have been dead a lot sooner, but Shota didn't really want to dwell on that. "So," Izuku started, falling in line beside him. Shota could still hear the slight rasp in his voice from where he had been scream. "No, thinking about that was not necessary. Do we have a plan?" Izuku, poor Izuku's voice sounded so hopeful. "Well, if you count not having a plan as having a plan." Shota made a vague gesture. "Then we have a plan." Izuku made a face, a little scrunch of the nose. Shota couldn't tell if he was confused or disgusted. Probably both. Not having a plan was indeed disgusting. Izuku carefully raised his hood over his head, trying his best not to stretch the muscles of his neck. "So what's next?" They took a sharp corner, keeping away from the main street. Izuku tried his best to look around inconspicuously without turning his head. He was failing. "Well, I suppose we should probably make a plan." Was he being bitchy? Was he going to stop? Not anytime soon. "Good for you, I would have never thought of that." Shota turned to send a half-amused look at the kit. It looked like his sarcasm was infectious. Well, like teacher, like student. We'll have to find an alternate source of transport. Shota decided that they should probably head towards the market. Better to get lost in a crowd than expect low visibility in an alleyway to keep them safe. The crowds would deter any large attacks and would be more unexpected of a place to hide. Any way we can find like a space taxi? Izuku dodged a strangely dressed passerby going in the opposite direction. Shuttle. And not unless you have 10 million credits. He responded flatly. Besides, it wouldn't take us to your system. Closest we could get would be more than 6 days away at max speed. Everything closer is restricted space. So do we buy another ship? Izuku's brows furrowed. No, Shota turned the corner. He could hear the beginnings of the central market. Then how? Shota turned around and gave Izuku a cynical look. One that, by now, he had definitely learned to read. Ever heard of hitchhiking? You're my adopted son. Shota was facing Izuku now, tone firm with resolve. Repeat it. I'm your adopted son. Your name is Din-I. You were an orphan from the Second Interstellar War who I adopted. My name is Din-I. I was orphaned from the Second Interstellar War who you adopted. Your species is Zargurut. My species is... Zargurut. I've never heard of them. Good, they don't exist. My name is 4N. Your name is 4N. The engine of our ship was stolen by pirates. We need transport to our family's system to be home for a wedding. The engine of our ship was stolen by pirates. We need transport to our family's systems to be home. For a wedding. Good. Shota breathed. That's good. Now repeat it back to me and look more desperate. My name is Din-I. I'm your adopted son. Hi, traveler. My name is Din-I. This is my adopted father 4N. Our ship's engine was stolen by pirates. Oh, sorry for bothering you. Hey friend, my adopted son and I are stranded trying to get home for a wedding. Is there any way you'd be willing to? Sorry, I'm not interested in wedding supplies. Transport? No, I mean, could you transport us to a wedding? Sorry, I don't know about any weddings. No, wait. Please help. I'm an orphan. This is my adopted father. We're trying to get home for a wedding. Pirates stole our engine. Sorry, I don't have any credits. No. We don't need credits, just a ride. Please. Sorry, I don't have a ship. The keys to an expensive ship hung out of his cloak. Oh, okay, sorry for bothering you. Hi, traveler. We're both orphans. We just need to get to and you're gone. This is hopeless. Izuku brought a spoonful of red mush to his face, gripping the ration pack like it was a stuffed toy. People here are so rude. People everywhere are rude. He slurped a packet of fruit jelly he'd bought from the market. It had been so long since he had fruit jelly. We should make a sign. Back home people make signs. We're not making a sign. He huffed. We'll get someone to help eventually. What we're doing clearly isn't working. Izuku said with a full mouth of food, a red chunk flying out of his mouth in the process. Do you think the orphan part is coming on too strong? Of course not. The orphan part is principal to the role. He leaned back against the alley wall, looking out onto the street. He was glad that nights on this planet were never completely dark, but just settled into a kind of permanent maroon twilight for 4 standard cycles. It would be worse if they were left in complete darkness. He wondered, could Izuku see in the dark? If you're sure. Izuku trailed off, looking unsettled. What else could Izuku do, he wondered. Before, with the tracker, you knew when they were coming. How? He rolled his head to face the kit. Izuku turned to meet his gaze and opened his mouth, then closed it again several moments later. You know, I've been trying very hard not to think about that. That's a great question. The Terran rubbed his eyes tiredly. Do these things just happen to Terrans? Shota really hoped that most Terrans didn't suddenly develop more weird abilities, but then again, he still knew very little about his kit species. No, Izuku placed the empty ration package back into his backpack, a move which he somehow loaded with worrying amounts of frustration. No, I'm pretty sure these things just happen to me. You really do like causing problems, don't you? Shota mused, words which caused Izuku to snort louder than necessary. Now you really do sound like him. Izuku's voice was soft, and the kid closed his eyes for much longer than a blink. Shota decided not to ask exactly who he sounded like. "Do you sense any danger now?" he asked, not really wanting to know the answer right before they tried to get some sleep. Izuku opened his eyes and stared directly into Shota's. "Always." Shota wanted to get off this planet. It had been 2 cycles. 2 long, grueling cycles of consistent begging. They had sat on the corner of the market, subdued now that it was technically the version of this planet's night, asking every passerby to give them a ride. Every time they were brushed off. He had forgotten how big the universe was. That when there is such a large and wide universe, eventually everyone learns to mind their own business. It seems that the people of Argos 5 had learned to take that message to an extreme. They didn't look at others if it wasn't their business. If someone was in trouble, they had no problem looking the other way. Even the shopkeepers manning the outside market stalls didn't call for the attention of people passing by like they would in Shota's home planet. He was pretty sure that if their pursuers, if the BSTRDS were even still looking, attacked them in the middle of the market, no one would look up. Shoyuda was used to being alone, preferred it, but he had to wonder how anyone survived on this planet as isolated as they seemed. He had to remember that this planet was known for their discretion. This was the planet where shady people went when they didn't want to be found. He knew that. He did, however, forget what that would mean. That people wouldn't care what he was doing because they didn't care about him. It was infuriating, and he was finally realizing that they may have to reevaluate a plan, because they may never complete their mission at this rate. "Greetings." Both Shoda and Izuku's heads shot up. "I saw your sign. Are you too in need of help?" They had been sitting slumped on the sidewalk at the entrance to the market, ready to give up for the time being. He was pretty sure that Izuku was half asleep before they both honed in on a voice unmistakably directed at them. The traveler was a pentapedal guy, standing well above Izuku. He was colored a deep, muted green with tan-colored cloth draped over his limbs in beaded excess. He looked like the type of person to travel the universe in a broken-down spaceship while consuming questionable substances, discovering the secrets of the universe while down under, and forgetting them when was once again lucid. It would have to do, he supposed. "Are you talking to us?" Izuku's voice was a much higher pitch than normal. "Yes, unknown." Man? The man tilted his head, or what Shota assumed was his head. He had no idea where the guy's eyes were. "You appear like you are having a difficult cycle. Would you appreciate help, unknown?" "Hi. My Detrius. We've been stranded here for almost 3 cycles trying to get to our family system." Izuku jumped up from the sidewalk, probably more quickly than Shota thought unsuspicious. "My name is—" "No, please." The traveler cut Izuku off. "I do not have need of names, unknown. Where do you need to go, unknowns?" "Oh, well, you don't have to take us all the way. We need to get to Quadrant 12. Shota cut in, before Izuku could reveal the actual location they wanted to go to. "We're trying to make it in time to attend my sister's wedding in the Poland system." "Wedding? Oh, how the joining of people joins the broken pieces of my soul. I am headed towards Quadrant 13 for the Festival of Flaming Men. Would you like to join me on my journey through the spacious cosmos?" The traveler bent his 2 front limbs in something that almost resembled a kneel but didn't quite compare. "We would love to join you." Izuku cut it, ecstatic, before Shota could ask all of the actual relevant questions. For example, what occurred at the Festival of Flaming Men, and was it age-appropriate? "What can we call you, besides a new friend?" The traveler took on a noticeably pleasant expression. "You may call me Merchant. On our planet, we earn our names. I look forward to seeing you earn yours, unknowns." Shota had a feeling. He wasn't sure if it was a good feeling or a bad feeling, but it was definitely a feeling. "You are so kind. We were afraid that we would not make the wedding. Is there any way we can repay you?" Shota winced at Izuku's words. Asking for a way to repay kindness might be offensive to Merchant. He seemed like the type. "I do not require payment for a kindness freely given, unknown. However, if you would return kindness by aiding me on our perilous journey, I would not refuse such." Izuku immediately started nodding. "Yes. Anything you need. I'd love to help out." Shota winced again. This kid. Well, before we leave for our perilous journey, I must gain a stock to vend throughout the ceremony of the flaming. Would you two be so kind as to aid me? Merchant said, seemingly sincere. Shoda had several questions on the tip of his tongue, knowing exactly what kind of planet this was, and exactly the kind of things that went down at festivals, especially ones that contained something called the ceremony of the flaming for the safety of Daitra. However, before he could speak, Izuku, sweet innocent Izuku, set their fate in stone with an excited, "Sure thing." And what else could he do but stand, shoving the idiotic handwritten sign in the nearest garbage receptacle and following behind them? He had to remind himself that this was his idea, and he couldn't get mad that Izuku was accepting a ride from Merchant because it was his idea. "So how do you earn a name?" Izuku asked brightly, flapping his hands. "No one must know how to earn a name before they do, otherwise they will seek to earn the name for the name's sake, and not the action to earn the name." Merchant responded, walking to the center of the market. That makes so much sense. It was going to be a long cycle. Izuku had developed a metric. He decided, after countless hours standing in the middle of a market, making no progress, that Shoda was often way more confident in his plans than he should be. Said proposed metric includes the premise that the more uncomfortable Shoda was with a plan, the more likely the plan was to work. Nothing against Shoda or his comfort level, but Izuku was beginning to see a correlation, and he would be a fool to ignore blatant data. Shoda was very uncomfortable, and Izuku had high hopes. "So, is it okay to ask how you earned the name Merchant?" Izuku was very much trying not to step on the aliens' toes. It was likely that this would be their only chance to get off the planet for several days, and he would be an idiot to jeopardize that by accidentally offending the guy. Which, not offending someone while knowing basically nothing about their culture was nearly impossible. "You may ask." Merchant tilted his head towards him in an almost human way of acknowledgement. "But I may not tell you, unknown." That made sense. If he told them how he earned his name, then they would get an idea on how names were earned. Shoda's quiet huff behind him told that the man had very different sentiments on the matter. Izuku had a feeling that he was uncomfortable remaining nameless, but Izuku wasn't. Izuku had been called many things in his life, some much worse than unknown. "That's okay." Izuku repressed the urge to grin in the face of his nervous energy. "In my culture it is rude to point at things and people. Is there anything that is rude for you?" The alien let out a sound, something which both resembles a hum and a burp. Izuku had no idea what the sound meant, but he hoped it was a nice, friendly, happy sound, and not an "I'm going to murder you later" sound. These things were incredibly difficult to distinguish. You may be rude, unknown, but to be offended by the actions of others is the will of fools. Merchant responded, extremely unhelpfully. He seemed to do that a lot. "Okay." Izuku sat on that for a moment, trying very hard not to visibly deflate. "So, where are we headed?" "We must meet a friend, one who has earned the name Fence. We will meet and buy his stock to sell." Merchant's tone was so friendly, it was hard to not trust it. And well, Izuku honestly trusted his gut on this. For nearly the entire time he had been on this planet, he felt like dying with a constant state of anxiety. But well, he knew anxiety, knew it well. The feeling of the sense he had developed was different. It was weird. After the buzzing had stopped, he had felt the danger in a different way. Now his hair rose, his heart pounded, and he felt this vague sense of foreboding. When it got particularly strong, he would pull Shoda into the market and roam amongst the stalls until the feeling had passed. He knew it wasn't just his anxiety, it couldn't be. The best way he could describe it was that his anxiety came from him, the sense of danger seemed to come from somewhere else. But he didn't know. And well, Merchant didn't set off his senses. There were plenty of people that they had begged a ride from that made Izuku's hair raise, and the merchant was not one of them. Izuku was much more prepared to trust his instincts, which had kept them alive for quite some time on the run, than trust Shoda's inexplicable unease. It may have been unwise, Shoda probably had a good reason, he always did, but well, they would only get a few chances, it would be stupid not to take what they could get. He could almost hear Kaken calling him a stupid Deku, and inexplicably, it gave him hope. Well, Lead on. Since Izuku couldn't rightfully grin, he made all the enthusiasm he wished he felt apparent in his tone. I don't know much about sales, but I can lift a crate or two. To emphasize his point, he flexed his biceps like a gym rat taking pictures in front of a mirror. Shota groaned behind him. Merchant had led them around corners and back streets long past the market. The sun still hadn't risen, leaving the sky to be a crimson red, lightest at the two horizons to his east and south. He assumed that the suns was going to come up soon, but he had no way of knowing because the chrome buildings covered most of the visibility. It was hard to see out most of the time, but not enough to hinder them. It seemed like the place was in an almost constant dusk, which was as beautiful as it was frustrating. Frustrating because it was also cold. Not enough to hurt, but enough to where he had a hard time nodding off in the back of an alley the night before. He hoped that Merchant's ship had central heating. The roads had also gotten different as they continued on, a straight and clean crimson melting into a muddy reddish clay-like color, the smooth lines and the clean streets transforming rapidly into loose stones and debris-filled alleys. Izuku definitely wouldn't be sleeping in those anytime soon. Izuku could tell that they were in a poorer area now. It seemed like no matter the planet, there was a distinct lack of infrastructure in any place that wasn't marketed as a tourist trap. He should have known that alien governments wouldn't be that different. He decided not to focus on the suspect nature of their destination. It was better for his heart. And, surprisingly, his danger sense wasn't triggered as they walked deeper into the city's peripheries, except that one green puddle that he gave a wild birth. Something also told him that he was probably the most dangerous person there, a fact that also failed to make him feel better. What a surprise. We have approached the end of our journey, unknowns. Merchant recited sagely. Shoda looked nervous, thus Izuku still had hope. Great! Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet, feeling rather than hearing the squelch of mud beneath the firm black shoes that were given to him. Great! Came Shoda's much less enthusiastic reply. Stay here while I ensure fence is present, unknowns, then we can revel in the joining of friendship. Merchant didn't wait for their reply, turning and headed towards a chrome building that looked like every other building surrounding it. Izuku couldn't see any markers of identification, no symbols or numbers, no street names. He wondered how they navigated around here. Once Merchant had left their line of sight, Izuku jumped as one of Shota's paws came up to grip his arm. He swirled his head around to look at the other accusingly. Shota did not falter. I don't like this. I have a good feeling about it. He shot back, grinning. The lack of a bad feeling about something does not equate to a good feeling. Shota whipped his head around to stare at their surroundings suspiciously. Izuku did not follow his lead. He knew that everyone within a 50-meter radius was in their homes. If something was going to go wrong, he would know. But also, Shota was kind of right. Just because he knew they weren't in mortal danger didn't mean that they wouldn't be waylaid by something because of the merchant. We are safe. Izuku paused as something twinged in his stomach at those words. Well, for now. Being safe doesn't mean we'll get closer to our goal. Shota sniffed the air, taking a large breath which made the several nostrils on his snout twitch petulantly. No. Izuku breathed, sighed really. But it means we'll be alive a little while longer. Izuku, I really don't have a good feeling about this. Shota really did look spooked, and for a second Izuku almost re-evaluated his metric for good ideas, but well. I know. He paused, searching for a way to put Shota at ease. But we can't afford to be picky right now. Merchant seems like a decent guy, and I can tell you right now that he's completely harmless. You can't know. I'll let you know as soon as that changes. He cut him off firmly. He needed to not be talked out of it, because this could be the only chance they had, and at least one of them had to be on board with it. Trust me. Izuku, Shota was caving. He could see that now. He didn't know if it was a good thing or not, and he had a feeling that his senses weren't going to reveal that information. They were both silent for a long moment, where the only noises were the faint brushes of their fogged breath, the tinny echoes of voices from adjacent buildings, and the faint squelch of mud as Izuku nervously scrunched his toes. Okay. Shota dropped his head, the edge of his nose not quite touching the loose red dirt of the road. But if things go wrong, I will remind you of your failures. Say you told me so. Izuku grinned with triumph. Hold it over my head. You'll harp on me. Shota grimaced. No, wait. Rub my nose in it, bring me to the book. Why does your language have so many idioms? Those are just the ones I know from English. Would you like the ones in Japanese? How to win an argument like a pro, annoy your opponent until they want to stop talking to you. Shota tried to strangle him as politely as possible. Izuku dodged the paw, playfully swiping at his face, chuckling despite the situation. It was great to know that even stranded on an alien planet, surrounded by people who either didn't care about them or people who actively wanted to murder them, that he could still laugh. He hadn't laughed in a while. It felt nice. Merchant made an unreadable noise behind them, and Izuku jumped. He turned, rubbing his head sheepishly, making sure that the small grin threatening to bloom on his face was firmly suppressed. Merchant? Is everything all right with Fence? Merchant was quiet for a moment before raising his hand lazily in affirmation. He had the feeling that the guy was silently judging them, but like everything with him, it was hard to read. He turned and gestured for them to follow. Izuku didn't feel the vague sense of apprehension that usually accompanied danger, so he decided it was in his best interest to step after the guy. He had to jog slightly every few paces to keep up with Merchant as he swiftly dodged between chrome buildings. The walls were close together, and Izuku got the uncomfortable feeling that they were walking in people's backyards. The streets were slightly muddy, the same red clay that made up the roads, and as he walked the faint schlup. The mud sticking to his boots nearly made him grimace. They rounded a few corners between buildings before coming to an abrupt stop. The merchant turned to them. I will translate. Then continued on into a peculiar house headed with a beaded entrance instead of a door. Faint chittering echoed inside. He and Shoda shared an unreadable glacé. The beads covering the door were heavier than expected. They moved out of the way. When he pushed them open just fine, but instead of light plastic parade beads, they fell into place like iron chains, brushing across his chest heavily. The lack of a door was, however, the least strange thing about the house. The inside was completely orange. The floor was soft, something he had gotten familiar with on his trips so far softer than linoleum but still harder than foam. It too was a garish shade of orange in a color that somehow clashed with itself. He sunk into it as he walked past the entrance, eyes darting to the other objects in the very orange house. The walls a dark peach, the lights shining orange instead of white, and sparse furniture a mismatched assortment of tangerine. Honestly, it kind of made him want to throw up. Was it possible for the air to taste orange? Because at that moment he could have sworn that it did, a sort of bitter citrus smell. Nice smells always put him on edge, since a lot of the fragrance they used were apparently toxic enough to kill him. He forcefully dragged his eyes away from all of the orange and landed on instead a small figure who he presumed to be Fence. A wonderful name, one that raised exceptionally more questions regarding how exactly these people got their names. He was small, the size of an arm, small, furry, and just as orange as the rest of the house. Fence chittered at them intently and Izuku looked at Merchant, fairly out of his element. This is Fence. He says that you can stay because he likes your, Merchant told him, and he wasn't exactly sure that last word was in standard. He then pinned Shoda in a look. He says you should wait outside. The ambience of the house will be thrown out of balance in your presence. Izuku cringed internally, although he didn't actually disagree. Shoda did kind of have downer vibes. It was probably the depression. He glanced back at Shoda, who seemed halfway offended at the accusation that he would throw off the house's ambience, and the other half was vague indifference. He hesitated, throwing Izuku a worried glance, before he backed out of the door. And then Izuku was alone in the very orange house with two aliens named Fence and Merchant, like the setup to a terrible joke. It's nice to meet you, he said, trying to alleviate the awkward silence that had fallen after Shoda's abrupt departure. Merchant chittered to Fence in what Izuku assumed to be a translation. I like your home. God, that was pitiful. Who said that anymore? Don't draw attention to the orange. No, bad idea. He says thank you. Oh, thank you, he says. So, my dad was ruining the ambience? You're good at judging that sort of thing? Izuku scratched the back of his head, wishing to all creation that the gaudy orange rug would swallow him up and eat him whole. Fence chittered to Merchant urgently. He says that your eyes held surprise and curiosity upon your entrance. Your father only held judgment. Fence doesn't like people judging his decor, he's sensitive about that sort of thing. Merchant responded, face still as unreadable as ever, but tone bordering on playful in a way that Izuku could actually notice. He wondered how many signals he was missing with this guy as a result of Izuku's unfamiliarity. Oh, okay, great. Izuku hoped that they weren't going to take too long dealing out their supplies. Shoda was probably already getting twitchy at leaving him alone with them. So, what did you need me to do? Merchant pointed to 4 large boxes lined against the far wall, bordering what Izuku assumed to be a kitchen. Izuku didn't know why he was surprised that the boxes were orange. They were large, about half his height, and they looked heavy but not so much that Izuku couldn't manage even before One for All. Nothing would be worse than lugging around a fridge with All Might sitting on top of it testing him to go plus ultra. And at least these orange boxes wouldn't make fun of his puny muscles. Now that he had One for All, even at 1% he could probably carry all of them at one without an issue. Not that he would, that would attract all the wrong kinds of attention. These need to be transported back to my ship. It's too much to carry by myself, so I would appreciate your help. Izuku raised his hand to give the guy an enthusiastic thumbs up before he remembered that would be really weird. People here don't do that. Izuku and hastily morphed the aborted thumbs up into a simple raised hand of affirmation. Yeah. No issue. Should I go ahead and start moving these outside? Merchant made a gesture with his hand that took Izuku a moment to remember that it meant no, in a standard nonverbal communication. Okay. So, they didn't want him to move the crates right then. That was great, perfect even. Only now Izuku's only distraction towards this really weird situation was taken away and he would be further forced to talk to Merchant and his friend. He was good at talking, great even, he could do this and not gloriously mess it up and then Merchant wouldn't leave them on the planet. It would be fine. He realized belatedly that he had started to mumble aloud, in common. So embarrassing. Thankfully, Merchant's confused expression told him that Izuku's small slip went blessedly uncomprehended, as mumbles usually were. He could feel his cheeks start to flame red, resisting the urge to rub them. Why don't you eat with us, unknown? Merchant took pity on him, cutting off his flailing noises. It's almost the standard dark cycle. Oh, but Shoda hasn't eaten either. I would feel bad eating without him. Izuku, stupid, what if turning down food is rude? Oh God, did he already mess up? Stupid, oh God. Merchant chittered back to Fence, who gave him a firm, but still incomprehensible reply. I think that your father has served his penance for disrupting the ambience. Okay, Izuku was certain this time, Merchant's voice was definitely teasing. But tell him that the gods are watching him now, and they aren't merciful, unknown. Okay, point for 1 red flag, a completely unhinged reply. Yeah. Sure thing. Izuku found Shota sulking, watching his surroundings with unconcealed suspicion. Izuku could see now that one of the suns on this planet was beginning to rise high enough that he could see it over the tall houses. But well, the colors were wrong. The light was too warm, the sky too red. It was beautiful and unfamiliar, and beautiful in its unfamiliarity. But he would give anything to see his own sunrise again. He shook himself out of his thoughts. Come eat food, but don't kill the vibe this time. Shoda glared at him, and for a moment Izuku was so much reminded of Aizawa-sensei that he could imagine those eyes being red with erasure. No, I'd much rather stay out here. Izuku didn't stop himself from rolling his eyes. Well, I was told to tell you the gods are watching you now, and they aren't merciful. Izuku walked around to his front, interrupting the sliver of light breaking over the top of the rooftops and casting the other in shadow. Shoda took a swig of something from a weirdly shaped metal flask, something he had seen him buy at the market earlier. Izuku really hoped that it was water. You tell him that the gods are dead. Oh my God, was this man really that petulant? Izuku gripped his front arm, the one not holding the flask of water. It was totally water and hauled him up from the one spot on the street that wasn't caked in mud. Red dust had found its way interwoven between the lines of his cloak, which if one were to be sitting on the ground was unavoidable. "Tell him yourself." He gave the other man the smarmiest smile he could muster, only getting a resigned huff in response to being inside the house once again. Merchant and Fence were both in the kitchen when he came back in, the aroma of something. Well, Izuku didn't want to say that it smelled terrible because that was rude. Something pungent spilled into the entryway. Izuku hoped that the smell didn't come from the food, and if it did, Izuku hoped that it would be filled to the brim with cyanide, so he had an excuse to eat it. Although that really wasn't fair, natto smelled terrible, he still ate it. Still, even Shota scrunched his nose upon re-entering the house, so he knew that it wasn't just his human nose that found it repugnant. The foreleg that Izuku held to drag him inside attempted to twist out of his grip. He had a half of a mind to let him run, then follow him outside. But ship, home, they needed to not be. Well, he really didn't want to start emulating Kaken in this way, but assholes. They would eat the food, load the cargo on the guy's ship, and then he would finally get to go home. Smells amazing. Izuku was glad that he didn't have to smile now, because it might have come out more like a grimace. "You guys really didn't have to make food for us too, you're too kind." Merchant turned around from where he was heating something on a stove-like contraption. It didn't have an open flame, but dark steam more like smoke wafted off the darkened food in noxious waves. He raised his hand to them in a greeting. To not offer food to guests is to tell them that they are unwelcome, unknown. Merchant stepped away from the stove as Fence returned from the back of the kitchen with something Izuku assumed were skis. He was too short to reach the stove, but quickly climbed on top of a thin stool to dump some of the red powder into the dish. "Well, thank you for welcoming us." He looked around for something to do. Maybe he could help them? Or would that be offensive? "I take it that you have known each other for a long time?" Shoda asked, finally speaking up from his silent stewing from hatred of their situation. "You would be correct." Merchant patted Fence's head in a way that was somehow not patronizing. "We have known each other from before we were both named." "Fascinating." Izuku shot Shoda a warning look. "The food will be ready in a moment." Merchant stirred the blackened goop with a metal rod. Izuku hoped that that was what it was supposed to look like. "Please go sit." They both took the golden opportunity to get away from the smell, settling in at a table to vaguely reminded Izuku of the color of puke. "What are the chances that their food will kill me?" Izuku sat back against a cushioned seat that was way too small for him. He kind of felt that he was preparing for a tea party with a 6-year-old. "Not high enough." Shota replied, deadpan. "Hey." Izuku nearly felt winded after setting down the last orange box. It had been a long time since he had walked that long with that much weight. He had done massive amounts of weight training over the past month to regain a lot of his lost muscle mass, but he hadn't gotten near his level that he was when he was taken, and weight training wasn't the same as endurance. He was so focused on gaining muscle to be able to use his quirk that he had overlooked endurance, but it wasn't so much as an oversight as it was that he had to prioritize. But it was a decision he kind of regretted now as the muscles in his shoulder and thighs burned. He had made 3 trips to get all the boxes without looking too suspicious, and even though he didn't need to use much of one for all to carry 2 boxes at once, the continued use over what had to be at least 90 minutes had wrung him dry. But well, on the bright side, it was good endurance training. At UA, he hadn't had much time to develop his quirk in a way that reinforced the basics. Using one for all at such a low percentage could really help with precision control, something he would really need since he hadn't had access to his quirk for months. If he was still allowed to go to UA after this, he was going to be so behind. "You weren't joking." Merchant leaned against his ship, considering. "I can barely carry one of those by myself for more than 15 steps." Izuku took sharp pants, sweaty hands braced against trembling thighs. He was too out of breath to give the guy an immediate response. Shoda and Merchant had tried to help, but Shoda had a difficult time standing if he didn't have all 6 legs on the ground, much less carrying 60 kilos. Due to the height difference, it would also be a struggle to carry the boxes together. Izuku had firmly suggested that they just prepare the ship for takeoff, knowing how long that usually took from his most recent voyage. That also meant that if a stay arc of energy flew off of him when he momentarily lost control of one, for all that no one was around to comment. After taking a few more centering breaths, he unfolded to his full height and raised a hand to Merchant in acknowledgement. I have trained very hard to carry so much, but it doesn't hurt that my species has a very high baseline strength compared to most others. Higher gravity. Merchant nodded in comprehension, and it technically wasn't a lie. This planet felt like it had around 2/3 the gravity of Earth, and most of the standard gravities he experienced aboard different ships were around the same. Izuku would know. He used a pendulum in his room one night in a bout of curiosity, converting the standard units to meters using his height as a reference and converting an approximation of a cycle to seconds using his resting heart rate, which in the past usually always sat around 60 beats per minute. The acceleration of gravity in a lot of places was around 6 meters per second, an interesting but useless fact. Izuku just hoped that the reduced gravity wouldn't cause him heart problems when he returned to Earth, which he didn't think it would. Honestly, hard to tell. Calculating the acceleration due to gravity was easy. Biology? A mystery. Well, you have my gratitude, unknown. Merchant pressed a button that closed the hatch to his small, patchworked ship. Izuku's danger sense hadn't pinged when he got on board despite Shota's sideways glances. No. Izuku took a deep breath, willing his lungs to expand. You have mine, Merchant. If there was one thing that Shota hated, it was being stuck between two bad choices. Zashi had told him a long time ago that there was no true binary decision, and there was never just two choices. He would tell him to find the compromise, and land somewhere in between. However, finding the compromise between two bad decisions often led to worse decisions. Izuku had called it being between a rock and a hard place, but he just called it life. What was the compromise here? Sacrificing their safety to get home? And then what? He'd been trying not to think about it, the fact that the fastest message he could send would take months to get to its location, completely unencrypted. That he couldn't call for backup, and he would have to get himself home. The ship on Argos 5 was both their way to Terra and his way home, and he currently had no way of returning. He was trying very hard not to fixate on this fact. God, he missed Zashi. He could almost hear him, telling him to have hope. But Zashi was a galaxy away, and all he had was a Terran and a hippie. Izuku was good at the hope thing, but he wasn't staying. He would be going home, and Shota was suddenly struck with the notion that he might not be. He had gotten too complacent, thinking that they would succeed, forgetting that they were running from something dangerous, and his chances of returning were slim. You're spiraling. Izuku braced an arm across the back of his seat. The seat was comfortable, but too comfortable. He sank down into it so much he wasn't sure if he would ever be able to get up. It was the type of furniture that should have been inside a house, but was instead in the center of a common area on a spaceship. Usually chairs were bolted down, anything else was technically illegal, but Shota was ignoring that for now. He was supposed to report any and all infractions on common law, but he was logical enough to realize that there were bigger things to worry about than subspace furniture regulations. I'm not spiraling. Shota replied, kind of annoyed at Izuku for reading him unfairly well, but mostly just tired. You have that little furrow in your snout. Izuku shot him a grin, not bothering to repress it. Oh, there it is again. He was spiraling and he also wasn't. To spiral meant to go in an uncontrollable direction. For one, he was tightly controlling his direction of thought, and second, you have to have those thoughts go somewhere. He's made no progress, and not thinking about things was clearly not helping. One of the things he was really trying not to think about? Whatever was in those boxes. Merchant made Izuku lug back to the ship. He would really like to know if they were about to be accomplices to smuggling, because furniture regulations were one thing, but if Merchant was dealing stuff like trigger? He knew what went down on the back streets of Argos 5, and he knew what kind of things men like Merchant might sell on the streets of festivals. He wanted to rip the lids off those boxes and call in whatever secrets they held to the nearest agency. But there wasn't much room for privacy on a ship pieced together from spare parts, and he was smart enough to realize that wronging someone who holds the key to your transport home was the opposite of a good idea. Izuku suggested in hushed tones that if he was so curious, then shouldn't he just ask? Shota couldn't look at him for the rest of the cycle. The worst part? Merchant didn't even do anything wrong, really. Sure, he kept singing out of tune along to old songs from even before the wars, he refused to know their names, and his food smelled and tasted like burned feces, but he didn't really do anything wrong. Izuku refused to agree with his suspicions, and he couldn't exactly give up a ride when the only visible thing wrong was furniture regulations. At least the chair was comfortable. I was thinking, not spiraling. He grumbled, thoroughly disgruntled at his lonely position as the only person on the ship who had common sense. Izuku hummed, sounding wholly unbelieving. So, they were at an impasse. It was several days later that Shoda actually began to talk to Merchant. Izuku had never stopped talking, asking more questions about topics wouldn't have even thought to tread on. The day before, Izuku had sat with Merchant at the helm for hours and had gently interrogated him on his country's laws, regulations, and cultural taboos. He had unwillingly learned more about Merchant's home country than Shoda knew about his own. Interestingly enough, the discussion had stepped in the direction of his country's drag laws, of which had the death penalty. Shoda had never agreed with any use of the death penalty, and maybe it was Zashi's influence or maybe it was his own moral code, but he thought taking someone's life for a crime they committed when keeping them alive no longer endangered lives was an exercise in laziness from world governments. Giving the death penalty for possession of drags was something Shoda was fairly certain to be uncaringly cruel, even having seen the disastrous effect of Trigger. But mostly, Shoda was viscerally reminded that many smugglers off their own planets leave because of the relative laxness of the interplanetary drag regulations. But the merchant hadn't evaded the question when asked about his country's drag laws, so he wasn't certain if it would have been a sore point if the man was evading the harshness of his own planet. He wasn't really sure if he wanted to know anymore. Izuku was asleep. There wasn't exactly individual bedroom on the ship, just a small communal rest area of cushioned floor. Also non-regulation, so all Shoda had to do was turn his head to see Izuku sprawled motionless on his back every time he was filled with an inexplicable sense of panic that maybe the Terran was in danger. He caught himself checking too often to be normal, but he was too self-aware to claim ignorance of why. Izuku had clawed his way into a place inside his soul, one that he wasn't aware existed. Shoda had never thought about children, really. It was biologically improbable that he and Zashi could ever have biological children, different blood forms, different immune systems, and even different methods for cellular respiration. To create hybrids with such differing biological origins would be wholly cruel at worst and unethical at best. So Shoda had resigned himself to the notion that it would forever just be him and Zashi against the cosmos. But he had learned in the academy that many others considered his species to have an overabundance of pack instinct. He had remembered how the idea of his own culture was introduced through the lens of normality in dispassionate familial ties, and what was normal to his life was made to seem freakish in nature somehow. To care so much, to the death even. As he glanced at Izuku's sleeping form every few moments, just to make sure he was breathing, he was too self-aware to not realize that he would die for the child without hesitation, even just to get him home. That though both terrified him and centered him, he had someone, something, to hold on through. But he would be leaving him on his own planet, with his own family. To get this attached, to care this much, would surely just be an act of self-flagellation. And yet, that didn't stop him, as it never had. He checked that Izuku was still breathing. "You care for him?" Merchant's voice broke through the silence of the cabin, where before they had sat in a suppressed sort of quiet only backed by the startlingly rough hum of the engines and the exhalation of a sleeping Terran. Shoda broke his gaze away from his son, and drifted over to stare confusedly at the other man. What a strange comment to make about a father and his son, unless the other man could see through their act. Shoda considered this for a moment, eyes raking over the other's form, trying to glean what little he could from their unfamiliar body language. Of course. His eyes unwillingly drifted back to the Terran. He is very easy to care about. The merchant followed his gaze and lifted his hand in affirmation. They sat in silence for a moment. It was less charged than a moment before. Shoda was relieved to know he could somewhat sense the man's mood after a few days in his presence. His intent was still empty space, but it had become easier to read the other's tone. He reminds me of my brother. Merchant's head was tilted to the side. For most species, the action would register as curiosity. Shoda took the shuttle message for what it was. Your brother? Shoda asked, voice remarkably even. Yes. Merchant titled his face upwards, away from the sleeping Terran. Shoda had to wonder whether the action was connected to grief, or if Shoda was sympathizing with dead space. My brother, Loud Cloud. Suddenly, the tiny cabin got infinitesimally smaller. Shoda's brain wrapped around the familiar words, even though his entire body trembled at the action. He did not want to hear those words, remember that name, even though he also held onto them like a life pod in a solar storm. Loud. Cloud. Shoda realized several things at once, all with terrifying speed. Loud Cloud could have been a common name on their planet, but then one had to earn their names in their culture, and Shoda didn't think anyone deserved that name but the Loud Cloud that he knew. They had to be the same. Shoda knew that with his entire being. He knew this, because despite the size of the universe, it was irritatingly small, and it liked to play jokes on the unworthy. He was sitting next to Loud Cloud's brother, to Shoda's utter embarrassment, and he knew him. Shoda had met him before when his family had visited the academy 20 standard clips previous. The man had to be Murchie, Cloud's younger brother. He had written the man a condolences letter, had written the entire family, after Cloud had, because it had been his fault. Zashi had tried to convince him that it wasn't, but Shoda had never quite believed him. He owed Cloud a life debt and Cloud was dead, so now he owed his entire family a debt to be culminated when in need. 3. It was irritatingly obvious now, looking from the eyes of Merchant, how Isizuku was eerily similar to Loud Cloud. He had soaked up knowledge like a sponge, was endearingly optimistic at every opportunity, and there was a way that Isizuku spoke, like Loud Cloud's mannerisms had transcended the boundaries of species. All of his carefully laid plans had flown out of the airlock before they came to culmination, because this was Murchie. He must have been a blip on the radar to his entire family, the bearer of bad news. He had never earned his name for them. Loud Cloud had been less traditional. He had known Shoda's name, but had just chosen to call him friend instead. Loud Cloud. Shoda repeated, but by the old council, he had to make sure. He sounds, fun. He was. Merchant's voice was unreadable monotone. But was it really? Shoda huffed out a breath, and tried to rearrange things in his mind. This man, not an irritating space hippie who may be selling illegal contraband, but Loud Cloud's brother, who he'd known briefly in his teenhood. That meant he had been barely 15 clips old when he had earned his name, which meant that Merchant had hardly earned it the way their meeting had implied. Isizuku, who had kept them from danger for nearly a cycle on the run, who somehow had an inexplicable ability to sense danger, trusted the man. Loud Cloud had been like that at first, to him. He was strange, otherworldly, and unreadable. Then he had just become, friend, joyous, calm and collected, brave to the end. He had been so undeniably brave. Loud Cloud tilted his head when concentrating on examination. He had looked to the stars for answers when overwhelmed. He kept all features tightly controlled when he was uncomfortable. He wondered, did he make Merchant uncomfortable? Well, it wasn't as though they had covers to blow when the man refused to know their names. But if Shoda admitted to knowing his brother, he would know immediately who Shoda was, if not his name. He would have the full authority to toss them into deep space at warp. Shoda had gotten his brother killed, after all. It was the least Shoda would have done, if Zashi wasn't there to hold him back. But Shoda owed Merchant a life debt for Loud Cloud's sacrifice. Telling them the danger they were putting him in would be the least he could do. He owed so much more. Shoda couldn't get the words out. They caught in his throat like a wad of hair, scratchy and spindly, lodged without remorse. He was older than me. Merchant continued, still looking up, like he was asking the stars, even though the stars were in every direction now. I wished to be him growing up. He shined brighter than any star, never bowing down to the cosmic chill. He died saving 30 children. For me. Shoda finally got it out, pressing a stiffened paw to the back of his eyes. Physically not able to look at Merchant's reaction now that there was no doubt he could understand him, now that when he saw him, all he could see was an older Loud Cloud. Pardon. It wasn't a question, not really. It was a statement, pardon, but I was talking about my dead brother, and you just said something confusing. Shota took a shaking breath, all 8 nostrils flaring. You're Cloud's brother. I swear I didn't know, but I don't know how I didn't see it before. You look exactly like him, Daitrus Sake. He knew exactly why he didn't realize, because Merchant looked too much like Cloud, and every time he looked too deeply at him, he subconscious began to remember, so he stopped looking too deeply, not even trying to understand anything other than his own ignorant conclusions. You, daughter saying things, yet none of them are coherent. Merchant turned to face him, looking him dead in the eyes. It didn't frighten him. Izuku had the nasty habit of doing the same, so had Loud Cloud, because it wasn't weird for his species. He knew that. How had he forgotten? I'm an interplanetary officer. Shoda began, watching Merchant's face for signs of danger. Your brother was in my basic training course. I trained alongside him for 3 clips. He was one of my best friends. I was there when the night it happened, he saved my life, the 30 stolen children, and our entire squadron by sacrificing himself and flying behind enemy lines once communications fell. Know that you can't possibly. Shota's voice wavered. I was the one to deliver the news to your family. No, Merchant breathed through his secondary airways, the sides of his neck fluttering as if he couldn't take in enough air. I'm so sore. No more please. Merchant said firmly, standing up abruptly in the small cockpit. I would appreciate space for a moment, thank you. Watch the navigation, unknown. Merchant turned the corner, bypassing a still sleeping Izuku. He was glad their discussion hadn't woken him, as volume wasn't exactly the most important consideration in their discussion. He sat back onto his haunches, the chair sagging dangerously under his weight. He was irritated that as non-regulation as it was still extremely comfortable. He swiveled the chair around, staring at the stars as they blurred by in warp, wondering if the decisions he had made in his life were wise chapter text. When Izuku had gone to sleep, things were normal. Well, he had to consider the implications of the word normal, which had changed drastically over the past several months. First, normal was being a pro-hero in training, then normal was white cells and hunger and voices, then normal was grimy gray walls and guards and alien roommates, then normal was... Well, at that point normal had lost all of its definition. The facts were this. Izuku had gone to sleep with a clear head as Shoda glared suspiciously at their host. When Izuku woke up, his head was buzzing ominously as Shoda and Merchant were bent over together talking quietly in the cockpit. He was sure that if they were talking in Japanese or even common really, he'd be able to understand them. However, they were talking in neither common nor Japanese, a shocker really, so he was left to his feigned sleep. He wondered about the buzzing in his head, then wondered why expecting the new normal to change had become the new normal. The buzz was a small thing, near his frontal lobe. At first, he had thought that the ship was buzzing, and it had just reverberated from where he laid his head, but once he had lifted it, it continued to buzz. Izuku hoped, with all of his being, that their captors hadn't put 2 trackers on him. One in the back and one to the front for good measure. Maybe the buzz meant something on him or near him that would cause them danger soon. But what had changed from the moment he went to sleep from the moment he woke up that would suddenly cause them danger? Why was he feeling the physical buzz instead of an internal urge? Izuku really hoped that the ship wasn't about to explode. He liked the ship, it had great character. The frontal lobe was where your brain made plans, right? Maybe it was saying that his future plans would cause him danger. Which, if that was true, then why had it just begun now? His plans hadn't changed while he slept. However, he wouldn't be surprised if this was the case. His best-laid plans rarely worked out. Or he could just have a weird headache and he needed to stop thinking about it. The buzzing pulsed ominously. There was no way that he would be able to get back to sleep, with the strange buzzing and the murmur of voices in the cockpit. He reluctantly peeled himself off of the cushioned floor, not really wanting to slip away from the blanketing warmth. The ship was always cold, all of them were. He wondered if that was a design flaw or if the others just lived in warmer climates. He had tried to figure out how to quantify the other planets' temperatures, but the unfamiliar system of temperature measure along with differing atmospheres had made it difficult. On Earth, he would be able to say that 0 degrees was when water froze and 100 was boiling, but water boiled at different temperatures in unfamiliar atmospheres. It just happened to be that the temperature system came from an atmosphere that was over 60 times the atmosphere of the ship, apparently originating from a planet called Arid which pioneered space travel. It was infuriating. Doubly so now that he was almost always cold, it made his bones ache from where his shattered arms hadn't quite healed right, a dull ache every time he flexed his fingers. He sat up fully, bracketing his arms behind him and shaken the hair away that had fallen in front of his eyes. The voices from the cockpit became suspiciously quiet, and after a moment, Shoda's black eyes peered over the back of the chair from where he sat. It was an unusually awkward move, full of unintentional deliverance. It made Izuku so much more curious about what conversation he had just interrupted. They had separated innocently from where they had been leaned over together, very close. Their voices had been low, quiet, the unfamiliar language. What did they want to hide? And why were they so interested in each other after Shoda had been nearly hostile for the entire trip? It was interesting and worrying. Izuku didn't want to think the worst, but he knew that Shoda had been away from Zashi for a long time. He didn't know much about his species, nor did he know much about alien principles of infidelity, but he had a bad feeling that it wasn't much different from human standards given what he'd soaked up from intergalaxy media. Was it really his business though? Yes, it was definitely his business. He decided to write it off for now, but if they showed any more suspicious behavior, Izuku would be confronting Shoda. He stood, stretching to try to get rid of the ache that had spread over his back and shoulders. His legs nearly wobbled from the disuse. That was one of the worst things about being on a spaceship. It was so hard to do exercise. There was little to no privacy, and Izuku didn't really think it was polite to sweat over merchants' floors, nor fill the small cabin with the noise of his activity. As a result of his decreased exercise load, he could feel himself getting weaker. The gravity was weaker, so every rep he did didn't mean the same thing that it did on Earth. There was also limited places to walk, so he had to resort to other modes of moderate exercise, which most of the time he didn't bother even doing. As a result, he was bursting with more energy than he'd felt in months. Though, it didn't manifest as being well rested like he'd hoped, but instead just made him more anxious. And now he was doubly so, the buzzing already giving him a headache. Izuku yawned, walking over to the cockpit. The suspiciously quiet cockpit. Both of his alien roommates sat staring quietly out of the thick front window, Shota hunched on all 6 legs on top of the co-pilot's chair like a civilized bear cub. He didn't understand a lot about the complexities of navigation. How the ship was going so fast the stars blurred by like some pre-Quirk era show. The unfamiliar control panels which resembled more organic shaped than Izuku would have expected, switches looking more like knotted wood and levers interspersed like bludgeoning twigs. He watched as Merchant's 3-fingered hand drawed a slow circle in the middle of one of the raised knots, which lit up a bright blue following where he traced. He wondered what the switch did and how it had lit up. Was it the material? Or were there sensors that showed the panel was responsive by engaging a light display? Izuku wanted to ask, but he had already asked Merchant too many questions. He also had the inkling that the alien wouldn't know, as Izuku wasn't quite sure how a TV worked either. Are you all right? Shota's voice broke through him thoughts, and he realized that he had been staring at the switch long after it had faded back to a muted gray. What? Izuku looked up to find Shota's concerned gaze not quite meeting his eye. Oh yes, sorry. Just thinking. Shota raised his hand in affirmation. Merchant did not look in either of their directions, which was an obvious change of behavior from the day before. He was fully engaged in the controls, silent, but the task he was performing didn't seem to be very mentally taxing. This immediately confirmed Izuku's suspicions that something was definitely different and definitely wrong. We're almost to the planet. Shota's voice didn't seem worried. It was even and unchanging. It will be about a half a cycle more. That wasn't that long at all. Then he'd be able to finally take a walk. He didn't mean to insult the merchant's choice of ship, but the small vessel wasn't exactly meant for prolonged cohabitation. Good, Izuku breathed, that's really good. I hope you will enjoy the festival. Merchant's voice sounded from the pilot's chair, seemingly over pretending to be too busy for conversation. I have been 7 times in my lifetime, yet it still remains to be the shining star of my nebula, unwavering in its brightness, young and hopeful. He turned around in his chair abruptly, the curtness of the action nearly startling Izuku. As you are. He finished, before standing from his chair and walking away from them towards the kitchen. Izuku followed his form for a moment before the other disappeared from sight, then he twisted back around to stare at Shoda, who did not meet his eyes. But then again he never did. What was that? He asked, softly as to not let Merchant overhear. Nothing you need to worry about. Shota leaned over the controls, turned away from him. Izuku walked closer, trying to stay in his line of sight. He did not like it when people tried to hide things from him. This is false. He replied. I will always worry. More so now that the thing has returned. Shota froze. He finally looked back up and nearly met Izuku's eyes. It's back. Izuku nodded. How long? Since I woke up. Izuku grimaced. It wasn't there when I went to sleep, then I woke up and it was back. Shota looked away, straightening in the chair. Izuku could tell that he was unsettled. He didn't blame him. It was worse to know that you were in danger, that sense of foreboding. So something changed while I was sleeping. He took a step closer to Shota. Something that puts us in danger. And then I wake up, and you both are acting weird. Izuku. Is there still nothing I need to worry about? His voice was quiet but firm. Merchant was still just a room over. Shota didn't respond right away, but Izuku watched as he curled his long toes, clawing mindlessly, digging into the fabric sweats of the chair. He was nervous. Izuku knew that much, but he had no idea what could have caused so much to change in so little time. What exactly happened? It's a long story, cub. Shota replied after a moment. We have half of a cycle. Izuku shot back, nearly whispering. Shota huffed. It started 18 years ago at the... Oh wow, you weren't kidding. I said it was a long story. Just... Izuku paused. Give me a summary. Fine. Shota's eyes squinted, displeased. I owe Merchant a life debt because his brother did to save me in officer training. Izuku pondered that for a moment. It was a sentence and it made sense. He knew life debts, how strong they were for some species. He, however, didn't know how that would put them in danger. Would Merchant not be happy about being owed a life debt? Would owing a life debt put them in danger because Shota would risk his life for Merchant? How would that put us in danger? Izuku questioned, because the story may have been summarized too much. I told him. Shota leaned back against the seat, legs sprawling in front of him. About everything. So he knows our names now? Well, no, he still didn't want to know them. Oh, but now he knows I'm Terran. Are you crazy? I didn't tell him that. Shota clicked his teeth, frustrated. Just that we were on the run from the E-Precept after we escaped their capture. He was justifiably angry that we didn't tell him we were going to put him in danger. Well, Izuku considered, he didn't really ask. Shota shot him a look. But well, he wasn't wrong. Anywhere they went would put everyone around them in danger. He had had the chance to read up on intergalactic trafficking rings, with what little information was out there. There was much more information on the E-Precept, a race that notoriously held grudges. Even if the E-Precept knew that they didn't have Eri, they would still chase them down to the edge of the galaxy. Izuku had hoped that they would cut their losses and give up on chasing them.